Welcome back to the 2025 Golf 12 Hours and the second part of the race. It is a unique event in so many different ways, and one of those ways is the fact that there is a short break in between two parts of the race. The first part is 8 hours. If you didn't join us for that, you can catch it on catch up, watch it back, because there was drama aplenty. And we've now got the second part, which will find our winners for the 2025 race. The 14th edition here at Yas Marina Circuit, the 15th edition of the Golf 12 Hours, and of course we'll have the podiums for you at the end of the day in each of the categories, the overall category, the Pro-Am category and the Am category as well. All of that's coming up over the next 4 hours, so welcome along, settle in, because there will be drama aplenty, absolutely guaranteed. And Mark Werrell, our commentator, is here down on the grid with us. My goodness, we've even had drama when the cars come up to the grid.
Absolutely, yeah. One of the Pro-Am class cars, the number 44 car, which is the Gaia Velmont Racing Mercedes, coming onto the grid. Some sort of problem with the front right-hand corner of the car. Looked like either a brake had stuck on the outlap or something like that. You can still see smoke disappearing up into the air from the car now, even though it's been on the grid for nearly 5 minutes. So drama before we even get the race underway.
We'll go over to that car in just a couple of moments to see what's happening, but you can see there's quite a bit of activity around it. As far as the first half of the race is concerned, that saw multiple dramas from the very word go, and also multiple race leaders.
Yeah, we had, I think it was 18 race leaders throughout the course of the first 8 hours. We're not quite probably going to get to the total of 34, which is the most lead changes we've ever had in a Golf 12 hour. But multiple lead changes, dramas for some cars. It means that whilst 20 cars started the first part of the race, we are going to be 4 cars down on that, so 16 cars will join this one. We've lost Herbeth Motorsport and their Porsche with engine woes. We've lost a couple of Mercedes with problems with accident damage, and then of course we lost the pole-sitting Ferrari when that tangled with a back marker. So sadly, those are 4 cars we won't see for part 2.
Yeah, big disappointment. It was the Ferrari, the number 70 Ferrari, that tangled with the back marker. Early damage for the number 16 Mercedes, and that was a shame because one of our star drivers was in that car.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Mauro Engel, who, you know, Mercedes factory driver. There's not a lot Mauro hasn't won over the years. You can put him in any car and he's quick, but put him in a Mercedes and he's absolutely at home. And he didn't even get the chance to drive. I think the car had only done, 20 laps before an accident all of its own accord, coming out of turn number 5, too early on the throttle. It spat the car from the right-hand side of the road, heavily into the barriers on the left-hand side, and they were done for the day.
But let's talk about some of our other star drivers. By the way, Mauro Engel was still here when we went into the break. I saw him walking around, so it might just be that we'll bump into him before the end of the race, because that'll be disappointment. But you know, he's used to disappointments in motorsport. It's a regular thing. Let's talk about some of our other star drivers. And I think if your name is Ben, you're doing pretty well today.
Ben Tuck was absolutely superb. Ben Barnicoat was absolutely superb. So the two Bens, yeah, going really, really well. And of course, for Ben Tuck, the stint that he put in meant that car was still leading at the end of the 8 hours. So it will be that Ferrari that started on the outside of the front row for part 1 that will start on pole for part 2.
Right, the grid is lined up. It's a bit busier as far as personnel are concerned. The only person that we're missing, and it happened last year, didn't it? Didn't we have Father Christmas turn up?
There was one of the teams, I don't know who it was. I reminded you about this earlier on.
You did, I'd forgot.
I said, where's the Christmas buggy? Because one of the teams, you know, the little truck that they use that carries all the tyres and everything was all decked up as a Christmas truck last year, and even Father Christmas was driving.
It was absolutely superb, and one of the teams that maybe isn't with us this weekend, because we're going to see a new team on the top step of the podium this weekend for sure.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, all of the former winners of the Golf 12 Hours have not entered for this weekend. So the likes of Kessel Racing and AF Corsa, who have both got 4 wins apiece, are not here. And all the other teams are absent as well. So we are definitely going to see a new winning team. I doubt we'll see a new winning manufacturer because the Porsche is in a position to do so. So is it going to be a Ferrari that will win? If it is, they will add another one to the tally. They've already got 8 wins here, but it would be a first win for a 296. Or might we see another Mercedes or even maybe a McLaren pick up the win?
Ferrari are going rather well. They got pole position. They started on pole position today. They start on pole position for the second part of the race as well. We talk about the magic of Yas Marina. There are so many magical things. It was just over 1 week ago, 7 days ago, that Lando Norris was crowned for the first time a Formula One world champion. And it is a magical event. It was right here on the very tarmac on which we stand now. And I'm not sure if it's a new thing, but not only do we have the floodlights, we also have these uplighters right the way through the grandstand, which are Yas Marina blue. They are just gorgeous, aren't they?
They are, yeah. They sort of downlight, don't they, onto the track and up into the roof of the grandstands that we've got, matching the blue perimeter painting of the circuit. And you're right, you know, this is a unique event. We keep alluding to it, but it is something very, very special. To be here just a week after Formula One, I actually had a sneaky sit on the sofa.
We noticed.
Yeah, in the podium room, so I could say I'd sat where Lando had sat after winning the Grand Prix here last year. And I think one of the drivers you spoke to earlier on said, you know, particularly for the bronze drivers, for the pros, they can come to many circuits and race around Formula One tracks, but for an AM driver, for a bronze-graded driver, this is a special place for them to be.
So it's a big thing. Also, quite interesting that Jules Gounon, who is one of the GT drivers at the very top of his game, he's a global superstar in a GT car. He still said that he was watching last week because he still follows the big boys as well.
Yeah, well, he is one of the big boys, isn't he? He's the big boy of GT racing. Is there a race that Jules Gounon has not won in GT racing?
I really don't think so, to be perfectly honest. Let's see if he's got enough to win this race. I think that might be a bit of a tough mountain to climb.
Yeah, I mean, he's partnered up with the Grove family, with Stephen and Brenton Grove again this year, and they went well last year. But as a driver threesome, I'm not sure they've got the outright pace compared to some of the others out there, but that didn't stop them trying desperately hard to try and keep that car on the lead lap. As it is going to be the first car that is a lap down on the restart of this race, because any laps that were completed in part one get carried over to part two. So we'll see that Grove Racing Mercedes starting from fourth, but it's a lap adrift.
Right, now what's happening back here? We don't have smoke anymore, so that's a good sign, isn't it?
That's always a good sign, and that can stay that way for the rest of the race, because we do want to make sure that number 44 car goes well in Pro-Am at this stage.
Let's get you off to the commentary box. Mark, thank you very much indeed for joining us down here on the grid. This is really good news, Mark. As you make your way off to the commentary box, apparently Father Christmas is making his way down the grid. So we are not disappointed about this. This is very, very good news indeed. I wonder how close Father Christmas is to us here on the grid, if he's making his way through the very, very busy grid full of VIPs and guests and personnel. We've just had, as we say, the 2-hour break, which enabled a pit lane walkabout to take place, and lots of fans were getting autographs and photographs, and down in the Yas Marina pit lane, it's quite an amazing opportunity to do. It's huge. I mean, it is incredibly wide, and I think some very, very happy young fans were getting photographs and autographs, and there's merchandise on sale as well. All of that happening here ahead of the 4-hour restart of the 2025 Golf 12 Hours. As Mark makes his way back to the commentary box, perhaps this is opportunity to say a very good evening for the first time this evening to Chris, who's already there in the commentary box.
To ruin the surprise, because when you mentioned that Father Christmas was not present, I did see him sneak up at the back of the grid, and I thought, you know what, I'm going to leave it as a surprise just for you. So now, of course, you can walk on over and say hello to him to yourself. Hello, good morning, good afternoon, and more importantly, good evening from wherever you're watching in the world. Of course, it is now nighttime here at the Yas Marina Circuit here in Abu Dhabi, just 30 minutes away from the capital itself, an hour and 20 minutes away from Dubai. It is a fantastic night of racing here, and it's been a fantastic 8 hours so far here of the Golf 12 Hour, and I've got to say it's a very impressive event here as it is, and they've gone one step further because the atmosphere, the energy, the excitement from the crowd and the fans here who've poured in to the Yas Marina Circuit is absolutely fantastic to see. So let's go back down to the grid with Alan Hyde.
Father Christmas did arrive, but he didn't stay here at the front of the grid for very long. In fact, he's already heading down towards turn one and into pit lane and the paddock. Right, it is busy. It's a really busy grid. I'm going to thread my way through. I can't promise that we're going to find drivers to have a chat to, but I'm going to do my absolute very best. Let me see if I can squeeze through past the pole sitter. We've had disappointments, of course, during the first 8 hours of the race, and one of those disappointments is very much the fact that one of our mainstays of the Golf 12 Hours, the Gosner family, unfortunately, they have retired from the AM category. I just saw father Thomas Gosner down here in his normal clothing, of course, but he has disappeared into the crowd. Right, let me see who else we have got. In fact, just let me have a chat to one of those Bens down here on the grid. You're smiling, Ben Barnicoat, you're smiling.
Yeah, because you gave me the commentator's curse earlier. It was all going well.
I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, I know. I wish I hadn't said it now.
Yeah, stuff happens. It was on me, just trying to, move too fast too soon. So yeah, a bit frustrated with myself, but we've still got 4 hours to go and anything can happen.
You see, anything can happen. In fact, Father Christmas just appeared on the grid. You see, anything can happen.
Well, hopefully it brings me a gift early this year. I need it.
There you go. I'm not going to say anything to give you a curse, Ben. Thank you very much indeed for having a chat to me. Let's see who else we can have a chat to down here on the grid as Ben Barnicoat gets himself ready for the restart of the race, the 4-hour portion of the race. I did spot down here a couple of moments ago, and I hope that I'll be able to have a quick word with Adam Christodoulou at some stage. Was he actually getting ready to get into the car? I've got a feeling he might well be, but certainly he was down here on the grid, and we've not spoken to him yet. Yeah, let me do that. Let me dive in. He's now chatting. Adam, can we have a chat?
Yeah, of course.
We haven't spoken so far today, but things are going pretty well.
Yeah, no, it's been going great. We started 5th and we made a great strategy call during the first safety car. We managed to get in just before it, so it was a bit of a free stop. Only a handful of cars managed to do that, and then I was going to say we stayed out of trouble, but we haven't. We seem to be involved in all of it.
I think everybody's had a little bit of trouble one way or another.
Yeah, so there was contact with the Ferrari, which spun us around, and then also with the McLaren. Somehow the thing is still in one piece and it's going strong, and we're running in 3rd. So there's only 3 of us on the lead lap right now, but I know that the 2 cars directly behind us, they're going for a different strategy. They're going to try and unlap themselves whenever they can, and I guess they're going to pray for a safety car at some point to try and get the whole lap back if they can. Whereas we're going for the strategy it's going to be Dennis starting and then Michael, and then I'm going to be at the end, and we're just going to push like hell and see what happens.
The strategy, Adam, for this race is unique to this race because we have this break.
Yeah, it's the main thing is you want to stay on the lead lap, and actually I think it's given these guys an opportunity that even though they weren't, they're now going to start with their pros, and if they can get ahead of the first 3 that are on the grid, then of course they're 99% of a lap behind, and then that's where the safety car comes in. But yeah, we're hoping it's going to be a green race all the way to the end, because if these guys get back onto the lead lap, it's going to be very difficult to keep them behind.
4 hours, we'll find out. Adam, thank you very much indeed. Adam Christodoulou down here on the grid. Let me see if I can carry on walking back to that rather smoky number 44 car, which is now, and this is really good news, not smoky. You can hear in the background all the whistles that are blowing to clear the grid. I wonder, a smiling Jules Gounon is just walking up towards me to wish Ben very good luck, and the 2 of them just having a quick chat. We'll leave them be, and I might see if I can just walk a little bit further down. That's good news about the 44 car. Very good news indeed. That was really quite a worrying moment, but you can hear all the whistles. We're going to be asked to leave the grid very soon indeed, but I wondered if we were going to get a chance to speak to one of our other really quite interesting drivers competing in the Golf 12. You know, over the years, we've had some real star drivers that are competing here at the Golf 12 Hours. Just a few years ago, Valentino Rossi was coming along to do this for fun with his manager and his brother as well, and then competed as a manufacturer driver, as a BMW driver later. But he loved this event at the end of the year. And we've got a few special drivers that come out to Yas Marina for the end of the year and compete, including this year James Voles, but he is not around. He's the team principal of Williams Racing in the Formula One World Championship, and we spoke to him yesterday after qualifying. We haven't spoken to him today, so I shall make that one of my jobs to do. It's on my jobs to do list for the next 4 hours. We're being cleared off the grid. We need to go back to pit lane. So let's get over to the commentary box with Chris and with Mark.
Thank you so much, Alan, there. And, of course, some last-minute insights there to what's happening. And it's still the question mark about what exactly happened there to the 44. Not something exactly you want coming onto the grid there as well. I had reports of an oil smell and possibly, as you mentioned as well on the grid, it could be the brake ducts on the right-hand side because now it's subsided. It's whatever the issue is, they've sorted it out and it's gone. But even the drivers around it couldn't detect exactly what the problem is.
I mean, it's such a short break between the two elements. Maybe it's a bit of pickup that was in there that they didn't have the time to get out, and it sort of started to burn away. It might have just been a briefly sticking brake. I don't know, but everything looks good for the 44 car. You can see the mechanics just doing the final few checks and the balances. Alan was talking about special drivers. Yeah, absolutely. Valentino Rossi, Kevin Magnussen, wasn't it a few years ago we had here as well?
And we can't discount our local stars as well. Alfaiz Al-Zubair, the only driver in the field from neighbouring GCC country, Oman, from Muscat, which is just a 4-hour drive away. But it's now 24 degrees centigrade outside. The humidity's still a little high out here come the end of the evening, but it's a gorgeous winter's evening here in Abu Dhabi, and we're so glad that the weather and the temperature is now dropping across the country. No rain, we didn't get any here at all, but Dubai and the Northern Emirates did get it, so we've had blue skies throughout with a few clouds in the sky. Well, there is Al Manabai Dragon, the Omani team. Chris Froggatt will be the one to start this car, and then Alfaiz Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck will get in the car at some point during the final 4 hours here. But Christopher Froggatt there just having some last-minute words in there with the team. A great drive from him, and it's a great drive from Ben Tuck there at the end. As Alan said when he was talking to him, he's very fresh-faced when he came out, and it's incredible how you do that after such a long stint, how you can just get out of the car and you're bright-faced and you're just happy to be there. You're still ecstatic and over the moon.
Absolutely, yeah, and he'll be ecstatic and over the moon if they can win. But Renat Salikov, who will start behind the wheel of the number 81 Winwood Mercedes, that team will have other ideas. Gabriele Piani, we saw great things from, and Marvin Dienst as well, who shares that car with him. So that will start on the lead lap from the outside of the front row of the grid. Then as we go on to row number 2, it's another Mercedes. Alan was just chatting to Adam Christodoulou. The number 13 capital RT by Motor Park car will start on 3rd position, and that will be Denis Remenyenko that will start behind the wheel of the car. Michaela Lashin will also be on driving duties in that one. And those cars, 1st, 2nd, and the number 13 car that's 3rd on the grid, those are the 3 cars that start on the lead lap.
And it is a bit of a disadvantage as well for the Al Manabai Dragon because, of course, that gap that they had there of over 11 seconds is now diminished into just fractions of a second. But, of course, it still gives them the added advantage of being on pole position. They have the inside line going down towards turn 1. And then, of course, on the right-hand side of the 13 is the Grove Racing by GetSpeed. Jules Gounon is shown as the driver there who will be starting that car. And he's going to be very rapid indeed when it comes to that first corner. But, unfortunately, they are the first car a lap down, of course, sharing driving duties here with the Groves, Brenton Grove and Stephen Grove, who will no doubt see once again behind the wheel of this number 4 come the end of this race after 4 hours. And as Alan said before, it's a very nice livery on that car as well. That pearlescent white really shines here when the spotlight is sort of beaming down on it across the Yas Marina Circuit here. And it's almost, as if we said before, it's almost as if we're racing at during the daytime there. And there you see, that's the 3rd floor area. That's the public access suite. And that's been full this whole weekend, yesterday and today. People have been flooding in all day to watch the exciting action that we have here at the Gulf 12 hours. Then, of course, we have Ben Barnicoat, the number 69 car here, will start on the 3rd row of the grid in 5th position. This is the car that had the only other puncture that we're aware of, and unfortunately that happened at turn 16. So Ben had to nurse that car all the way round 5.3 kilometres. That must have been the slowest and most agonising drive of the whole weekend.
And that was what dropped them also off the lead lap. So they are a lap down as well. So the likes of Jules Gounon and Ben Barnicoat starting 4th and 5th respectively. Their task is get to the front, overtake the 3 cars ahead of them, get back on the lead lap, and as Adam Christodoulou alluded to, you know, they'll then hope that there's a safety car and they can catch back up. Alongside Ben Barnicoat, you can see the fantastic liveried, multicoloured Tsunami car. That is the car that leads the Pro-Am category. It starts 6th on the grid. It is a couple of laps off the lead of the race, but more importantly for that number 79 car, which is started by Johannes Zelger, that car leads Pro-Am, but the cars that are 2nd and 3rd in Pro-Am are a lap behind it, and then 2 laps behind it. So they've got a full lap advantage over anybody else in Pro-Am.
And they'll also share that row that's behind them as well. And this was our top pick, wasn't it, for the livery of the weekend? It's a very fetching livery, very eye-catching, but it's not the only one in the field that has a very eye-catching livery as well here. So what we'll do next is we'll have a look at row number 4, and where we'll see the number 44, where we saw the steam or the smoke coming out of the left-hand side of the vehicle. Sorry, it was the right-hand side of the car, wasn't it, where it was emanating from. This car will be started by the Aussie star Jaden Ojeda, there in the Mercedes AMG, running 2nd in Pro-Am, and didn't really set off on the right foot in the early stages of the weekend here, but with a clever strategy, they've clawed their way back up to 2nd overall in class, and hopefully we will at some point understand what exactly happened there when they arrived on the grid, because it was quite a plume of smoke that you could see from the other side of the pit lane. Alongside them will be the TFT Racing number 28, another car that had its fair share of drama throughout the first 8 hours, but with the very careful strategy there, they've made their way back up now into 3rd overall, albeit a few laps down from the leader in GT3 Pro-Am, which is the Tsunami RT number 79. Now, Patrick will be the one to start this the 8th place car on the 4th row of the grid on the outside. So let's go down quickly to Alan Hyde, who's down, I presume now, in the pit lane.
Yeah, I am in the pit lane, and I'm just in front of the number 2 car, the car in the garage, and being worked on rather frantically. One of the team just came over to me, looked at my watch and said, "How long have we got?" I said, "Why, what are you doing?" Changing the gearbox is what we're doing.
Oh, wow.
Because the cars were in Parc Fermé for quite a while, they are really cutting this very fine indeed. There is one member of the team literally kneeling on the back of the car on a pair of step ladders, and this really is a race against time to get the number 2 Audi out.
And it was very unfortunate for them as well. We tried to get a word with them during that break, but because of the car being stuck in Parc Fermé for so long, the last thing you want to do is interrupt what they're doing. You want to make sure that they're changing the transmission on that car, and hopefully they'll be able to get to pit exit. But in the next 5 minutes, it's going to be a very, very tough ask. This is the 9th place car, the number 17. Andrea Girondi will start the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car. They've already walked away with silverware this weekend down at the Dubai Autodrome, with Stanislav Minsky taking the win in Golf Pro Car. I think it's 2 race victories as well, so hoping to add more to the trophy cabinet when they come to the office tomorrow morning. And then afterwards Alex G, and then of course the boss himself, Enrico Fulgenzi, will get behind the wheel.
That car starts on 219 laps, which is the same amount of laps that the TFT Racing Gold Mercedes, just ahead of it on the grid in the hands of Patrick Charlet, will line up against. And then on the final position in the 5th row of the grid, so starting 10th, is the sole representative we've got now in the AM category. It's the Garage 59 McLaren 720S, which will be started by the Swedish driver Alexander West. So he will be hoping that they can just have a clean run really towards the end. Of course, they want the best possible result that they can, but a clean run towards the end. They also start on the same number of laps as Enrico Fulgenzi Racing and TFT as well. So that could be a good battle to watch out for, 8th, 9th and 10th, because all 3 of them have completed exactly the same number of laps in Part 1.
And 2 of them are obviously contesting for the step on the podium in GT3 Pro-Am, because it will be between the 28 and the number 17. They are 3rd and 4th respectively when we start the next 4 hours of the Golf 12 Hours here at the Yas Marina Circuit, the 15th edition of the Golf 12 Hours, and the 14th time that we're racing here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Now, this is the 21. This is the sister car to what we heard from Alan Hyde before, that's having its transmission change, and actually you can can see there's a gap behind where that car should be. And this car here will be started by Petter. The 21 sits in 5th overall in GT3 Pro-Am and will share the 6th row of the grid with the Car Collection Motorsport. Damir Saitov will be the one to start that Porsche. And we have to look quite far through the field actually to find the leading Porsches. And that's obviously up on the 3rd row of the grid of the Tsunami RT. There is the Car Collection Motorsport. Now, within the driver lineup here, we have the youngest driver participating here this weekend, August Reber, who did a fantastic job at the end of the 12 hours there to bring that car home in 12th overall. I'm not sure if we'll get to see him once again here, but of course with him being a bronze driver, no doubt we will see him more behind the wheel.
Yeah, it depends how much time they did in part 1 of the race, because there's a minimum amount of time that bronzes need to do. Let's guide you through the grid then. Almanar Racing by Dragon. The Ferrari in the hands of Chris Froggatt starts from pole position, and Winwood Racing, the Mercedes, in the hands of Renat Salikov, will start alongside. Row 2 of the grid, it is going to be Denis Remenyenko that will start with the Capital RT by Motorpark Mercedes, and for company he's got the Grove Racing by GetSpeed Mercedes in the hands of the rather rapid Jules Gounon, who sits alongside him. Row 3 of the grid, on the inside of the 3rd row of the grid, it's the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Ben Barnicoat will be looking to try and get himself on the lead lap of the race, and alongside he's got the leader in Pro-Am as we go into part 2, Tsunami RT, the Porsche in the hands of Johannes Zelger. Row number 4 of the grid, it is Gare Valmont Racing, the car that had a problem on the way to a grid. It is Jaden Ajida and the Mercedes that starts alongside the Patrick Charlet-driven TFT Mercedes on the outside of row number 4. Row 5 of the grid, it's Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. Andrea Girondi will start in the Porsche, and alongside it's the leading AM car, the sole AM car. Now we've got Alex West in the McLaren. Then as we head onto row number 6, on the inside of that 6th row of the grid, it's Haas RT, and that will be the car that will be started by Peter Gillinks, the Audi, and alongside it's the car that you were just talking about, and that is the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche, which will have Damir Saitov for the first part of this race. Then we've got the gap on the grid where at some point we'll see the Into Africa Racing by Haas RT Audi. We don't know at the moment who the starting driver will be. And for company, Razoon More Than Racing, the Porsche that had a problem with its final pit stop being outside of the window, so it was given a 3-lap penalty and therefore has dropped well off the order. It's Niels Kuhlen that will start behind the wheel of that one, and then the final row of the grid will be Pellin Racing. It will be Lisa Clark that will start the number 27 Ferrari alongside the Define by Dragon, which had all of its problems at the early stages of the race but has been a quick car. It is going to be Oscar Renjevic that will start at the wheel of his Ferrari. So the lights are on. It looks absolutely fantastic as the cars work their way around the Yas Marina Circuit. Still work to be done on this particular lap, Chris, because the cars have been sitting on the grid for the best part of 10 or 15 minutes. You've got to rebuild all of that tyre temperature into the Pirelli, and ever more importantly in modern GT3 cars, build some brake temperature as well. So you can build surface temperature to the tyre by weaving from side to side. You build core temperature in the tyre by building up the pressure in there and heating up the air, and the way to do that is on and off the brakes. Get the brakes warm, that radiates out into the wheel rim, tyres warm up, brakes warm up.
And hopefully by the end of the formation lap, everyone will be up to the optimal temperature as they work their way past the support paddock area where Formula Trophy ran out of yesterday. Now up through turn 9 we go on this formation lap of, as we said before, 16 cars will take to the last 4 hours here. Unfortunately, Inception Racing, MP Racing, Winwood Racing and Herbert Motorsport will not take the final 4 hours here. Very unfortunate what happened to all 4 of their cars, and we'd hope that some of them would get the cars back together and back on the grid, but during the public pit walk you can see a lot of the garages are closed off, and you can actually get up very close to the MP Racing Mercedes AMG just to see how much damage was done to the right hand side of that car. But obviously they'll turn their attention to what's coming up next. But here we are now focusing our attention on the final 4 hours of the Golf 12 Hours, the 15th running of this event. Here and the 14th time of the Yas Marina Circuit. It is the 10th edition with Pirelli rubber on all 4 corners, and soon enough The engine's notes will rise once again here at the picturesque Yas Marina Circuit as we make our way underneath the footbridge that leads towards the W Hotel. There is a gap on the grid, of course, for that number 2, the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT. Hopefully that car is waiting patiently at the end of pit lane, but it won't have the temperature that it requires, so it's going to be a lot of work cut out for whoever is starting their driver. It may be Stuart White. So safety car has pulled in. We are through the final corner here on the formation lap. The lights are on. We are under the starter's orders. Are we racing this time round? Yes, we are. The final 4 hours get underway, and the 44 trying to go out all the way wide to the left-hand side, as brave as you like, but it looks like Almanar Racing gets the jump ahead of the 81 car there, but everyone is jostling for position, trying to figure out where they would like to be going through the first sector. That's the 14 of Niels Coulin sneaking up through the inside of the sequence of corners that follow suit. Now down towards turn 5 we go here for the very first time, and Jaden Ajida already looking on the inside of the Optimum Motorsport number 5 as they make their way through turn 5 for the first time.
Denis Remenyenko was the big loser there because he is 6th in the queue at the moment, the car that started 3rd, so he's been overtaken by a couple of cars, but those cars that have overtaken him are laps behind him after part 1. So yes, he's lost places on track. What he hasn't lost is 3rd position, even though he's 6th in the queue. That's the way it works in this format. Progress being made in the early stages, as was expected by both the white Mercedes in the hands of Jules Gounon and by the McLaren in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. Their task, as we say, is to get themselves to the front and try and overtake the race leader to get back on the lead lap. Well, Jules Gounon now is bearing down on Renat Salakov, and as they head up towards turn number 9, are we going to see the Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes try and sneak its way through at turn number 5, number 9 I should say. If there's any opportunity he'll do so, and he has made it through, yes, and Renat Salakov now has also been picked off by Ben Barnicoat, and he might get picked off by another car as well, because the charging Jaden Ajida goes through as well. So 3 places lost in 3 corners there for the number 81 car. But all of those cars, again, that have overtaken him are not on the lead lap.
But this is great news. It's playing in the hands of Chris Froggatt, who's out in front at the moment, because now there's not just a single car in between him and the top step of the podium. There are now 4 cars that are a lap down that are obviously all fighting to go past the leader and get their laps back on him. But, of course, that Ferrari is as wide as possible, as it was in the closing stages of the first part of the race here. We also saw the Defined by Dragon come through and actually gained a lot of position, because it was battling out with the Garage 59 McLaren, which started all the way up in 9th position. Now, the timing screen hasn't updated where exactly everybody is at the moment, and unfortunately for the time being, the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT has not come out of the pit lane.
I'm just wondering whether there might have been conversations going on in the break between Grove Racing and Optimum Motorsport, and the two of them just saying, look, you know, Jules Gounon is going to start. Who's starting our car? Ben Barnicoat. Right, OK. We're not going to overtake you. We're not going to pressurise you. Let's work together to both get back on the lead lap, because if they start to squabble between themselves, they are never going to get there. If they work together and Jules Gounon knows he hasn't got to worry about the car behind, they both might be able to sneak through, and then they can start to race properly.
Now, if that is a conversation that has happened, how long do you think that conversation is going to last? How long do you think that agreement is going to last as well?
It will last until they both get on the lead lap.
So they have one car to get through so far, the Almanar by Dragon out in front, the number 77 Ferrari. Interesting, talking to the team for Alfayzar Zubair, this is the first time he got into the car, a few days ago. He hadn't tested the car at all, and here it is, leading the race outright in the Gulf 12 hours, under pressure from Jules Gounon and the third place car there of Ben Barnicoat, both of them trying to make their way through and past the leader to get that lap back. But then they have another 5.3 kilometers, 16 corners in total, to get back all the way to the tail end of the field and then try and take the position away from Almanar by Dragon.
That's why they need a safety car, because, yep, you can get the lap back, but then you can't really close it all down on track. A safety car, all of a sudden, then would mean if they get back on the lead lap, they go all the way back round and join the queue. So first thing to do, get back on the lead lap. They cannot, at this stage, as yet, get past the leader. But Jules Gounon, on what is his 224th lap in total, but what about the 3rd in part 2 of the race, has just set the fastest lap of the race we've seen so far, 1 minute 53.590. The fastest lap in part 1 of the race was down in the 1 minute 52s, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. It was a 152.5, if not mistaken.
152.199.
It was even quicker then towards the end of the session there. The temperature, of course, begins to cool here, but I think the heat is just picking up here around the Yas Marina Circuit. We're only in the first 5 minutes, and we're already seeing quick lap times come in and sector timings as well, because Jayden Ojeda in that Mercedes-AMG number 44 has gone quickest through sector 1 with a 23.905. And now this queue of cars at the front of the field. Now, this is not for position on track. This is for the two cars behind to unlap each other on the car that's in front of them at the moment. And look who's closing in as well. Jayden Ojeda from 7th at the moment is closing in on this battle as well. And he'd also like to unlap himself, because that means he can get a lap back essentially on Tsunami RT next time round, although that's going to be a tough ask.
Here comes Jules Gounon. Is this the opportunity? I think it is. Yeah, he's going to go through surely as he try and pick up the lead of the first, this section of the race. But what that does do, more importantly, that Mercedes now, that's not leading. It is back on the lead lap, only by a whisker. And now Ben Barnicoat in the McLaren is going to be tasked with doing exactly the same thing. So the number 77 Ferrari still leads when we look back at what happened in part 1 and compare it to part 2. But the car behind him is another car that's a lap down. And if Ben Barnicoat can try and muster his way through somewhere, he will try and do so. So first box is ticked as far as Jules Gounon is done. He has got himself finally back on the lead lap. And
now look at the gap that he's extending there as well. Now the two were in battle between Ben Barnicoat and Jules Gounon, because that was the battle for what would be 4th overall in GT3 Pro. But now Ben Barnicoat is stuck behind the Almana by Dragon Ferrari 296 GT3. So he'll have to bide his time and wait for an opportunity to pounce somewhere on the inside, or preferably anywhere there is an opportunity to go through, because now Jayden Ojeda has latched on to the back of now Ben Barnicoat's McLaren as they work their way through turn 5 here. And it's going to be an exciting one here, but however, it's going to take some time. And as you said, Mark, before, they're going to need a safety car. They're going to need that safety car to help them draw in the race leader again. But then, however, they're going to get stuck in lap traffic as well when it comes to that safety car restart as well. So they have to really switch up their strategy when it comes to now the second half of the race. And let's see how this one pans out. 153.188 for Grove Racing by Get Speed. Jules Gounon, again, quick through sector 1, a 23.864 here around the Yas Marina Circuit. Green through sector 2 as well, a 47.064, as that car is getting quicker and quicker now that it's been released from the clutches of Almanar by Dragon, with Chris Froggatt behind the wheel. And Ben Barnicoat looking on the inside. That's the move that Jules Gounon did in the first 8 hours. That's where he picked his opportunity on the exit of turn 8. And Ben Barnicoat must have rewatched some of the footage and gone, how did he do it? I've got to figure out how to do it the same thing. And he's just tried to do the same thing. And I think Chris Froggatt now knows, I need to take a wider exit on turn 10. But let's quickly go down now to Alan Hyde in the pit lane.
This is a noise that you might enjoy. It is the number 2 Audi just fired up down in pit lane. The guy that was absolutely sweating and kneeling in the top has just climbed down from the rear of the car and put the rear bodywork onto the car as well. They've just fired it up. That's really, really good news.
That is fantastic news to get the second of the Audis into this race. We'll find out who the starting driver is as and when it gets to pit lane exit, because that's when the transponder will hit the pit lane exit loop and it will identify which driver is starting behind the wheel of it. Ben Barnicoat has just fallen away a little bit, hasn't he, from the car that he was trying to overtake to get back on the lead lap, which is Chris Froggatt. New fastest lap of the race last time through from the number 4 Mercedes, Jules Gounon, with a 1 minute 52.879, so he's got his lap back. He's back on the lead lap. He's pulling away from the race leader. But Ben Barnicoat is just sort of bottled up behind the Ferrari at the moment. The race-leading Ferrari is proving a bit of a thorn in his side.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Remember in the first half of the race, Axel Jeffries said that there was an issue with the rear, that he just couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Now, in the Audi R8, if I'm not mistaken, the gearbox sits quite far back on the car. Could that have been the feeling that he found and just couldn't think if it was the gearbox, or maybe there was some damage? Because you also picked up there was damage to the Haas RT cars.
There was, yeah, there was damage to both of the back of the Haas RT cars. Only what looked like light damage, but, you know, it doesn't take much, does it, in one of these cars with a bit of rear end impact to cause a few issues, because that'll put strain through all of the transmission, through the suspension, and yeah, maybe it could be related. The sister car, however, we thought had clutch issues at one stage, so really don't know. It turned out a change of steering wheel almost sorted it, and then it seemed to alt control delete and with a plug-in of a computer sort itself. So the one good thing is we'll see that Audi out on track before too much longer. Now, Jules Gounon, since getting himself back on the lead lap, has just been punching in quick time after quick time after quick time, and already you can see that number 4 Mercedes is starting to disappear from the number 77 Ferrari, which still leads the race. It is still the race leader, because the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, sorry, the Optimum Motorsport McLaren that sits behind it is a lap down and still wants to try and get back onto the lead lap. And the number 44 car, Jada Najida, that's going beautifully well, is also something like 3 laps down. Let's go back to Alan in the pit lane.
Yeah, they've been testing this Audi. They've run it through a program with the engine, and I think they're happy with it, because now they're putting the final few bits of bodywork onto the car, getting a driver into the car as well, and I think we're going to see that car break the timing beam and start the second part of the race.
Which is fantastic news. Thank you, Alan, there for the update. Now, in terms of Jules Gounon, he is 9/10 of a second faster last time round compared to the Al Manor by Dragon Racing. I was trying to do the maths in my head, but it's going to take me a very long time to figure out, if he keeps this pace, how long would it take him to once again latch onto the back bumper of Al Manor by Dragon to take victory away? Because on the inside there, that's Jada Najida working his way down towards turn 9.
Yeah, and also having gone through now and got himself back on the lead lap is the Optimum Motorsport number 69 McLaren in the hands of Ben Barnicoat. So Ben Barnicoat and Jules Gounon have done exactly what they needed to do in part 2 of the race. They finished part 1 a lap down. They started in what was 4th and 5th places respectively. They have overtaken the race leader. They are now on the lead lap, which means 5 cars now are on the lead lap. And should a safety car come out in the next few moments, all of a sudden they'll be able to work their way right the way back round to the tail end of the queue.
And we see Jules Gounon now making his way over the line at 1:53.072. Now, compared to those in front of him, 1:55.367, so over 2.3 seconds faster compared to our race leader at the moment. But it's still going to take a long time without a safety car to get all the way around the 5.3 kilometre circuit here, 16 corners in total at the Yas Marina Circuit, to latch onto the back. But then he also has to deal with the traffic going through there as well. Now, if that graphic is correct, that means Solid Larka will be the one to get behind the wheel of the Inter Africa Racing by Haas RT, but we'll get confirmation when they exit pit lane. But it's great to see that another car has been added to the field here, so we're back up to 16 cars in total here, as the number 2 will make its way shortly to pit exit here at the Yas Marina Circuit.
Yeah, so Zolila Larka, the South African, then is, we expect, the incoming driver. So that will all get confirmed as and when the car finally makes its way out of the pit garage and into part 2 of the race. Alan has confirmed, yep, Zolila Larka will get behind the wheel of that one. And I can also confirm to you, Alan, Mauro Engel is still here, because he's showing some guests how the steering wheel works on the AMG Mercedes from the Winwood Racing Garage at the moment.
Is he really? Right, okay, well I shall seek him down.
I think he'd actually prefer if it was connected to a steering rack that was inside of a car now, wouldn't he?
But he would rather it be in the car, yeah, than in his hands. Yeah.
Of course, if there's anyone to learn how a steering wheel works from in GT racing, Mauro Engel is the man to talk to, isn't it? But Purple Sector times coming in once again for Optimum Motorsport. Ben Barnicoat at 23.725, but for the 44 of Jada Najida, quickest through Sector 2 with a 46.889 this time round. And those two have both been released from the clutches of Al Manor by Dragon, and now are working their way back around. And of course, they'll have their fingers crossed. The teams will have their fingers crossed as well. So will their co-drivers, and just wait and hope that a safety car comes out.
So the one thing we haven't really picked up on since the start of the race is that the Gaia Vilmont Racing Jada Najida car that you're talking about is going so quickly. Of course, that car now has got itself back on the lead lap of Pro-Am, because it's got through and ahead of Tsunami at the start. So it's still second in Pro-Am, but it is now ahead and on the same lap. So again, safety car comes out, they're putting themselves in a good position. Zolly Larka then, the car has been pushed into the pit lane, it's up on the air jacks, they're just putting the fuel in, and then once the fueling is done, it'll already have a brand new set of Pirelli slick tyres on it, or a carryover set from the first part of the race. You can see that the earthing strap is there as well, and once the refuelling is done, earthing strap gets disconnected, fuel rig disconnected, the lollipop will get raised up and the car will get fired into life. So fueling done, start the engine. There we go. And the Audi stutters a bit, but pulls away.
A 152.649 last time round for the number 44. Now on the outside there is the 13 car. That is the Capital RT by Moto Park. Denis Remenyenko behind the wheel of that car. Now that's not a change for position because that 13 is 4th overall. That car next to them was the Razzoon More Than Racing, and unfortunately they were bumped down by 3 laps. Because they did not do the required amount of pit stops when it came the end of the session earlier today. Now Inter Africa Racing by Haas RT have made it back onto the track, and that moves the Defined by Dragon down a position into 16th overall.
Yep, so they're now back down into last position again, which they were in for a good period of time, weren't they, after their problems very early on in the race at the wheel of number 88 Ferrari. But I say they after they got the power steering sorted on the car, they finally got back into the race 13 laps down and finished part 1 of the race, the best part of 7.5 hours later, only 14 laps down, so they didn't lose much more time once they'd got the thing sorted. So good work by the team, and as you alluded to, it took them half the amount of time they thought to try and fix the problem. So Chris Froggatt, the number 77 Ferrari, leads the way from Renit Salikov at the wheel of number 81 Mercedes in 2nd place. 3rd is number 13 Capital RT Motor Park, and that being Denis Remenyenko. 4th is Grove Racing by Get Speed, Jules Gounon, and 5th is number 69 Ben Barnicoat. All of those cars now are on the lead lap at this stage.
And it's a 4-second gap up front. And also, if we look at the lap times that Oscar Lee is putting in that number 88, he is 9 seconds quicker compared to the number 27, which is the next car in sight for them, because the Inter Africa Racing by Haas RT has now gone out. So actually, we'll have to see where they settle in once they come across the timing beacon the next time round. But at this pace here, they certainly will be catching up in terms of laps, and they may not be the ones to finish at the tail end of the field.
So we'll wait and see if they can catch a few laps up. We'll wait and see what they might be able to do. So Chris Froggatt's pace, let's have a look at that. The overall race leader's doing 153s at the moment. The cars that got themselves back on the lead laps are doing 152, so they're still lapping quicker than the race leader. Renit Salikov is exactly 4 seconds behind Chris Froggatt now in this race, so he makes his way underneath the W Hotel for the 132nd time. And as he then flicks his way up towards turn number 14, you could just briefly see in the background the teal and black number 81 Mercedes in the hands of Renit Salikov, who is a former winner here in the Gulf 12 Hours. He won when Attempto Racing secured victory in the Audi, which was the first Audi win we'd ever had in the Gulf 12 Hours back in 2019. So over the start-finish line, he turns his way through the left-hander at turn number 1 and starts to go from there. So through turn number 1, 2, and then 3, and then once you get to the top of 3, you start to head downhill slightly through turn number 4 into the heavy braking area at turn 5, and this is a critical corner. Get a good launch coming out of this corner, because if you can carry good momentum out of that corner, you'll carry it all the way down the big long straight up towards a heavy braking area for turn number 6 and turn number 7. Tsunami at the wheel in their Porsche, the number 79 car, Johannes Zelgert, still leads Pro-Am at the moment, the largely black and multicoloured machine. It still has the advantage in Pro-Am by almost a full lap at this stage. Where is Jaden Ajida relative to it? So the number 79 Tsunami car is heading at the moment through the middle sector somewhere, and Jaden Ajida, with the hard work he's done to get himself back on the lead lap in Pro-Am in reality, is just heading round through turn number 9. So it's about a third of a lap actually that Jaden Ajida has gained over that Porsche in the second part of this race. So the lead squabble for Pro-Am is 6th and 7th at the moment, both on the lead lap, and completing the Pro-Am podium is a car that is now still 2 laps off the lead, which is the number 17 Enrico Fulgenzi, Andrea Girondi driven number 17 Porsche. The sole representative in AM is running in 9th place, which is the Garage 59 McLaren in the hands of Alexander West. So last time through, Renit Salikov set his best individual lap of the race in part 2, but he was still a 1/10 of a second slower than the race leader. So 233 laps completed by Chris Froggatt, 233 now completed by Renat Salikov, who that time through is another 0.2 of a second slower than the race leading number 77 Ferrari. So the lead advantage is coming out from first to second place. Denis Remenyenko is lapping. The last lap from him was a poor lap in third place, actually. It was a 1:57.8, so he gave 4 seconds away to the cars around him. He's back on it a bit more this time through, but he's still done a 1:55.9, so he's still 2 seconds shy of the times that the front 2 cars are doing, the lead Ferrari and the second place number 81 Mercedes. Ben Barnicoat flashing his lights. He's got an overtake to do, nipping up the inside of the Pellin Racing Ferrari in the hands of the American driver Lisa Clark, who is well used to racing Ferraris in the North American Championship. She's very slow through turn number 7 now, and almost got in the way of Jaden Ajida, who didn't give up too much time whilst trying to squeeze his way through that little bit of traffic. And Jaden Ajida at the wheel of the number 44 car, which I say is now on, in reality, the same lap as the car that is leading Pro-Am, Johannes Selger. Now, what is the relative pace between them? Johannes Selger last time through, 1:57.8. Jaden Ajida, 1:53.1, so 4.7 seconds slower is the race leading car in GT3 Pro-Am that sits 6th overall in the race at this stage. Jaden has been doing sterling work in that car, pushing it so hard. So he's a former winner of the Bathurst 6-hour race back in both 2023 and in 2024. Former champion in the Australian Formula 4 Championship. He's raced in the Repco Supercars, in Aussie Supercars in the past, in the Toyota GR category. You'll have seen him in GT World Challenge Asia, Asian Le Mans Series, so he's got huge amounts of experience. He is a gold-graded driver by the FIA, one of a couple of gold-graded drivers that are in that car, because Brendan Leach is also of a similar driver categorisation, so you'd expect him to be pushing hard, and he is leaving nothing on the table to try and see whether he can bring the battle to Tsunami. Not necessarily in his stint, but later on. We'll wait and see. Confirmation has just reached us that car number 14 has got a 188-second stop and hold penalty for minimum driving time infringement. So that is, I'm afraid, another sort of nail in the coffin, really, for Resoon More Than Racing in the hands of Niels Kulin at the moment. A car that was going so well and got itself onto the Pro-Am podium in part 1 of the race until it was deemed that one of its pit stops was too late. And when we're talking about that, that is because we've got these imposed pit stops in part 1 and in part 2 that all need doing, and they all need completing before the final 45 minutes of each section of the race. So in part 2, they have 3 imposed pit stops that they must complete. That imposed pit stop, which includes the refuelling of the car, must be a minimum from pit in to pit out of 100 seconds. If we're behind a safety car or a full course yellow, you can still pit, and if you want to tick it off as an imposed pit stop, it then has to be a minimum of a 300-second pit stop, so a 5-minute pit stop. So it's really not worth doing under full course yellow or safety car. But you have to have, in part 2, all 3 of those imposed pit stops done before the final 45 minutes of the race. If you're late with that final imposed pit stop, it's a 3-lap penalty. And that was what befell the number 14 in part 1 of the race when they had 6 pit stops to get through before the final 45 minutes. Moving neatly out of the way there, that was Patrick Charlet at the wheel of the TFT number 28 Mercedes, letting Renat Salikov squeeze his way through rather effortlessly. Renat Salikov at the moment was on the last lap a 1/10 of a second quicker than the race leading Ferrari of Chris Froggatt, so the lead advantage is now 4 seconds. Again, it was exactly 4 seconds a few laps ago. It climbed up a bit. It's now down to 4.036, so it's a whisker away. In third place, Denis Remenyenko is now 27 seconds, nearly 27.5 seconds adrift in third position. And then we have to wait for Jules Gounon to come over the start-finish line before we know what the relative gap is back to him. And that's going to be the best part of maybe a minute away yet, because he's just flicking his way through turn 8 and heading down towards turn number 9 at this stage. So it's Ferrari, Mercedes, Mercedes, Mercedes. The lead McLaren is in 5th place. The lead Porsche is in 6th place. And the lead Audi at the moment, which is in the hands of Peter Gielinks,
is in 11th position, car number 21, the Haas RT machine. 235 laps chalked into the book for Chris Froggatt, our race leader. He's just turning his way out of turn 9 at the moment. The gap between first and second has bounced around a little bit over the last few laps. It increased, decreased, and has now increased again. So last time through, Renat Salikov was the quicker of the two. It was only a tenth of a second, really. In fact, only a few thousandths of a second, maybe 50 thousandths of a second between their relative lap times. What's it going to look like this time? Because they're in the third sector at this stage. The number 77 Ferrari should be heading over the start-finish line any second now. So race leader goes through. That was a 1 minute 53.9 from Chris Froggatt. It's a 1 minute 54.1 from Renat Salikov. So having been quicker on the previous lap, the lead advantage goes back out again because he's slower on that lap. So it is sort of yo-yoing a little bit at the moment, and if anybody's gaining, it's only gaining, we're talking thousandths or tenths of a second, so it's sort of chipping away in one direction and then falling away in the other. Quickest cars out there on track at the moment, still Jules Gounon and Ben Barnicoat, the two cars that started part 2 off the lead lap and have managed to put themselves back on the lead lap with the overtakes that they did in the early stages of this one. They're down in the 1 minute 53.1s at this stage, which is about a second shy of the fastest lap time that we saw in the first part of the race. So amazingly, we're already nearly half an hour through part 2, the 4-hour aspect. We've got the podium presentations to come up, of course. At the end of this one, there'll be an overall podium. There'll be a podium for the GT3 Pro-Am category, and there'll be a podium for the Am category as well. So it's well worth hanging around to see the podium celebrations. We will, also, without question, get some reaction from down there in the pit lane. I think it'll be Chris that'll be heading down, probably into the pit lane for the final hour, whilst Alan prepares for the podium. And Chris, therefore, will be tasked with, when the cars come in at the end of it, before the drivers head to the podium, to gauge some reaction for them for what is, as we always say, an absolutely unique event. So 3.5 hours to go in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours.
So on a quick lap here, Garage 59's 1:56.094 last time round, 15.5 seconds drift from Andrea Girondi is Alexander West for the Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche. Just in front at the moment, that's the battle for track position, not necessarily in class, because Andrea Girondi is third overall in GT3 Pro-Am. Into the pit lane comes the Inter Africa Racing by Haas RT. That has a new transmission that's been firmly attached to that car. So into the pit lane, looks like they have a penalty to serve here, as the car will not be touched. Now they get the go-ahead to put the fuel in. They will refuel the car there for Zoli Lidlaka, who of course won the first 2 opening rounds here of the Gulf Pro car. Now that's not a good sign there for the Haas RT team, because it's up on the jacks and the dollies have gone underneath, and that means that car will be pushed back into the garage for another trip in there, and hopefully the team can figure out exactly what's wrong with it to get the team back out there. This, of course, is slightly good news for Defined by Dragon, because they're only a lap down behind this car now, and Oscar Lee, who did that mammoth stint in the first half of the race, sits just behind them, as we said, a lap down. 2:03.177 for the TFT Racing, number 28 in 4th overall in GT Pro-Am. But at the sharp end of the field, the battle between them is 4.7 seconds between this man right here, Al Manar Racing's Chris Froggatt, with Renat Salikov, in second position. And then it's 31.7 seconds back to the Capital RT by Monopark, Denis Romienko, who sits there in third. Then it's the Grove Racing by Get Speed, who just sits 7/10 of a second up the road from Ben Barnicoat, is Jules Gounon, and that is the battle for 5th overall in GTT Pro. Now, those 2 cars got through, and the race leader in the early stages of the second part of the race here, and now are trying to work their way around the Yas Marina Circuit to see if they can latch on to the back of the leading pack here, because now they are officially on the lead lap of the race, with Chris Froggatt coming across the line. Let's see what the gap is between him and this car right now. It's 5 seconds now separating these two. The Ferrari from the Mercedes AMG, 1:53.470, but 0.3 of a second slower was the Winward Racing number 81 car here. So let's go down to the pit lane, because Alan Hyde has an update.
Really only to say that what the team are doing is to tape up the bodywork at the rear of the car. So all of that action underneath the skin of the car. I reckon there's still a little vibration that I think Axel Jeffries mentioned earlier on, didn't he, when we chatted to him in the first part of the race. But they've got this double width gaffer tape that they are strapping to the sides of the bodywork at the rear. And there is also a conversation happening with the engineers and a representative of Audi as well. So things are not absolutely totally as they should be with the number 2 car, I'm afraid.
Well, thank you there for Alan Hyde for the update there. As you can see, the racing tape being attached to the right rear of the vehicle there. Unfortunately, that Haas RT car back in the pit lane once again, and it's still flashing up on a screen. That car 14 has that 188-second stop and hold penalty for minimum driving time infringement here at the Yas Marina Circuit for what is the 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours. This is the final 3.5 hours of this race here. Now, I wonder if it's flashing to signify to the team, you need to bring the car in immediately because you need to come and serve that penalty. And that, unfortunately, is going to drop the Resume More Than Racing of Niels Koolen right down the order as well in GT3 Pro-Am. This will work in the favour, of course, of Lisa Clark, who is showing a couple of laps down. Well, they're actually 6 laps down. Will they get 6 laps on them while they're in the pit lane? We'll have to wait and find out. I don't think so. That is not enough time on the clock. Now, a 2:04.154 for Lisa Clark last time round, who sits 8th overall in GT3 Pro-Am. The only car behind her is Oscar Lee in the 88 at the moment, who now is on the same lap as that number 2 that we saw in the pit lane, having some race tape applied to the back bumper of the car. But now we see a great battle here with the 21. That is the Haas RT. That is the sister car that is currently still circulating. Now, the cars behind him at the moment are not in contention for the position on track. That is not a battle for 11th. These are just cars that are trying to get through and put more cars between themselves and their closest rivals, because that second car in shot in between the two is the leader in GT3 Pro-Am, the Tsunami RT car, and then behind them, that should be the Garage 59 of Alexander West, the McLaren, the leader in GT3 Am, the sole remaining car in that category as well, because unfortunately we lost the MP Racing number 58 earlier on in the first 8 hours, and while the repair work was underway, unfortunately the damage was too substantial not to get that car going again, as Alexander West looks on the inside of Tsunami RT through turn 5 of the North Grandstand. And is that position gain? Yes, it is, because on the right hand side there is no paint splat Tsunami RT car on the right hand side, but looking to take that position back is the driver there at the moment. Now, is that for a position on track? No, it isn't, because the Alexander West Garage 59 is ahead of actually both of these cars at the moment, so just trying to put more cars between himself and, of course, the cars that are behind him at the moment. Now, into the pit lane has come the Resume More Than Racing, and unfortunately that's going to be the longest pit stop of anybody here this weekend so far, and it's going to feel like an absolute eternity. It's not a pit stop. It does not count to their mandatory 3 pit stops that they have to do before the end of these 4 hours. No, they just sat stationary because of that penalty. 188 seconds for them there for minimum driving time infringement. Now, back now with our race leader, under pressure from the Car Collection Motorsport car there. Sight off behind the wheel in that number 3. 12th overall is that car, so a little bit further back from Chris Frogger, but it's just trying to get a lap back as well to try and get in contention with the GT3 Pro-Am drivers in front, because they're on the same lap as the Haas RT car that's locked in a battle a little bit further up the road at the moment. Those 3 cars actually come across the line for 9th, 10th and 11th respectively, so maybe there is a battle brewing here for position on track, as that's just gone past us in our commentary position here. Now then, the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT, as Ollie Littler has gone back out, but now is shown as 2 laps behind the Defined by Dragon of Oscar Lee in the 28, a 2:03.341 last time across the line for Lisa Clark, and also a 1:55.262 for Denis Remenienko in the number 13 car third overall, as the TFT Racing car now in the mix of this battle. So now it becomes a four-way scrap there for position. And actually a few of those cars are in close proximity, because Garage 59, TFT Racing and Haas RT are all together. The only cork in the bottle there is the Tsunami RT car that sits sixth overall. And as we said, this feels like an absolute eternity here for Resoon More Than Racing, as the cars just fly by them on the track. But good news, the car is refiring and they'll get going in a few moments' time, as Haas RT still in control now of this four-way battle. And Alan Hyde confirms that the car has exited pit lane, is on the fast lane, and now at pit exit underneath the track it goes, and it will reappear at turn number 2 here. So more quick laps coming in as well. A 1:55.262 last time round for Capital RT by Moto Park. They've gone quick again through sector 2, but this time round a 1:55.306, currently 37.5 seconds back from Capital RT, from Winwood Racing, excuse me. But it looks like the Winwood Racing car is now catching the race leader. Are the cars that are behind Chris Frogger now starting to slow him down, allowing Winwood Racing's Renat Salikov to close that gap up? And also, Haas RT have moved up a position as well, moving past TFT Racing. That puts them 10th overall, and that means that car has been bumped down to 11th place here at the Yas Marina Circuit.
Yep, so that's Petter Gillinks that has gone through ahead of Patrick Charlet. And I think trying to get past both of them is Alexander West at the moment. I think the Garage 59 McLaren is sort of bottled up behind them, and the request has been made by Andrew Kokodi, the team manager for that particular car from Optimum Motorsport, that can we have some blue flags please, because we are a lap ahead and we want to try and weave our way through if possible. So are we going to see Alexander West able to pick off this Audi heading down towards turn number 9? He's too far away actually, going in towards 6 and 7, but a good exit coming out of 6 and 7 will offer up a possibility down into turn number 9, so he's not going to get the job done there. The Audi flicks left, it flicks right, and the McLaren does the same, tries to get a tow and sits right behind the car to see what they might be able to do. Teams limbering up in the pit lane by the look of things, so Winwood Racing just going through the motions, just making sure that they are loosened up, ready to deal with a pit stop as and when it takes place. Remember, they've got 3 imposed pit stops they need to do in this 4 hours, and well, in reality it's a 4-hour part 2, but you've got 3 imposed pit stops to do in 3 hours and 15 minutes.
And if for those of you who are looking at live timing, and you may see the number of pit stops already, you can see 1 by Niels Coulin and 1 by Zolly Ledlaka. Those do not count as their imposed pit stops. They still have to come in at least 3 more times to do those. And of course, they'll have a deadline like they did in the first part as well, where they have to do it by a certain time. And if they don't, well, unfortunately, as we saw with Resoon More Than Racing, as into the pit lane comes Alexander West. Now, is this a bit too early, do you think, here?
I think it's because they were caught up behind a car that just wasn't getting out the way, and they're a couple of laps ahead of it. So I think Andrew Kokodi made the request to race control to get some blue flags if they could, and I think they've decided, look, if we're getting held up, let's bring the car in, let's roll the dice a little bit. That's going to be the end of the stint for Alex West by the look of things, because he's just about to clamber out of the car, and we'll see as to whom the incoming driver is. It doesn't look as though it is Mark Sampson, because Mark Sampson's overalls are blue. Those are white overalls. So the number 8 car is about to be, sorry, the number 50, yeah, the number 8 car is about to receive, is it Marco Pulcini, I would have thought?
Quite possibly, as we might see James Vowles possibly do the end of
James Vowles.
It is James Vowles, actually, who will hop into the car, of course, team boss at the Formula One, the Williams Formula One team, staying over from last week, and a fantastic season for them as well, with the recent signing of Carlos Sainz through to the next year as well. 2 podiums. Yeah. It's been a long time since they've had at least 2 podiums in a season as well. And of course, James back behind the wheel as well, because many don't know that he has raced in the past. He has raced in GT3. Okay, it's been 2 years since we last saw him behind the wheel of a car, but he's back again here at the Gulf 12 Hour.
He's a busy man, isn't he? So he doesn't get much time to race. I'm sure if he had a bit more time, he would do so. But Formula One, as he said, is absolutely his passion. It is his life, and therefore, with all of the length of a Formula One season now and all of the travelling involved, where do you find a free weekend to race? He stalled the car, though, just as he fired it up and tried to get going. He refires up the McLaren, trundles his way down pit lane. So good stint from Alex West, just unfortunately he was held up behind that Audi and just couldn't pick his way through.
And now James Vowles will make his way down to pit exit, where most of his drivers will know this part of the track very well. But James Vowles racing around here for the first time here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Put some great lap times in during qualifying yesterday and in the first part of the race. But now this is the first time that we're seeing him here in the second portion of the Gulf 12 Hours. And I don't know if you had a chance to go on the public pit walk during the break there. There was a number of drivers scattered all over the place, just signing autographs here and there. But there was one garage that had quite a long queue. And can you guess where that queue was?
It was for James.
It was 100% for James Vowles there. It was so big, actually, it kind of formed an L shape and went all the way back to the actual entrance of where the public were allowed in.
Denis Romanenko has brought the third place number 13 Mercedes into the pit lane, so that's capital RT by Motor Park car. He's going to hop out of it. There's a driver change taking place for that number 13 car. So is it going to be Michaela Lashin or Adam Christodoulou that jump in? That is Michaela Lashin by the look of things. So it is going to be the former World Series by Renault champion who is going to hop on board. It comes down off the air jacks. The engine fires up. Car doesn't pull away as yet because they need to make sure they meet the minimum pit time. Now he will pull away, which means that by the time he gets to the pit lane exit loop and crosses that, they should have met the minimum pit stop time. So just confirmation, Denis Romanenko out of the car, and when he gets to pit lane exit, we should see the transponder click over, but it is still showing at the moment as being Denis Romanenko. And
that, of course, counts to their one mandatory pit stop that they have to do towards the end of this 4-hour part. Race part 2, essentially. We had the 8 hours earlier today that started nice and early here, local time at 9 a.m. And of course now we're racing under the lights here of the Yas Marina Circuit for what is the final endurance race here that takes place at the Yas Marina Circuit. We've had plenty of action throughout the year, but it's a great way to end it here with the Gulf 12 Hours. 20 cars took the green flag, some 10 hours ago almost here at the picturesque circuit, and now we have 16 on track. All of them are currently circulating as well. No one is in the pit lane as the capital RT Motor Park car has exited, and that is Jules Gounon on the inside of the 23 of the TFT racing car. Just that car moving offline to allow the GT3 Pro cars through, because this is actually a battle for fourth in class and fourth overall as well. And when they come across line, we'll see what that gap is. It was 0.7 of a second not too long ago. It is now being shown as how close are they between the two of them. It looks like it's about 1 second separating them, actually less, about 0.9 of a second between the two of them.
I think they were able to carve their way past that number 28 car very quickly because he was destined for the pit lane. So let's just have a quick look. This is Alexander West at the time, busy squabbling away with the Pro-Am class leading Tsunami car, and was able to squeeze his way through at turn number 9. However, Tsunami fight back on the exit of the corner, then almost run out of tarmac actually as they come round through that section. So that's a good little squabble that was going on. More cars destined for the pit lane. It looks as though Renat Salikov is in this time at the wheel of the second placed Winwood Racing, I should say, number 81 Mercedes. So that car also in. They're just popping some fuel in it. There is a brand new set of Pirelli tyres going on. The teams are limited to 16 sets of tyres, which have to see them through all of the 5 free practice or open practice sessions that we've had. It's got to see them through qualifying, it's got to see them through 12 hours of racing. So you might think 16 sets is a lot, but when they've got that much track time and they're driving these cars as hard as they possibly can, tyre management is still key.
And we saw in the first 8 hours as well, these Pirellis are pretty robust. We only saw 2 punctures, one due to contact, and then one possibly due to unknown circumstances. I did try to figure out exactly what happened to Andrea Girondi. Luckily for him, he had the puncture in turn 15, so he didn't have to navigate the full 5.3 kilometers like Ben Barnico had to do and nurse that car all the way around the 16 corners. But only 2 punctures so far just proves how robust these Pirellis are. Exiting pit lane is a TFT Racing. They are 5th overall in GT3 Pro-Am, and there is a driver change as well there, as Jordan Bosson is now behind the wheel of that car. And then we'll get confirmation as well for who's behind the wheel of the Winwood Racing number 81, the car that's placed 2nd overall.
Yeah, so Jordan Boisson, as you say, has taken over that car, and Win It Racing, it is Marvin Dentz now that's got behind the wheel of it. The number 13 Mercedes is still showing as Denis Remenyenko, but I can confirm, because I've picked up at it on one of the feeds that we've got back to the team managers, that it's Michaela Lashin that's actually behind the wheel of the number 13 car. So shortly, you would have thought that would change.
And it hopefully will change in a few moments' time. Now, looking at the Tsunami RT car, a 1:56.433, that is the quickest lap time for them. A personal best as well, 6th overall. The leader still in GT3 Pro Am. The closest car to them is 27.4 seconds adrift, and that is the Gaia Valamont Racing that had that issue on the starting grid, almost 45 minutes ago.
What a stint this has been from Jaden Ojeda, because you're saying, you know, for the battle of Pro-Am, first and second, there's a 27-second gap between them. But remember, Jaden Ojeda started part 2 of the race a lap down. So he not only got himself ahead of the car that leads Pro-Am, but he's now gone 1 minute and 25 seconds quicker than it after just the first, 45 minutes.
And we did see him fighting hard to get that lap back as well, getting past the race leader of the Almanar by Dragon in their Ferrari, who still lead here. They're on the same lap as Winwood Racing. We'll see what the gap is when they come across the line next time round. It was coming down towards the end as Chris Froggatt started to come under pressure from other back markers who are trying to unlap themselves as well. So we will see when they come through the next time round where the gap will be. And there is Jaden Ojeda, the Australian driver in the 44, working his way through 16 and bouncing across the curves as well, moving past the Haas RT, the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT actually there. Zoli Lakab in his Audi. Car 14 under investigation for exceeding track limits. I don't think they want to deal with another penalty at all, don't you think, Mark?
No, absolutely. Razzoon More Than Racing have had their fair share of woes in both Part 1 and so far in Part 2 in this particular race, so they will absolutely not want to have any more penalties. But if Part 1 is anything to go by, any time that something was under investigation, it was usually, not always, but usually backed up by a penalty subsequently. A couple of those penalties that were then rescinded, but not many.
But no, it's very unfortunate for them to pick up yet, and if they do another penalty, and hopefully for them, they won't pick up a penalty here. Looking at Jules Gounon, was one of the early cars to get through and past the leader to get a lap back, and now has really extended that gap between themselves and the race leader as well, trying to catch them up as well. 1.4 seconds is the gap between Jules Gounon and Ben Barnicoat.
The one dynamic that the teams will now know, but we don't know, is that, you know, Jules Gounon can't just drive as many laps as he wants in this section of the race, because you've got to look back at how much time the bronze driver has spent behind the wheel of the car. Now, in that car, because it runs in the pro class, there's only one bronze in the car, and that's Stephen Grove. Now, Stephen Grove has to have driven for a minimum of 3 hours, whether it be in Part 1 or Part 2 of the race, a combination across both of 3 hours. So if he hasn't, they're going to have to put the lower graded driver back in again to hit the minimum drive time.
And let's see what happens then, because we're 12 minutes away from 3 hours remaining, but Stephen Grove definitely has more than 3 hours behind the he definitely has more than an hour behind the wheel. We know that. But does he have that 3 hour? We don't know just yet. So this is a battle for second at the moment, because, of course, Winwood Racing have now gone a lap down to the race leader, or at least half a lap down to the race leader. But Jules Gounon and Ben Barnicoat did a fantastic job to get past Chris Froggatt and extend the gap between them to now be able to, if the safety car were to come out, to latch onto the back of that lead car. And that's what makes this so unique, because yes, they started a lap down, but now they are on the same lap. So if anything were to happen, they would be in contention for the overall top step of the podium come the end of this evening in GT3 Pro.
If my maths are correct, and the rate of close for GT3 Pro-Am, in 7 laps' time, Jaden Ojeda in the number 44 Mercedes will be very much onto the coattails of the number 79 Tsunami RT Johannes Zelger-driven Porsche. That is a gold-graded driver, Jaden Ojeda, hunting down a bronze. There's about 3 seconds a lap difference between their lap times on average. So, yep, seven and a bit laps. He could be there.
And let's see how that pans out as well, because the gap is showing as 22.2 seconds. and I can tell you Mark's maths is far better than mine. So we'll see what happens in 7 laps time, excuse me, as a Defined by Dragon team come in. Oscar Lee brings that car in, and I'm quite sure he has definitely done 3 hours of driving here so far this weekend. He almost did 3 hours alone during the first 8 hours here at the Yas Marina Circuit, and a mega stint from him as well, and how he was still able to hold his composure and have a chat with Alan Hyde after the break as well, and patiently waiting for his chance to speak as well. And you could see that it was taken out of him, but nothing short of incredible what he did there to do that long of a stint. No one else came close to that time.
Yeah, I mean, when I've seen Oscar Renjovic race in the past in the UK, it's sort of a half hour plus 1 lap race is all that he's tended to do. So it's been a real test for Oscar Renjovic. And he didn't do that much racing last year in the Ferrari Challenge UK. I think he came out for the opening round, which was at Navarra in Spain, and then he did the final round that was at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit. I think there were the only 2 rounds we saw him at last year in the 296 Challenge car, which is arguably a harder car to drive than the 296 GT3, because a Challenge car has more power and it has less aero.
Talking to Alfredo Zubera about this as well, because I'm used to seeing him behind the wheel of a Porsche, a BMW or a Mercedes. He actually said of the cars he's driven, this is actually the easiest car.
It will be.
And we heard the same thing from Ben Tuck as well at the end of the 8 hours. So the Defined by Dragon Ferrari 296 GT3 has been released from its pit box onto the fast lane and now down into pit exit. Now, who do we have here in battle? Well, on the left-hand side of your pictures is the number 3 Car Collection Motorsport car, and on the right-hand side, the 14, that was the Razoon More Than Racing. Now, that is not for position on track, although that is Niels Coughlan trying to get a lap back on that Car Collection Motorsport, because that's the car that's currently placed 5th overall in GT3 Pro-Am. Razoon are currently in 7th in that category.
Yeah, just having a quick look. I think Jules Gounon might be on another quick lap this time through. He's done an absolute best through the first sector. He wasn't exactly slow through the second sector, maybe given up a couple of tenths from the ideal that he could do. He will be the next car, I think, to come over the start-finish line, the number 4 Mercedes. So he comes through now and pops in a 152.9, so he's back in the 52s again. So that was a good lap from him at that stage. He is second in the race at this stage. Chris Froggatt and the Ferrari still lead the way from Jules Gounon second. Third is number 69, which is Ben Barnicoat at the wheel of the McLaren, and the number 81 Mercedes, which thunders its way over the start-finish line now in the hands of Marvin Dienst. Completes the top 4 at this stage, and he is able to also dive his way through and past a little bit of traffic, which is Jordan Boisson's Mercedes on the run through turn number 1. In 5th place, it's number 13, which is Michaela Laschen, capital RT by Motorpark. All those cars in the top 5 are running in GT3 Pro, which means completing the top 6 is the leader of GT3 Pro-Am, car number 79, Tsunami RT, Johannes Selger. Last time we picked up on it, it was a 22-second gap between himself and the charging Jaden Adida. I said he'd be there in 7 laps. Well, already 22 seconds has diminished down to less than 16, 15.7.
And I was looking at the gap between Almana by Dragon and Grove Racing by Get Speed. It's 1 minute 35 seconds. So that means in an hour, Jules Gounon has somehow managed to claw back 20 seconds on the race leader. Now, if he does that every hour, unfortunately, I don't think he would have enough time on the clock to catch up. So he would need a safety car or a very unique strategy, which of course the team will have, because during the break they would have tested each and every one of their theories to see which one would be the best strategy here to get that car in contention for the top step of the podium. But clawing out 20 plus seconds over the course of an hour is no easy feat.
Yeah, I think the difficulty will be is that if Stephen Grove has to get back into that car. Stephen's not a slow driver. He is a very, very good driver. He can drive these cars far better than I ever could, so it's not a criticism, but by very nature he's bound to be slower, and therefore if he hasn't hit minimum drive time already, which has to be, as I say, 3 hours across the whole 12 of the Gulf 12 hours, putting him back in the car, you can climb it up through the order, but it's inevitably going to drop back away again when it's in his hands.
Race leader is into the pit lane. The 77 is in of Chris Froggatt, but now who will it be that gets behind the wheel? Because remember, they have 3 pit stops to do, so 2 driver changes.
Al-Faisal Al-Zabir.
Okay, thank you, Alan, there for the update. So the Omani driver will get behind the wheel, so that only means that Ben Tuck will presumably do the final stint, unless they do decide to swap drivers towards the end of the session. But the fueling rig is in place. The Al-Manar Racing car now into position from the race lead. 1 minute and 35 seconds up the road from their closest rival, the Grove Racing by Get Speed. Now, this presumably would give the race lead to Jules Gounon, and that means, Mark, we will have our 18th different lead change here. So that means 18 lead changes so far.
I thought we had 18 in part 1 in the end, as it was. Did we have a late one?
I think we ended at 17.
Did we?
I think so. Because the thing is, the timing screen updated, so unfortunately, all our data from the past 8 hours has all vanished into thin air.
It will be a PDF file that you can download. Stats. It's called Stats.
See, you're good at the mentality and you're good at the maths as well.
Yeah, so if you log onto the Get Results website and click on the results file, you'll find one that's Stats for part 1. That will give you the lead changes.
So there is Chris Frogger getting out. Oman's very own Al-Faisal Al-Zubair now getting behind the wheel of that 77. The race leading car as well. So will that mean that Grove Racing by Get Speed take that position away? Yes, they do. They will now go into the lead of the race here, and Ben Barnicoat will now go into second, dropping now Al-Manar by Dragon. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair now down to third position overall, just ahead of Winwood Racing, but it's going to be close there between Al-Faisal and Marvin Dienst, the German driver behind the wheel now of the 81. Car number 2 under investigation now for exceeding track limits here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Well, now I can tell you we've actually had 3 leaders in this session, because you're right, Mark, we had 18. Now we have 3, so that brings up a total to 21 lead changes here at the Yas Marina Circuit for the Golf 12 Hours. Now, I'm actually intrigued in how it could say that Grove Racing by Get Speed Jules Gounon was the race leader when we restarted this, because that's not possible, because that would have meant that he wouldn't be a lap down, but he was a lap down. So do you think we're on 19 lead changes or 21? I think we're on 19 lead changes, because it shows here that Capital RT by Motorpark and Grove Racing by Get Speed have all gone into the lead of the race, but one of those cars was a lap down. Capital RT was on the same lap when we started as the front row of the grid, but that Grove Racing by Get Speed was not officially the race leader at the beginning when we restarted this, because they would have been a lap down. Anyway, we'll sort that out later on, because now we have to focus on when Jules Gounon and Ben Barnicoat will come in. Yeah,
well, Jules Gounon, if he wasn't at some point the race leader, he's about to do so, because of course Al-Faisal Al-Zubair is on an outlap at the moment, so Jules Gounon will come through into the pit lane. I think I saw Dive there, Tsunami, so that will be, yes, they are in. So the GT3 Pro-Am leading car is in to serve its first enforced pit stop in this second section of the race, and that will hand the lead of GT3 Pro-Am to Gaia Velmont Racing and Jaden Ajida, who has absolutely done everything. He was almost there anyway, because that 22-second gap that I was talking about, it was down to 2.8 seconds by the time the Porsche came into the pit lane.
Now, of course, for Jules Gounon fans and for Optima Motorsport fans, Ben Barnicoat, what you want now is a safety car, because essentially they would get a free pit stop. However, that's not how it works in the Golf 12 Hours, because if they do a pit stop during that time frame, they actually have to sit in the pit lane for additional time. It's 300 seconds, and that is, what, 120 seconds extra compared to the normal pit stop they'd have to do.
200.
200 seconds, so even longer they'd have to sit stationary for. So now, do they really want a safety car? Not quite yet.
Not now.
They would want it after they've done their pit stop to come into effect. So that means they'll latch on to the back of the Al-Manar by Dragon with now Al-Faisal Al-Zubair. So it is Jules Gounon who leads by now 1.1 seconds over Ben Barnicoat. So for what once was the battle for second is now the battle for the top step of the podium.
So that's what's going on in GT3 Pro at this stage. Jules Gounon still trying to work his way through and past a little bit of traffic. That's Peter Jelinks that he is able to squeeze his way through, and he did that just on the approach in towards turn number 12. Ben Barnicoat will have to probably wait until after turn 14, which is after they've come underneath the W Hotel, and then Can he do it at 15? If not, he'll certainly try and do it on the brakes at 16. Now, he's not going to try anything at the fast kink at turn number 15, but he'll want to get up the inside into the heavy braking area at turn number 16. Can he squeeze the McLaren through and ahead? Let's just have a quick look. No, I think he's dived for the pit lane.
And that bollard at turn 16 is seen quite a lot. You can see it's bent out of shape, and it was just attacked there by Jules Gounon. But there into the pit lane comes the Haas RT number 21, and tucked in behind, wanting him to go as quick as possible, was Ben Barnicoat, who dives into the pit lane from second overall. So now he'll go back down the order, will still stay on the lead lap, but behind the Almana by Dragon Racing car there, the Ferrari 296 GT. Now, is there a driver ready to go? It looks like
Aaron
yes,
Tillett.
it is. And Alan Hyde has just confirmed that Aaron Tillett will be the one to get behind the wheel of the number 69.
Well, Alan spoke to Ben after he hopped out the car earlier on, and he said that because he hadn't been in for long and had a bit of running under full course caution, he was not really that sweaty. That stint, Alan, it was flat out all the way. He might be a bit more jaded, I would have thought.
I don't reckon he will, you know. He's a cool and calm and collected character today, and we'll see if we get a chance. Also, I'm standing by to have a chat to Chris Froggatt. He got out of the car, went to the back of the garage and was really quite drained and needed some water and a sit down, and he promised me as soon as he's recovered he'll come and have a chat to us. I think that's imminent.
The problem is drivers like Ben Barnicoat make me feel very, very old, Alan, because
I know.
Like you, I remember him when he was in karting and winning championships and then winning Formula Renault, and as part of the Racing Steps Foundation, wasn't he?
I'll tell you what, he was pretty good in karting, wasn't he? He's been pretty good throughout his career. And Chris Froggatt has made it to the front of the garage. So, Chris, thank you so much for joining us. I can see just how hot you are. My goodness, I hope you've drunk enough water today.
Yeah, but it is hot in the car today.
Really hot. That was a good stint, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was okay. Renat did a great job of kind of pushing me along the road, so kept me on my toes, but I think it was okay.
Everyone's very pleased with you when you got out of the car and you go into the garage. That's a nice feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a real team spirit here. Everyone's just very supportive, so I'm sure
It's evident.
Yeah. It's a great environment to be racing in.
Right, okay. What are your thoughts for the rest of this race? You know, there's still 3 hours to go.
Yeah, very hard to tell. You've got an entire endurance race distance left, so I have absolutely no idea, but we'll do our best and keep pushing and see where we end up.
Thank you for talking to us, Chris. Now, I want you to go and cool down, if you would. Stand in front of a big fan is my suggestion. Maybe put the leaf blowers that go into the front of the cars to good use and cool down, because Chris is absolutely dripping. Goodness me.
Well, based on that round of applause he got when he got out of the car,
That's
Alan,
lovely.
There's plenty of big fans in the garage for him.
Oh, that's good.
Thank you. So, yeah, Chris Froggatt out of the car. Jayden Ajida's come into the pit lane as well at the wheel of the Gaia Valmont Racing Mercedes. He had briefly taken up the lead of GT3 Pro-Am, only to have to subsequently come into the pits a few laps later. So where GT3 Pro-Am is going to be once we've cycled through the pit stops, Davide Scanicchio has taken over the Tsunami car. Jayden Ajida is about to give way to another driver in that. That's going to mean that the Mercedes and the Porsche are going to be pretty much close together for Pro-Am lead.
It's going to be very tight there, and I was speaking to the Renko Fulgenzi racing team there. The GT3 Am battle here, the Pro-Am battle, excuse me, is mighty competitive, as into the pit lane will come the race leader. Jules Gounon in the Grove Racing by Get Speed will now make his way as he trundles down the fast lane here into his pit box, and no doubt there will be a driver change here for the number 4 race leader here in the second part of the Gulf 12 Hours. And out of the car will come Jules Gounon. Moves the steering wheel up to make it a bit easier to get out of the car. Takes his water bottle with him as well, because you don't want that rattling around the interior at any point, even if it's in the door handle placed. And that is Brendan, isn't it? Yes.
Brenton, yeah.
Brenton, excuse me. Brenton Grove will be next behind the wheel of now the race leading car here. 15.1 seconds up the road from Almana by Dragon, so they won't come out as the race leaders, but they'll still be in third.
Talk us through the pit stop, Al.
Jules Gounon has run over to the car, accompanying Brenton, and is just strapping him in. It's incredible how athletic a pit stop is. It's really quite amazing to watch. Now, they lift these huge rims with the Pirelli tyres, seemingly effortlessly. They take them away from the car and put the new wheels on. Very, very impressive that. And you know what? They limber up for this before they have the pit stop. And when it goes according to plan, and I think this one has, they are high-fiving and celebrating when it finishes, that's for sure. So we're still waiting for the number 4 car to fire up. It fires up now, and off you go. So Brenton Grover at the wheel of the car, down pit lane, and Jules Gounon has made his way into the garage to get his helmet off, which incidentally, I don't know if he normally has this cartoon. I'm not sure what animal it is, but it's a cartoon of an animal on the side of the helmet. It's very good.
Also, you can see the battle scars there on the Grove Racing by Get Speed. If you actually look very closely at the left front headlight, it's actually cracked. How they've picked up that damage, it must be something very small, because that's one of a few cars that really hasn't got involved in any incidents and being on they've been on the receiving end of it mostly.
On the receiving end of something could potentially be, because there's a question mark hanging over it, the race-leading Ferrari. Under investigation is the number 77 car at the moment for pit lane speed. That is being looked into by race control, and that is not at all what Almanar by Dragon and Al Faisal Al Zubair, the driver behind the wheel, want at the moment.
Absolutely not. And it was something that I was speaking to him as well, because during one of their pit stops, it got quite busy. There was the Inception Racing Ferrari in front. There was another car behind them as well. So getting out of the pit box was quite tough, but he really lit up the rims there at the back, and it looked almost as if he was going to lose the rear end of the car. So maybe just a little bit too hot there, especially there with the 77 and what is the Winward Racing car, the 81. That's actually the battle for the lead. It was a 10th of a second at the line, and it was a lot closer when they came through turn 6, and that could have gone horribly wrong through that corner as well as into the door when the 81. Luckily, nothing has been damaged on the car, but let's have a look at that one more time, because this is heavy into the braking zone at turn 6, and you see very, very late on the brakes, that car is wiggling all over the place, and just ever so slight contact between the 77 and 81, and that could have gone completely wrong.
It could, and then there's a small mistake heading round through turn number 12 for Al Faisal Al Zubair. The one good thing is there's a back marker, which is the Pro-Am class leading Porsche, as was for Tsunami Racing in the hands of Davide Sconicio at this stage. Now, that was wheel-to-wheel contact, which is not ideal, because what it can do is it can rip out the air valve on the tyre, wheel-to-wheel contact, and if that happens, then yeah, no damage to the tyre, but it's going to go down. So I think, fingers crossed, they've both got away with that, but that was Marvin Dienst being squeezed a little bit, and rightly so by Al Faisal Al Zubair, because of course he wants to hang on to the lead of the race.
And across the line that time round, 7/10 of a second between our top two, Almanar by Dragon and Winward Racing. Then it's a little bit further back to the Capital RT by Motorsport. It looks to be about 20-ish seconds, but we'll get confirmation when they come across the line this time round. Now, the two leaders have got through this pack of cars for the time being and have escaped up the road and want to be kind of left alone now just to battle it out with one another. But they've got a back marker again in front of them. That is the number 2, the Inter Africa Racing by Haas RT. And that gap is coming right down once again, but not close enough. Was Marvin Dienst there to make a move on the inside of Al Faisal Al Zubair.
I think that might be possibly the 21, because it's got a bright yellow front end to it, so I think it's the 21, is it, that they're closing in on?
You are absolutely correct, because they're the ones that have the ARM logo on the front bonnet as well of the car.
Yeah, it's a slight different sponsorships, but also one's got Dayglow yellow on the front, the other one's got orange, and other than that, they're not the easiest things to tell apart, particularly when the headlamps are pointing towards you and all you get is the light reflecting out of the camera lenses from what we can see. So fingers crossed this car will get out of the way. It is Simon Balsian who is behind the wheel of it. Of course, he wants to crack on because he's 4th in Pro-Am at the moment, and if he can keep pounding round and maybe get a lap back, he could potentially then get himself onto the Pro-Am podium at the end of the 2 hours and 50 minutes minutes that remain at this stage. So up towards the conclusion of the lap. Nose to tail for the lead of the race. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair coming under big pressure from Marvin Dienst while they both sit behind this Audi that they're trying to place a lap upon. And is Marvin Dienst going to try anything at turn number 1? No, thinks better of it. Moves all the way over to the right-hand side of the circuit to get the normal racing line through turn number 1. There's a flash of the lights from Al-Faisal Al-Zubair at the wheel of the race-leading Ferrari, desperate to try and attract the attention of Simon Balsian, who lies ahead of him. And is this the opportunity in towards the braking area at turn number 5? Al-Faisal Al-Zubair decisively dives up the inside of the Audi. The door is open, and therefore, with no delay, Marvin Dienst make his way through. Now the key is good exit coming out of this corner, get in the toe of the Ferrari, and see whether Chris, in the heavy braking area for turn 6, he can sneak through into the lead of the race in the Merc.
And this could be a very interesting turn 6 as well, as we're now down the back straightaway. There's a Haas RT car there biding his time, just waiting to see what happens in front. And again, around the outside, we'll have the inside line through turn 7 with Marvin Dienst, but is not close enough, or is he? Slight tap there to the end just to tell Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, hurry up, I want to come through.
Yeah, that was Al-Faisal Al-Zubair parking the car on the apex of the corner and purposely getting slower off it to mean that the car behind him, Marvin Dienst, had to get back off the throttle for a split second, and that just allows him that little bit of breathing space as they head down in towards turn number 9. Marvin Dienst take a tighter line through turn number 9. The Ferrari washes out wide, but then comes back, so it still hangs on to the lead of the race at this stage as they go through the fast kinks at turn 10, then turn 11, then in towards the braking area at turn number 12. So easy to outbrake yourself at that part of the circuit, and then into the technical section, round through turn number 13, underneath the W Hotel, turn number 14, as they work their way right the way up towards the barriers on the eggs of that part of the circuit. So let's just have another quick look here. You can see the Ferrari purposely slow getting on the throttle there. Marvin Dienst had to avoid the contact. He got back off the throttle, and the Ferrari still hangs on to the lead. But over the start-finish line, they are still together.
0.5 of a second separated two of them, and you can see that Al-Faisal Al-Zubair braked a little bit earlier because you saw the flash of the brake lights come on just fractions of a second earlier. But Mark, it's going to go the way of Marvin Dienst, because a nice message has popped up for Marvin Dienst, not so much for the Al-Manar by Dragon, a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and for a team that didn't put a foot wrong at all in the first 8 hours. It is starting to unfold for them, and not in a good way. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair will be kicking himself for that. Well, it's not confirmed if it was him who got caught speeding in the pit lane or if it's Chris Froggatt. It doesn't matter which of the two it was. Whoever's behind the wheel will have to come and serve that drive-through penalty, and unfortunately that will drop him out of contention for this battle for the time being.
They are at the exit end of pit lane, so maybe it was more likely that it was Chris coming into the pit lane, because he had the lion's share of pit lane.
Thank you, Alan, there for the update. So unfortunately, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair will be the one to serve that penalty. But in the end of the day, it is a team game here. If your teammate gets it, you're the one that has to do it in the end of the day. If you don't, you can incur a harsher penalty, and that's not something you want to do as it comes to the end of the race. As once again, on the inside of turn 9, goes Marvin Dienst. There's the outside line for the next corner, and they have a number 3 Car Collection Motorsport Porsche in the way. And this could get very, very tricky, and indeed it does, because unfortunately Marvin Dienst finds the Porsche in the wrong location.
He does, but he didn't lose a great deal of time as a result of that. He got good rotation out of the car through turn number 12, so might have lost a quarter of a car length, but not much more than that. Is the Ferrari going to dive for the pit lane at this time through to serve the penalty? The answer is no, not just as yet, so it still stays out, which means it's therefore still in the lead of the race. Now, when he serves the drive-through penalty, it is just a drive-through. It's not a stop-go, but you have to decelerate from racing speed down to the pit lane speed limit, and then, of course, accelerate back up to racing speed once you've wiggled your way through the tunnel. So they are going to lose probably something like 30 seconds in reality from where they are. They're going to drop 30 seconds off the lead of the race as and when they decide to come in. Niels Coughlan has come in at the wheel of the Resume More Than Racing number 14 Porsche. Driver change taking place there, and we'll have to wait and see as to who they are going to pop in. Might it be Simon Bierch? Might it be Richard Wolf? Or might it be Thierry Vermeulen? I would imagine it's probably going to be Richard Wolf, because I don't think we saw a great deal of him in part 1, and again, because he is a bronze driver. There are 2 bronze drivers in that car. The total driving time for both bronze drivers together has to be 6 hours in total across the 12.
So 0.4 of a second separating the lead battle here, but of course that will be diminished once the 77 comes into the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Car number 3, a black and white flag is being shown for track limits. That car currently circulating at the moment in 12th position with Viktor Plankenkov behind the wheel of that car now at the moment, currently 6th overall in GT3 Pro-Am. But now the leaders working their way through and into Sector 3 here on this lap. Will we see the dive to the right-hand side when it comes the entrance of turn 16 for that number 77? And that will, of course, hand over the lead to Marvin Dienst, who is only 0.4 of a second back at the moment. And, of course, he has 40.4 seconds over his closest rival, the Capital RT by Motor Park. And there is the right-hand turn into the pit lane. And Mark, as you said before, has to be very, very careful because you don't want to pick up another penalty while serving the penalty.
No, absolutely. It will feel so slow coming down the pit lane for that Ferrari. As I say, I think it's going to be from the lead of the race, probably about 30 seconds adrift, if not maybe even a little bit more from the race lead by the time it comes round at the end of the next lap. So through should go Michael Alashin as well. He is going to be coming over the start-finish line. No, I think it will drop to second, actually. So I think Alfaiz Al-Zubair should come out in second. Pit lane speed under investigation now for another car. This time, it's the number 3 Car Collection Motorsport car, which has got Viktor Plekhanov behind the wheel currently. And I suspect if they're investigating it at the moment, if it's found to be appropriate, again, the same penalty will be applied, which will be a drive-through. And
that will drop them potentially out of contention. No, it wouldn't, because they're 2 laps ahead of their closest rival. And now Marvin Dienst will be given the good news. Well, he probably received the good news earlier on. That's why he maybe backed off the battle ever so slightly, but just kept Alfaiz Al-Zubair honest there through Sector 3. But of course, clear track ahead of him, clear track behind him. It will be a gap of, well, let's see, it should be about 30 seconds separating the two of them. And then it'll be only 10.3 seconds back to the Capital RT by Motor Park here, as there is the 77 back out on track in front of the 28, the TFT Racing Mercedes AMG. And we look to see if we can spot the number 13 anywhere in close proximity to that Ferrari.
I think he's... I was looking at what the countdown timer was doing. I think he's probably going to be Alfaiz Al-Zubair, maybe somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds ahead still of the 3rd place, number 13, Michael Alashin Mercedes. That's a big guesstimate. I'm caveating that quite heavily because I was trying to do some quick maths in my head and didn't quite get there in time before the numbers disappeared off the screen. So we'll wait and see. The number 27 Ferrari pushing hard. That's Mark Muzzo, who is trying to unlock the door on Viktor Plekhanov's Porsche that lies ahead. They're just heading up towards the conclusion of the lap, and Mark Muzzo is going to sneak his way up the inside. Viktor Plekhanov realises that there was a quicker car coming through at this stage of the race, and he's let the Ferrari go through. So Marvin Dienst has now, of course, picked up another lead change, so that's another change for the lead of the race. 30 seconds was exactly the gap that is now down to Alfaiz Al-Zubair, who's there in second place. I said I thought he'd be 30 off the lead. He's bang on 30 off the lead, but he is, more importantly, 12 seconds actually ahead of the 3rd place car of Michael Alashin.
See, your quick maths is pretty good. You timed that to almost perfection, didn't you?
I was 2 tenths out. It annoys me.
The Pelin Racing now is only a lap ahead of Defined by Dragon. Not too long ago, they were 2 laps behind. Now they're only a single lap behind at the moment. It's a great recovery drive there from the Defined by Dragon team. If they just didn't have those woes at the beginning of the 8-hour part 1 earlier today, where they had the issue with power steering, what could have been for that team? And it certainly has been a fighting effort for them, and a valiant effort nonetheless for the sister car to this number 77. Now, across the line comes Optimum Motorsports' Aaron Talitz in the McLaren, sitting what would be 40-ish seconds behind Capital RT by Motor Park, but more importantly, still on the lead lap, and so is the Grove Racing by Get Speed. So if we were to have a safety car, it would make things very interesting, because we wouldn't have 3 cars vying for the top step of the podium in GT3 Pro. We would have 5 cars in position for the all-important top step of the podium as well. 3 of them would be Mercedes AMGs, 1 would be a McLaren, and 1 would be a Ferrari.
Again, the next thing, because I'm always trying to pre-plan the next thing that might possibly happen. I'm looking now at the relative lap time of the race leader, Marvin Dienst, compared to the number 4, 5th placed Mercedes in the hands of Brenton Grove. There is 1 minute and 40 seconds between the pair of them at this stage, which means that the number 4 Mercedes remains only on the lead lap by about 13 seconds. Marvin Dienst is lapping about a second a lap quicker than Brenton Grove at the moment. So in about 13 laps, or about 26 minutes, we might see that number 4 Mercedes, which worked so hard to get back on the lead lap, go back off the lead lap.
So Marvin Dienst working his way through turn 8 and just entering turn 9 is that car as well, isn't it? The number 4 of Grove Racing by Getspeed, so more or less sharing the same piece of tarmac as they're working their way through. Yes, they're all sharing essentially the same piece of tarmac throughout the track, but closer than that. And that's the car now that is potentially going a lap down. Not in the next, say, 5 laps or so, but
next
possibly...
half an hour. Yep.
Exactly, the next half an hour. So when we've got 2 hours and 10 minutes to go, this car's going to be under pressure and will lose that lap that they got back at the beginning.
And that's when it becomes critical as to, has Stephen Grove met minimum drive time? If he has, you know you can put your Jules Goon on back in. If he hasn't, you know you're going to go to your lowest graded driver. And
that means if they do get Jules Goon back in, they will not go a lap down, because he will fight tooth and nail to stay in front, and he'll try and latch on as quick as he can to the back, although a tough ask indeed there for the Grove Racing by Getspeed. But what they've got to do now is they've got to keep their head down, keep the foot on the accelerator when required, and make sure they're getting those lap times in and hitting those corners when they need to. And the last thing you want to do is be under the watchful eye of the stewards, with black and white flags being shown to you when you come across the line, because you don't want to have to sit in the pit lane for any additional time. Remember, 3 pit stops have to be done before the end of this 4 hours. That's the minimum imposed pit stops they have to do. On our screens, it does say that Almana has done 2. However, them going through the pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty counted as 1 on our screens, but it does not count as 1 officially. Car number 3 now receives a drive-through penalty for speeding in the pit lane. That is the Car Collection Motorsport car of Viktor Plekhanov, who unfortunately is all the way down in 12th place, running 6th overall in GT3 Pro-Am. Now, up front, the battle is 32.462 between them, so 0.2 of a second added between Winwood Racing and Almanar by Dragon. And then it's a further 12 seconds back, or now under 12 seconds. It's more about 11.8 seconds separating the 77 and 13. So that gap is coming down, but slowly is that gap coming down. They may be able to make up that time when it comes time to come into the pit lane.
So that's 4 cars now that have been through the pit lane area, where one of their pit stops will not be classified as one of the enforced pit stops that need doing. I think enforced is the wrong word. I think the imposed is the correct word. Imposed pit stops is how they are worded. So the 77, the 14, the 3 and the 2, all the showing as having done either 2 pit stops, or in the case of the number 2 car, it was 1 because it broke the pit lane as it came out after its gearbox replacement. So those are the ones we need to keep an eye on. So it does mean that actually Solly Letlarka, has he been behind the wheel of that car since it came back into the race? He has, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Pitted properly, yeah.
And into the pit lane is defined by Dragon. Refueling underway here for Giovanni Alto, who is behind the wheel of this car. Now, that is not a good sign, because the dollies have gone underneath. It makes it easier for the car to be put into the pit box, but it's not a good sign for them so far. They had problems early on in the first 8 hours where they had a power steering issue. And is there a problem getting that right front off? Have they managed to do so? I think they have. It just took a little bit longer to try and get that right front off. But I do wonder now what the issue could be here, as power steering in the early stages of the race. I hope ailing issues have not returned here for this 88. Yeah,
so it's been a quick car when it's worked, but lost all of that time so early on, and it was always going to struggle to catch it back. But yeah, I'm afraid for the second time today, it's up on the dollies and being pushed back into the garage. Off is coming the engine cover. The first time it was sort of the front of the car they took off, because that's where the power steering pump is. This time the woes are at the business end, the important end, in the engine bay.
So I'm wondering, I don't know if I spotted a familiar face there in the garage of Dragon Racing. It kind of looked like Ahmed El Harthi was lurking around in the background there in a baseball cap. I'm not 100% sure. I've only had the pleasure of meeting him once, but it certainly did look like him. And of course, his compatriot is here this weekend racing for Dragon Racing. So it only makes sense if Ahmed El Harthi is in the pit lane supporting fellow countrymen.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Ahmed racing in the UK, of course, in Porsches and in GT cars, and nowadays he's largely basing himself, isn't he, racing in Europe and around the world. Very, very quick and also very nice driver. Very good guy.
Certainly is, and a very nice man to have a chat with as well. I had the pleasure of meeting him earlier this year during the Golf 12 hour alongside Yasha Shaheen as well. Both of them raced in the WEC for WRT and the BMWs, but two separate cars, but both of them very, very rapid indeed. Now, this is the race leader, the 81, that sits what was it, about 32 seconds ahead of the Almanabai Dragon racing car, the 77. It's now 31.7, so the gap has come down, but that's still a very tough ask to claw back 31 seconds come the end of the race.
Yeah, so Marvin Dienst has been behind the wheel of that car for 40 minutes now. Faisal Al-Zubair has only been behind the wheel of the Ferrari for coming up for 30 minutes. So when they next pit, we should see probably the Mercedes coming before the Ferrari. And Faisal Al-Zubair, I would say, is still doing a grand job at this stage. I'm not massively concerned with the fact that they've lost the lead of the race, because we've still got a Ben Tuck to pop into that car at some point. The number 81 Mercedes. We've got Renat Salakov that might go back in, and Gabriele Piana, who are bronze and silver graded respectively. So I still think on ultimate pace for the next 2.5 hours, the 77 is probably an average across those 2.5 hours going to be quicker than the 81.
Now, refresh my memory, did the 81 ever come in contact with anyone on the right front at any point during the first 8 hours?
Can't recall, but what I do know is that underneath the car there's a lot of banging going on at the moment, which suggests something's gone on.
It was flapping. Oh, that was the 44 actually, had a similar issue. But if you look at the right front, it looks like there's some racing tape possibly there. So did they pick up any damage that we didn't quite spot during the first 8 hours? If there was anything, it certainly hasn't upset the car in any way, shape or form. Still running very strongly here. And let's go down to the pit lane with Alan Hyde.
Yeah, because I've got an update for the Define car. Unfortunately, we don't think it's going to come back out during this race. It's an electrical problem, which is now having a knock-on effect to the throttle. They think the same problem that caused the problems with the power steering earlier on in the race. They reckon the remedy to this might be the replacement of the wiring loom, which is a day's work. So it's not going to happen today, unfortunately. They have left the car. It's got no driver and it's got no wheels. And at the moment, they're all shaking each other's hands and saying, well, we did whatever. I just got confirmation. It's over, apparently. Yep, they're not doing anything to the car now. And
that's a real shame. And unfortunately, the Gremlins have returned. It's a good thing it didn't rain, because then the Gremlins would have returned in a much larger fashion.
Yeah, it's such a shame when you get so far into the race and then pick up a problem when you've already overcome one of them, and you know you're not on for a result anyway. You just want to finish, because a finish will feel like a win, but I'm afraid even a finish is going to elude Defined by Dragon today.
And I had a good look around the garage for Ahmed Al Harthi, and I couldn't see him. Was it on this particular stop that you'd seen him, Chris, or that you thought you'd seen him?
I thought I saw him in the right rear of the garage when the car was being wheeled in.
Right.
I'm not 100% sure if it was. It looked very convincing like him, and I wouldn't be surprised if he was here, to be honest.
Yeah, like you say, it would make sense, wouldn't it? But I'd really like to catch up with him. Haven't seen him for a while, and I shall carry on looking.
So we know now where to find Alan Hyde. He will be walking around the track in the racing pit boxes, tracking down Ahmed Al Harthi. But here we have a battle between the race leader the second place car in GT3 Pro-Am, who is trying to chase down the 44, and that was the 13 Mercedes AMG Capital RT by Monopark, just getting through there, the GT3 AM battle there. Now, it's important for the TFT car to get through as well, because that helps them if a safety car would have come out, because they would now sit behind that car essentially, because they're running fifth overall, but still in contention essentially for GT3 Pro-Am podium.
Let's have a quick look. They are at the moment about 4 laps off, aren't they? A podium in GT3 Pro-Am. So going to have a chunk of work to do if they want to get there. GT3 Pro-Am leader is still the number 44 Mercedes at this stage. Brendan Leach has taken over that car that was driven so well by Jaden Ajida at this part of the race, in part 2 of it. For Jaden Ajida to get himself back onto the lead lap in Pro-Am and then take the lead of Pro-Am. And then when we cycle through the pit stops, they have hung on to the lead of Pro-Am. Brendan Leach's times are quicker than the Tsunami Porsche that's second in Pro-Am. So Davide Scanicchio falling away all of the time at this stage. And third in Pro-Am is Enrico Fulgenzi Racing and Alessandro Giannoni. Into the pit lane, we have an Audi, and that is going to be the car with the orange front end, so that will be the number 2 Into Africa Racing by Haas RT car. So that will be Zolli Letlarka, and one would imagine this might possibly be a driver change again. Is Zolli getting out? Because he's been in since the beginning of part 2. No obvious signs, no. Oh yes, there is. Yep, door opens. All of a sudden, it springs into life, and Zolli Letlarka is going to hop out of the car. And are we going to see Axel Jeffries jump in? Because I think of the 3 drivers in that car, has he done less driving than Stuart White? I think he has, so probably Axel Jeffries maybe.
So that doesn't look like Axel Jeffries' helmet. That looks like Stuart White's helmet by the looks of it. But we will get confirmation when they come across the line. I do feel like Stuart White did a lot of the driving during the 8 hours, but maybe it's just because it felt like he was just always there when we were talking about the car. But we'll have confirmation when he goes out of the pit lane, if that indeed is him behind the wheel. And yes, that is Stuart White, who is now being strapped into the car. He will be in, well, unfortunately, because of the issue earlier on and not getting to the exit of pit lane on time and having to sort out the transmission, they fell down to 15th overall, 6th in GT3 Pro, and unfortunately quite a few laps behind the overall race leader. It's almost 13 laps behind the race leader. We've now officially lapsed the first hour and a half of racing here in the final 4 hours, so that leaves us with just under 2.5 hours remaining on the clock.
Yeah, I'm still leading the way. It's the number 81 Winwood Racing Marvin Dienst driven Mercedes. Second is 77, which is Almanar by Dragon. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair at the wheel of the number 77 Ferrari. Third is 13, which is Capital RT by Motorpark Michaela Lashin in the Mercedes. Fourth is number 69, Optimum Motorsport Aaron Talitz at the wheel of the McLaren. Fifth is number 4, Grove Racing by Get Speed, which is Brenton Grove. That's the last of the cars that's on the lead lap at the moment, albeit it is only about 10 seconds still from being lapped, that car, to drop it back off the lead lap. And in 6th place, it's the leader of GT3 Pro-Am, which is the number 44 Mercedes I was talking about a few moments ago, in the hands of Brendan Leach. GT3 Am class leader is still going to be the only car that remains in that category, which is 9th overall, so still running amongst the Pro-Am. So it's still a good performance from an Am car to be beating most of the Pro-Am cars, which is the Garage 59 McLaren in the hands of James Vowles, who is, as we've mentioned, the team principal for Atlassian Williams, Formula 1, I should say.
And as you said, a great job from them to be really in the thick of things there in Pro-Am. It's a very heavily contested Pro-Am field here. It's been very interesting to watch over the course of the first 8 hours with cars all over the place and all jostling to see who will be at the top step of the podium in class and second and third. And Mark, you've noticed that the Marvin Dietz car on the right-hand side is sparking quite a fair bit as well. And remember, you noticed that the floorboard is hanging a bit low.
Yeah, it's been doing that for several laps now, sparking on that side. You can see it at some parts of the circuit, you can't see it at others, but yeah, it's coming from that side, whatever it is. And you can also hear the car banging around as whatever it is underneath the car is flapping. Now, there's been no suggestion as yet that race control are concerned with that. If they were concerned, it would have received a meatball flag, as it's known, so the black flag with the orange circle in the middle of it, and that is the flag that indicates that there's something wrong with the car the driver might not be aware of, and you need to come into the pits. If you don't do it within 3 laps, that becomes a black flag and you've got no choice but to come in. But clearly race control and the technical officials have looked at that. They'll know what the problem is. and if they're satisfied that it's not a danger to the car, it's not in danger of dropping bits off it, which will cause a danger to other drivers and marshals should bits of debris go flying, they'll leave it out there and they'll ensure that it's addressed at the next pit stop.
So on that previous lap there, Jordan Besson gets a 1:55.738 there around the Yas Marina Circuit, but goes quicker again through Sector 1 with a 24.522. That is the car that's currently sat 5th overall in GT3 Pro Am and was in contention in the early stages and throughout the first 8 hours for a podium finishing position in the highly contested GT3 Pro Am. Currently Enrico Flugenzi Racing locks out that third step of the podium for the time being and has a car between themselves and their closest rival of the Haas RT. As we see our race leader going through and past the Razzoon More Than Racing number 14, and you were right, it was Ricard Wolf who is now behind the wheel of that number 14, so that means we might see Therry back behind the wheel later on when it comes to the end of the race, but with his experience I think he needs to hand over the reins of the car to a bronze driver, because the last thing they want to do is incur yet another penalty here in the second half.
My hit rate on trying to, and it has been just guesswork, trying to guess the incoming driver, hit rate's probably been about 80%, hasn't it, this year?
I think it's been higher than that, to be honest. I think you're pretty much able now to spot if they have a different coloured pair of boots or shoelaces. You can probably tell who it is that's getting behind the wheel of the car there. So back now with the race leader for Winner Racing, sitting comfortably 32.3 seconds up the road from Almanar by Dragon. Marvin Dienst ahead of Alface Lauzabert. Unfortunately, it was the other way round not too long ago, but because of a drive-through penalty, that put Alface Lauzabert on the wrong foot there and is now down in second position. Mikhail Alishin for Capital RT by Motopark currently sits in third position in that 13. A further 15 seconds or more now adrift from the Almanar by Dragon team. Optimum Motorsport, Aaron Talitz sits 4th overall in GT3 Pro. Quite a ways back, almost 40 seconds adrift. And then the final car on the lead lap is the Grove Racing by Get Speed. But for how much longer will that car be on the lead lap?
Well, I think actually it's less in danger now than it was a few laps ago, because I'd got it down to the fact that they were about 10 seconds away from being lapped. That has now increased, and that's largely because I think probably over the radio they've said to Brenton Grove, look, keep cracking on, you've got to keep the pace that you're doing or go quicker. And whilst he has improved his pace by a couple of tenths, Marvin Dienst seems to have lost a couple of tenths as well, so I think they are less in danger now of being lapped. They're both on the back straight together, so the 5th place car, last car on the lead lap, Brenton Grove, is just heading in towards the braking area for turn number 6 now, and part the way down the straight is the race-leading car of Marvin Dienst, who, before too much longer, I think might be destined for the pit lane, because he's been in the car for 52 minutes now, which is one of the longest stints that we've had in part 2. So, Alfaisal Al-Zubair, say, lost 30 seconds with that drive-through penalty that was issued to the car for speeding in the pit lane. So, from the lead of the race, losing 30 seconds. He's only 31.9 off the lead now, so he's subsequently lost an extra couple of seconds out on track, but that's not too bad in reality. The problem is that 2.5 hours to go, that's still going to take a lot of catching up to do, so they are a little bit reliant now on maybe not catching on pace, but possibly a safety car to assist them to some degree.
Now, do you see that on the front splitter of that number 44? That splitter is now cracked, and you can see that is moving a lot more than it was in the end of the first 8 hours. So has there been damage somewhere? Have they rear-ended somebody, or have they just gone over the curves just maybe a bit too many times?
That's what's making me wonder, because I also saw lots of sparks coming from the front of that car a few moments ago, and there you go, there's the telltale sparks coming out of the number 44 car now. So I think it's probably drivers that are just pushing the very limits on the curbs, and with the ride heights of some of the cars, which are all largely mandated minimum ride heights by the balance of performances that would have been issued from manufacturer to manufacturer. Maybe that's what's caused the problem. And when we talk about balance of performance, if you're not really aware what that is that, you know, we've got normally aspirated front-engined Mercedes, we've got twin-turbocharged V6 rear-engined Ferraris, you've got McLaren's rear-engined forced induction, you've got the 6-cylinder normal aspirated Porsche. How do you try and equalise it so that all of the cars you know, if the same driver was in a different car, that they could do the same lap time. How do you make it that everyone has an easy chance of winning? You do it by doing things like adjusting what the minimum and maximum rear wing angles on the car. You do it by adjusting what the lambda sensors are doing on the car. You do it by adjusting what the maximum boost pressures are on the car, or by putting air restrictors on the car. You do it by adjusting what the minimum and ride heights are, both front and rear on the car. And a combination of all of those factors is what's known as the balance of performance, and that's what's issued before the race meetings, that the teams know where they are controlled in terms of the setup and what they can do with the car.
It can also be down to power restrictions and weight that's added or removed from the car as well. So you may see cars with additional weights added into it just to make sure that the car is the same weight, and obviously it's a level playing field. And that's why balance of performance is so crucial and so important when it comes to any form of motorsport anywhere in the world. So 2 hours and 21 minutes remain in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours, the 14th time we've raced here in Abu Dhabi. And well, Mark, you picked up something, so what have you got to share with us now?
No, I'm just looking. The minimum front ride height for the Mercedes on the balance of performance is 92 millimetres. That is the second highest front ride height for the cars we've got out there. The Porsche is the highest. The lowest is the Audi, which can have a minimum front ride height of 62 millimetres. So if the Mercs are the ones that are carrying damage as a result of curbs, they're actually higher up at the front of the car than some of the other manufacturers.
So that means the damage has obviously come from contact in the rear bumper of somebody, most likely, or one of the poor bollards that's been attacked at some point around the track. How the ones there at turn 11 and how they are here, again, through this whole sequence of corners. And unfortunately, that one at turn 16, it's definitely going to have a remembrance when it comes to the end of the race here, because that turn 16 bollard has been through a lot. And we'll actually see it now as we're riding on board with James Vowles. It's there on the right-hand side. You can barely see it because it's flopped over so much. There it was, just in the corner.
Yeah, it's just...
we have to ask Alan exactly, though, what colour it is, though, because it's quite hard to tell on the cameras. I'm not sure if it's seafoam green or Tiffany blue. I think he'll know the correct answer, though.
I noticed what they have done with the onboard camera for the number 8 McLaren, that they have adjusted the angle that we're looking at the car, because in the race earlier on, in part 1, you couldn't see what gear the car was in. At the start of the race you could, but I think the camera had moved slightly, so they've probably just adjusted it a little bit, because we can see now from 5th gear it's down to 2nd gear for the McLaren as James Vowles tries to square off the corner, heads down the straight. So from 2nd he's up to 3rd, he's up to 4th. He'll head up to 5th gear as he gets part the way down the straight, up into 6th, and of course he'll be hitting pretty much VMAX then at this stage as he heads down into the heavy braking area at turn number 6. And you can see right in the left of the screen from 6th gear right the way down through the gearbox set, get into turn 6.
I also had a question as well that was sent to me. What is that blue box that is firmly attached, that has the LED display that says 62 and some more numbers behind it? That is the driver stint time. So the driver knows, there it is in the bottom left-hand corner, that is the driver stint time, so they know just how long that they've been behind the wheel of their car. And that, of course, is in every single car to ensure that they're doing their minimum driver time when it comes to the end of their stint there. Also, Alan has informed me he's not going to tell me what colour that the bollard is, so I'm going to have to go and figure it out myself. Maybe I should go get it and I should gift it to him.
That race logic box also has various other pages on it as well, so you can have it so that it's showing, depending on what you've got on your steering wheel and what you've got on the screens displayed on the dash. You can, in some other cars that don't have maybe as digital dashes and more of an analog dash system, you can have that will show what your deltas are and what your projected race lap time will be, working off an algorithm based on what you've done previously. So it can also be acting as a lap timer that shows what a potential lap is looking like and whether you are up or down on your best.
So we're looking now at James Vowles' car here, the number 8, the Garage 59 car, the sole GT3 AM car left in the field. And they're back now with our race leader here, Marvin Dietz, who leads by 32.6 seconds. That gap is fluctuating between 31 and 32 seconds constantly. That, of course, is down to traffic that the 77 is having to deal with to catch the back bumper here of this 81.
Kayla Lasham still sitting there in 3rd place at the wheel of the number 13 car, and 4th is Optimum Motorsports' Alan Talitz, who is still the lead McLaren that we've got in the order. There's only 2 McLarens entered for this weekend. The other one, of course, is leading the AM category at this stage in the hands of the Williams Formula One team principal, and is the sole remaining car that runs in the AM category. But as we say, you know, they look as though they're on for a win. They've still got to take the checkered flag. That's still 2 hours away. But what's been very impressive from that car is that the AM category car has, at the moment, got more Pro-Am cars behind it than it has ahead of it.
Indeed it does, and it's great to see that running from Garage 59 as well. Really in the thick of things here of the GT3 Pro-Am category as well. Sat there still 4th. I mean, if it was in the same category, they would be 4th overall, which is a fantastic running for 4 drivers that are classified as amateurs here.
I know Garage 59 were listening as well in part 1, because apparently Alexander West wasn't happy that I referred to him as 60. He's 60, he absolutely is, but he's 40 plus 20, the team told me.
I was going to say that's probably what you should have said. The same with the others that you said were 50. You probably said 40 plus 10.
Yeah, he's 40 plus 20.
Or 30 plus 20 even, just to make sure, you know. Because, again, I like how they missed the bit that we were telling them that they're still in their peak prime here. They're some of the fittest people that you'll ever come across. And
yeah,
how
they didn't hear that bit.
How they run around. I think I saw Alexander West in the hotel this morning. He was up way earlier than most of us were here, and he's walking around with a big smile on his face, and he's there, and you think, well, how can he be 60 like this? Yeah. He's in peak physical.
He is in good condition, yeah, he's in good condition. Right, we've got the number 4, Grove Racing by Get Speed, Brenton Grove-driven Mercedes, trying to thread its way through and past Mark Muzzo's Ferrari from Pellin Racing. The bollard is now in the middle of the track by the look of things at turn number 16. So there's a flash of lights from Brenton Grove as he comes over the start-finish line. He draws himself alongside the Ferrari on the left-hand side of the circuit, has the inside line for turn number 1 and goes through. So that's the traffic dealt with for that number 4 car, and it was important that he got past that Ferrari quite quickly, because of course that number 4 Mercedes is 5th in the race. It's 5th in GT3 Pro, but it is still just about on the lead lap of the race. Not by huge amounts still, because as he turns in towards turn number 5, in the background, heading out of turn number 4, is the race leader.
The turn at 16 bollard lasted 9 hours and 44 minutes. And here is the move on the inside of Brenton Grove there on turn 16, unfortunately collecting the bollard. Not getting any closer, though, to the back bumper of that number 27. But yes, 9 hours and 44 minutes is quite a long time for a bollard to go through all of that beating.
Yeah, it's finally given up the ghost, I'm afraid. So look at the lead advantage. It's back down, heading towards 30 seconds again. So 30.850 seconds that time through, because it was a slightly slower lap from Marvin Dinst, a slightly quicker lap from Al Faisal Al Zubair. So again, it's just sort of yo-yoing around at this particular stage. Just having a quick look at lap times that are coming in. We've got an Audi back out into the pit lane. Simon Balsiam at the wheel of the number 21 car. Now, is he the outgoing driver? He wasn't he? So we'll have to try and work out who the incoming driver is. Let me have another quick guess. Stephen Pellet, I think it will be, that will jump back on board that car, unless Petter Gillink still hasn't quite achieved minimal drive time.
James Vowles is also now in the pit lane as well. This will be a driver change, no doubt. Like how the media crew from Yas Racing are down here as well, capturing all the action here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Now, who do you think will get behind the wheel of the Garage 59, number 8?
Well, that's a really difficult one to know, because they are all bronze drivers. So I'm going to go for Marco Pulcini. Marco Pulcini.
Okay, because we've had Alexander West behind the wheel, we've had James Vowles, so now we have to see who will it be behind the wheel, but we're about to find out who's behind the wheel of that Haas RT, and let's see if your average will increase. But
I think it's Mark Sanson.
Is it Mark Sanson? Is it
I think so, yeah.
Behind the wheel. The difficult thing, because it's an all-bronze car, Alan, there's no minimum drive time for any of the bronzes. They can carve it up how they like.
Happy days. I wonder who's been in charge of strategy in that team. They have a rather good strategist on the books this weekend, don't they?
They do rather, don't they? Yeah. Not me, because they wouldn't be running in the lead of AM if I was the strategist for them.
Good point, yeah.
So, yeah, Mark Sampson jumping on board, who was I think, rather pleased with the way things went in part 1 of the race. He was less pleased with his individual qualifying performance yesterday. He was beating himself up a little bit about it. Third place car comes in, so the number 13 capital RT by Motor Park, Michaela Laschen driven Mercedes heads in towards the pit lane. And this, I would imagine, is going to be for another driver change. Let's wait and see as to who might jump on board that one. We saw Denis Remenyenko start the car, so it might be we've got Adam Christodoulou to get through again.
So the number 8 makes its way out of the pit lane, and behind the wheel, of course, is not James Vowles anymore because he's gone out of the car. It should be Samson behind the wheel now. Into the pit lane comes the second of the McLarens. It's the number 69. This is the McLaren that's further up the field as well. It's the Optimum Motorsport car of Aaron Talit. So guessing if they were to do driver change, it's only Todd Coleman that can get behind the wheel unless Ben Barnicoat wants to have another go at it. But I have a feeling Todd Coleman will be the next one to get in, and maybe we might see Ben Barnicoat do a driver change later on. Now, a full course yellow is being deployed here. I have a feeling I know what it's for, but I'm not going to say it just yet.
Because the leader is in at this stage.
So the leader is in. Now, Mark, I have a question for you. Because he's come in before the full course yellow, does that mean if he were to do his mandatory pit stop now, would he have to sit stationary for 300 seconds?
No, absolutely. The problem is that the commit line for entering the pit lane is in between turn 15 and turn 16. But I think the way it works is as long as you break the beam at pit lane entry, which is after you've committed to come in, as long as you are breaking the beam at the pit lane, you are therefore in the pit lane before we go full course yellow. So this should count as one of their imposed pit stops.
And I knew exactly why that full course yellow came out, because it is a short full course yellow to remove the bollard from turn 16. And there it is being retrieved because it is in the middle of the racetrack and it can do some damage because, as you said before, the cars are quite low to the ground here, and specifically the Mercs are very low. That could cause some serious damage if that clips the front end.
Yep. So
leader back out of pit lane.
Thank you, Alan. So back out of pit lane, we will see the safety car is going to end in about 40 seconds. Oh, sorry, the full course yellow is going to end in about 40 seconds time. So it is at 8:50 exactly that we will go back to green flag racing, and it's 8:49 and a half at the moment. So another 30 seconds of full course yellow, and then we'll be back to full green.
And I also want to touch on something that you mentioned. Oh, sorry, we'll go down to Alan real quick.
Actually, I'm just questioning, it's the other end of pit lane. Has the leader left pit lane?
Marvin Dienst is still in pit lane at the moment. And
yeah, it's being put on dollies. It's being put on dollies.
That will be because of whatever is happening underneath the car. They need to have a proper look at it.
100% there as well. And I want to go back to something that you were mentioning in the first 8 hours. You said how there were rear view cameras in the cars rather than just traditional mirrors, because obviously you don't have that much room to kind of move around. And you actually got a good shot there of the rear end of the car. And just the sheer size of the camera itself. Yeah. On modern road cars, these are either very well hidden or very small, but you see, because obviously they need the clearest view possible with nothing really around it. They have very advanced camera systems in the back of these cars to ensure that they see everything that's behind them. Now, interesting that they are looking at the right front of the car. You did notice there were more sparks coming out of the right-hand side of the vehicle as well.
Yeah, it just looks as though they were adjusting the suspension on the car actually at that stage. So looks as though they were winding something on the suspension, maybe to allow them access to get into where they need to be.
And now this plays back into the favour of Almanar by Dragon Racing, because guess what? They will retake the lead here around the Yas Marina Circuit, and they're sitting comfortably ahead of the closest car behind them, which is now the Grove Racing by Get Speed.
It is, yeah, absolutely. And that also takes the pressure off Brenton Grove to try and keep pushing to stay on the lead lap of the race. So now the difficulty for El Faisal Al-Zubair is he's bottled up behind the number 17 Enrico Fulgenzi Racing Porsche, which dives for the pit lane, which releases the Ferrari to come over the start-finish line. And you know what? We're going to now have another change for the lead. So we had 18 changes of the lead in part 1 of the race. What are we up to now in part 2 of the race? Because we seem to have had 7, maybe 8 in part 2 of the race so far.
So we had 18, didn't we, when it came the end there? We
okay,
are now on 7.
The 81 car has been pulled out of pit lane. They have made the adjustments. They've got him back out onto the apron in front of the garage. And if you were asking whether the car had to remain in pit lane for a longer amount of time, well, it's happened. Not for the reasons we were questioning, but it gets going now.
Thank you, Alan, there for the update. And that's unfortunate for them as well, because they were handed the lead due to that drive-through penalty, but it seems to be now they have handed lead back to Al-Manar by Dragon. And there is a car on a very quick lap, because behind the wheel of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren is not Todd Coleman. It is Ben Barnicoat who's got back behind the wheel there, and he's gone quickest through sector 1 with a 23.650. And it looks to be, I don't know how close Alan is to the number 3, but that seemed to be a long hold as well for the Car Collection Motorsport car.
Right next to the car. It fires up now. It is released now, and it has been here for a little bit.
And Car 69 now receives a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That is the Optimum Motorsport Ben Barnicoat. So unfortunately, it's not his doing, because he's only been behind the wheel for, what, a lap or 2. So there's no way he would have done a track limit infringement that quickly. So the driver before has unfortunately got him into a little bit of hot water, so he'll have to sit stationary for 5 seconds.
That was Aaron Tillitz, wasn't it, that was the vacating driver from that car. As for the cars that were in the pit lane, well, on an outlap is the number 3 car. That has now been taken over by Alexei Denisov. The Enrico Fulgenzi racing machine has got Enrico Fulgenzi himself back behind the wheel. Tsunami came in and went back out. That's the number 79 Porsche. That's Daniel Gaunt now that is in the car that is running second in Pro-Am. And the number 81 Winward Racing Mercedes that was leading the race and had that small problem when it was pushed into the garage. That is now Gabriele Piana that is behind the wheel of that car. New fastest lap of the race has come in from Ben Barnicoat on that lap. You said he went purple in the first sector. He was slightly slower in the second, but went purple in the final sector. So 1:52.457 is now the fastest lap of the race that we've had in part 2. That is about quarter of a second shy of the fastest lap of the race that we had in part 1.
And I think the team at Dragon Racing will be on the phone to Al-Manar, as driver Al-Faisal Duver, because he's being warned about track limits already. They do not want to have a 5-second penalty and sit stationary in the pit lane for any more additional time than they'd like to be. Of course, they still do owe us 2 pit stops, as into the pit lane comes the TFT Racing number 28 from 4th overall in GT3 Pro-Am, and they moved past Garage 59 during their pit stop cycle, but now will go back behind that car and go 9th overall once again here at the Yas Marina Circuit. A 5-second penalty to be applied to car number 14, and I think for Razzoon more than racing, I think they're used to now getting penalties, but it's not something they want to be doing too often here, especially come the end of the race. Yes, they are far enough behind, but if others in front of them start getting penalties as well, it could bring them into contention. But they'll have to keep a lot of fingers crossed for that to happen. Yeah,
like water off a duck's back now, isn't it, for Razzoon more than racing receiving penalties. They're never looking for positives out of negatives. At least a 5-second penalty is better than the 3-lap penalty, isn't it? Which is what they had earlier on.
It certainly is. As we see the driver change underway here for TFT Racing here. They, of course, will be racing at the Dubai 24-hour as well next month in Dubai. As into the pit lane has come the race leader, Al-Manar by Dragon. Al-Faisal Zubair needs to be on the pit lane speed limiter pretty much immediately as he comes into the pit lane. And if there's a driver change, there's only one man for the job now.
It's Ben Tuck. He's standing by. He's right here, and he's standing by.
And Alan there confirms it is indeed Ben Tuck will get behind the wheel now of the Al-Manar by Dragon car here. Will he take it to the end? It'll be a very long stint of just over 2 hours here. Will Ben Tuck be able to do it? I think he will.
Yeah, so he is a very, very rapid driver, and see what he might be able to do in this one. A driver who cut his teeth racing in some of the lower categories again, moved up and started racing sports cars and moved into British GT, racing a GT4 car, and is now a force to be reckoned with, right at the sharp end of international GT racing. So another set of Pirellis going on, and that looks as though they're now scrubbed sets that are going on, and it may well be, you know, because Ben Tuck, as the silver graded driver, is quite happy to have any scrub tyres on, and Chris Froggatt, when he jumps in, he's silver graded by the FIA, but he's running as a bronze this weekend. They might keep any sort of save tyres maybe for the less experienced driver perhaps, but Chris is now sort of ever adding to the amount of experience that he's got. He's a quick guy.
So when I was talking to the team as well, the plan was, I was told I wasn't allowed to reveal it, but of course now because we've had the third driver change, I can reveal it. It was going to be Chris Froggatt, then it was Alfayz Al-Zubair and Ben Tuck, which is exactly what we have. But now with 2 hours to go, I wonder if they've changed their strategy up here, and will they have a driver change come the last hour, because they still have to come in and do one final pit stop of their mandatory ones as well.
And again, it all comes down to, has Chris Froggatt met the minimum driving time? If he hasn't, he'll have to go back in. If he has, they can either leave Ben Tuck back in or put Alfayz Al-Zubair back in.
So we'll have to find out what happens now in the final 2 hours of the race. So Ben Tuck has been released, and that means now we have a new race leader, do we? Does that mean the Grove Racing by GetSpeed has now retaken the lead as they did? So that would be the 8th different lead, the 8th lead change here in the 4 remaining hours of the Golf 12 hour. We'll have to wait for confirmation for that, as car number 2 receives a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That is the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT. Flashing of the lights there for Enrico Fulgenzi, who's now behind the wheel of that number 17, on the back bumper there of Ben Tuck, who's just come out of the pit lane on cold tyres, essentially. There is the Resume More Than Racing, number 14. They've had to serve another 5-second penalty. Car number 8 under investigation for exceeding track limits as well. That is Garage 59 with Mark Sansom behind the wheel. Simon Birch now behind the wheel of the Resume More Than Racing car. So Ricard Wolf is out, and into the driver's seat goes the Danish driver.
I want to see what the lead advantage looks like. So over the start-finish line goes Grove Racing by GetSpeed. It's, for me, actually, the squabble for second and third. We know that the car that's picked up the lead of the race has only done one of its mandated pit stops, or imposed pit stop, for part 2 of the race. And therefore, when it comes in, it will be the Ferrari that should take the lead of the race. But I reckon Adam Christodoulou is right behind that Ferrari. They're about to come over the start-finish line now, and Ben Tuck, of course, is on an out lap. He'll come over the start-finish line. Adam Christodoulou, is tucked right behind him. There's a second and a half between the pair as they go up towards turn number 1. There is a back marker car in between the pair of them, which is the Enrico Fulgenzi-driven Porsche at this stage, but the squabble is on for the lead, ultimately, as and when we get the number 4 Mercedes in.
So Grove Racing by GetSpeed go into the lead. That means this is the 8th one. At the end of the 8 hours, we had 18. So that means we're on 26 changes for the lead of the race. Highest we've had is 34 back in 2022.
26 would match how many lead changes we had in the 2023 race when AF Corsa won it. We had 26 lead changes.
So let's see, will we match that as well? We'll have to wait and see, or will we go further than that, or would we go further than the max we've had so far in 2022 of 34?
Yeah, that was when it was part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, and that was when it was a 12-hour race. There was no pause in between it, because we had 2 years of this being part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. On each occasion, it was a full 12-hour race with no break.
Well, it's definitely going to go the way of somebody else once the Grove Racing by GetSpeed come into the pit lane. So we will get at least, 27 lead changes here. Will that stay the way to the end of the race with now 2 hours to go? This is how they run. Grove Racing by GetSpeed. Brenton Grove leads here at the Yas Marina Circuit in the GT3 Pro category. 25.7 seconds ahead of Ben Tuck in the Almana by Dragon, number 77. Capital RT by Motopark. Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel of that car sits 1.6 seconds adrift from that 77, and those are your top 3 in GT3 Pro. In 4th overall is the Optimum Motorsport Ben Barnicoat behind the wheel of the McLaren. He's 13.2 seconds back at the moment, but comfortably 55.9 seconds up the road from the Winwood Racing number 81 by the looks of it, from Gabriele Piana in his Mercedes AMG, and that rounds up the top 5 overall and in GT3 Pro. In Pro-Am, we've got the guy of Alamont Racing, Brendan Leach, in his Mercedes AMG, leading from the Tsunami RT car, and Enrico Fulgenzi Racing with the man himself behind the wheel, and those are your top 3 in Pro-Am. The leader of the Am category, though, Mark Sansom in Garage 59, 8th overall, as Car Collection Motorsport moves ahead up into 12th position past the Resume More Than Racing.
Yeah, just wondering who the next couple of cars might be into the pit lane. And I wonder if whether Brenton Grove is coming to the end of his stint, because he's been in the car for almost an hour now. Brendan Leach, also at the wheel of number 44, Pro-Am class leading Mercedes, has been in the car for literally in another 15 seconds. He'll have been in for bang on an hour, and also in for the best part of an hour now is Mark Muzzo, who drives the number 27 Pellin Racing Ferrari, down in 14th position. So those are, I suspect, the next 3 cars that might be diving for the pit lane before too much longer.
And that was the 21 of the Haas RT on the inside of the Resume More Than Racing. That now that's not a position for that's not a position on track. That's just the Haas RT getting through and escaping up the road from Resume More Than Racing, because Haas RT there in GT3 Pro-Am, they are 4th overall. The number 14 sits in 7th overall in that category as they run at the moment. This is well, Ben Tuck there now getting a decent-sized gap between himself and Capital RT by Motopark, because now there are 2 cars. There's the Car Collection Motorsport number 3 and the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car in that between those 2 for the time being at the moment. And this is allowing, of course, Almanar by Dragon's Ben Tuck to escape up the road in that 77 and try and chase down the Grove Racing by Get Speed, as that gap is 22.1 seconds to the good.
Yeah, Adam Christodoulou just can't pick his way through the traffic at the moment, so he's being held up and has lost 1.5 seconds just on that lap. So he really needs to try and sneak his way past and through Enrico Fulgenzi's Porsche, but he's just not close enough to him at this stage. Enrico Fulgenzi running 3rd in Pro-Am, flashes his lights. He's going to nip up the inside of the Car Collection Porsche of Alexei Denisov. And so Alexei lets him through, and then I think then Adam Christodoulou might be able to pick also that car off on the run down in towards what will be turn number 6 and 7. Into the pit lane came one of those cars that I said might be destined for the pit lane soon. Pellin Racing, Mark Muzzo is in. He did the best part of just over an hour as his stint.
Comes in from 14th overall and down to Alan now in the pit lane.
Yeah, there's going to be a driver change in that car. It's already refueled, so driver out, driver in, and actually there's something was forgotten, and that was the seat. So the seat has now been taken over to the garage, so a little bit of a muddle over the driver change, but no problem, they'll get through that because they're still changing the tyres on the car, and that is almost complete. Final straps being done up by one member of the team, and I think we're pretty much coming to the conclusion of this stop with 1 hour and 55 minutes of the race remaining for the 15th edition of the Golf 12 Hours. The Ferrari fires up, which is always a nice thing to hear, and it's still being held, but now on its way. So down pit lane it goes.
Thank you, Alan Hyde, there for the insights there. That it won't be the last time that we see that car in pit lane as well, because that is their 2nd trip through pit lane with a minimum of 3 they have to do. Or when they come across the line, will that change to 3? No, it's still at 2. So they still owe us at least one more pit stop where we'll see the 4th and final driver get behind the wheel of that 14th place, number 27. Now, purple through sector 2. And I wouldn't thought we'd ever say this, but it comes from a GT3 Pro-Am car. That was the Resume More Than Racing car that went purple through that 3rd sector, which comes as quite a surprise and proves just how talented some of the drivers are in that Pro-Am category. Yeah,
that's Simon Bjerg that has just gone through and popped that quick time in for the number 14 car. So the Danish driver going well. He's taken a win in a long in sports car race in the past, the Portimao 6 Hours. He was a winner in. He was also champion in the Yokohama Cup as well in Denmark in 2022, so he's already starting to add to the experience, build to that experience. He is only 18 years of age, so he's another one of the teenagers we've got in the field, so a very talented young driver is Simon.
And we had, what, the lap time of 151, sorry, 152.
151.9 151.922. 151.199 was it?
Okay, so we did a 153.030 there for the Resume More Than Racing. So getting closer to that mark, and I think that's the quickest time we've had so far in GT3 Pro-Am as well by any of the drivers that we have here in the Golf 12 Hours. Up front though, Brenton Grove leads still over Ben Tuck in this car right here, the number 77. When they come across the line this time round, we can see what the gap is.
152.199 was the fastest lap in part one.
So that's only 0.8 of a second off of that time as well. Very quick from a Pro-Am car. And surely, again, if it wasn't for those issues they had, and of course dropping back by 3 laps, the Resume More Than Racing, they would be a lot further up the order in GT3 Pro-Am than they are now.
So let's just run you through the order then, because we've not long clicked past the 2-hour remaining mark. It is, at this stage, the number 1 Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes in the hands of Brenton Grove that leads, but that car has only done one of its imposed pit stops so far. It owes us another one, so it is, you could argue, running slightly out of position being in the lead at this stage of the race. Second is number 77, Almanar by Dragon, Ben Tuck and the Ferrari, 18 seconds adrift. Third is number 13, Capital RT by Motor Park, which is Adam Christodoulou's Mercedes, and fourth is number 69, Optima Motorsport, Ben Barnicoat and the McLaren. He is still within 35 seconds of the race lead, albeit he's down in 4th position. And 5th is number 81, which is Winwood Racing, Gabriele Piani, who is now still on the lead lap. The top 5 all remain on the lead lap, but he is the best part of 1 minute and 20 seconds almost now off the lead. In 6th place, that's the first car that is off the lead lap, but it is, more importantly, the leader of GT3 Pro-Am, number 44, Gaia Vilmont Racing, and Brendan Leach with the Mercedes. 7th and 2nd in Pro-Am is the number 79 Tsunami RT car. Daniel Gaunt drives that. And 8th is number 17. This will put this car 3rd in Pro-Am. And Enrico Fulgenzi Racing, Enrico himself driving the Porsche. 9th is number 8. That's the AM class leading Garage 59 Mark Sampson driven McLaren. And completing the top 10 is the Audi, the number 21 Audi of Haas RT. And it is Stephen Pellet that is the leader of that one. That gives you the top 10. It also gives you the top 3, top 4, top 5 in the case of GT3 Pro-Am, and also picks out our AM class leader. And that is at the 2-hour to go mark.
So more pit lane infringements coming in. Now under investigation is car 21. That is the car that is in 10th position, the Haas RT. Car number 8 will receive a 5-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That is, and then where is the 8th place car? That's Garage 59. Mark Sansom in his McLaren 9th overall receives a penalty, so that's sit stationary. As on the inside now looks the 13 of Enrico Fulgenzi. But not enough room for Adam Christodoulou to make his way through. Flashes the lights again to say, look, I'm quicker than you, let me through. But in all fairness, Enrico Fulgenzi is on the same pace as him at the moment. And just for Adam Christodoulou, just a little bit of frustration here, not able to find a way through at any point so far. And he's been stuck behind this number 17 for quite some time. And again, that door is firmly shut as they work their way through 6 and 7. This time round. Now, this is not for position on track. This is just to allow the 13 through and try and chase down those in front of him. But really struggling to get past the car that's 3rd placed overall in GT3 Pro-Am.
Yep, so it's the car in 8th place holding up the car in 3rd place into the pit lane, and I thought this would happen because he'd been behind the wheel of the car for over 60 minutes. It is Gaia Vilmont Racing. Brendan Leach comes in, so that's the GT3 Pro-Am class leader that heads in towards the pit lane. So this will tick off an imposed pit stop for them, and that will be their 2nd imposed pit stop of the 3 they've got to do in part 2 of the race. And for any cars that still have pit stops to tick off, they've got about 1 hour and 4 minutes to do them now. Now, for most cars, that's 1 more imposed pit stop to do in the next 1 hour and 4 minutes. However, for the race leading car, the number 4 Grove Racing by Get Speed Mercedes in the hands of Brenton Grove, that's only done 1 pit stop in part 2 of the race. We know that car has got 2 further imposed pit stops to comply with the regulations.
And it looks like Sergio Perez is getting behind the wheel of that number 44. Saw him patiently waiting for his turn to get behind the wheel, and now he's done so already, as he'll get a fresh set of Pirelli rubber are attached to each of the 4 corners here. And of course, the team also having a quick look at that front spoiler, because you notice it was split sort of halfway through. And now finally as Adam Christodoulou found a way through, but Enrico Fulgenzi is not going to make his life easy whatsoever there and made him fight very, very hard for that position. But finally Adam Christodoulou is through and has been released, but that has cost him heaps of time, because now he's shown us 23 seconds back from the race leader, and that will put him 9 seconds adrift from the Almana by Dragon number 77. He was a lot closer than that not too long ago. Car number 14 under investigation for exceeding track limits. That is the Resoon More Than Racing. It doesn't seem to be that car is catching a break anytime soon. And what is that that's stuck to the front bumper of the number 44? Was that the lollipop?
It was something that was sitting up there, wasn't it? Right in front of the radiator grille as well. And of course, the faster he goes, the less likely that is to fall off. So number 44 car in the hands of now Sergio Perez may well have to come back in towards the pit lane. When are we going to see Brenton Grove come in? Because he's been circulating. Stint time now is 1 hour and 8 minutes for the race leading number 4 Mercedes. I don't think he came in on this lap. No, he's over the start-finish line. That's 290 laps now completed for the number 4 Mercedes, which continues to lead the way. And is it the lollipop? No, it's gaffer tape.
It is gaffer tape.
They've gaffer taped that damage that you spotted. They've gaffer taped it. They're well aware that that was dragging on the ground. A load of gaffer tape sorted it.
Because it would have made sense if the lollipop was there stuck, it would have fallen off when he went through the underneath the track there and entering turn 2 after coming out of pit lane. But a very interesting position to put that. Now, that would definitely affect some of the cooling as well. And you can see it has helped ever so slightly with the flex of that front splitter. But now it looks like the the left front is actually vibrating even more.
You could also see still there were sparks still coming from underneath that Mercedes. So as the speed begins to build, that's when we see that whatever it is that's loose is pressing down a little bit more. The best shot you get of it is from the rear, actually, as they turn out of turn number 5 and go down the straight. That's the better thing to look at. Our race leader, which is still the number 4 Mercedes in the hands of Brenton Grove, is just turning its way through the kink at turn number 8. It's going to cross the beam at the end of sector 2, which is when they complete the second sector. That's just on the approaching towards turn number 9. He is now 70 minutes, I should say, into the stint since he took over the car from its starting driver, Jules Gounon. Now, I do wonder, are they going to leave him out there and for as long as possible, knowing full well that they still haven't met minimum time for his father? Or are they going to get Brenton in, let Stephen get back in just to tick off the minimum driving time for the bronze, which is 3 hours, and then stick a Jules Gounon in for the final part of the race? Historically, what's happened here is teams have kept their quicker driver for the very last stint.
And that is probably the best course of action for them as well in the current position that they're in. 12.4 seconds is the gap, and now they've just picked up a note for track limits. The black and white flag will be displayed to car number 4 here, which is of course our race leader. And as Mark said, 1 hour and 10 minutes behind the wheel. That Brenton Grove, number 4, must be coming to the pit lane within the next 10 minutes or so in order to give enough driving time to Stephen Grove and then potentially have enough time to put Jules Gounon back behind the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Stephen Grove's total time is so far. You know, if he's on 2 hours and 50 minutes that he's already done, then he's only got another 10 minutes to tick off, and you can easily get him in that without too much of a problem. But if he's only done a couple of hours, they're going to have to sit him in for a lot longer. And Stephen Grove is the lower graded driver of the 3. He's the bronze driver in that car, so he's got to drive it for a minimum of 3 hours across the 12. We are now only also 1 hour away from all imposed pit stops needing to be done. So if Brenton Grove comes in now, then he can then put the next driver in for an hour. If he leaves it another half an hour before he comes in, we'll wait and see. Alan?
I think he might, because Stephen is helmeted and standing on the apron in front of the garage.
Not that they'll tell us, Alan, but it'd be so good to know, wouldn't it, as to how much time he needs to do in the car to hit the maximum, and then, therefore, how long we might have Jules Gounon back in the car for.
as long as they possibly can, I think is the answer.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And this is where the strategy, Chris, all plays out.
And into Africa Racing by Haas, our team moves up now into 14th with Stuart White behind the wheel. Remember, they had to start the second part of this race in the pit lane after issues with the transmission. Just not enough time to get that sorted out during the break that we had. But good news for them that they did get back out there. Unfortunately, a long way back from where they would like to be. Now the Almanar by Dragon, number 77, as into the pit lane comes the race leader. And I think Alan is there, and you might be watching and seeing what exactly is going on here with this pit stop here. We know that Stephen Grove is getting behind the wheel because his helmet is on. The fuel nozzle is firmly planted into the right rear window of this number 4, and as much fuel as possible going on board to make sure that the next stop they have will have a short fuel load or stop even when it comes into the pit lane, because as we said before, they'll need to come in at least one more time before the end of the hour that it is now, essentially even less time actually. So the Groves run over to the driver's side door, seat insert comes out, Stephen Grove's insert is put in if he needs it, and now Brenton will help Stephen buckle up and ensure that he is comfortable, slam the door shut, and then he'll be out on his way. And then, of course, we will see them come back in later on in this, because they still do owe us one more pit stop before we have 45 minutes left to go on the clock, Alan.
If you wanted to have any indication of just how cool Jules is, he was stood just at the door of the garage, and Brenton forgot his drinks bottle, so he went back to the car, got the drinks bottle out the side of the car, and Jules indicated that he would catch it. I think he's eating a tangerine with his left hand, so he caught it with his right hand, and that was another wicket. It's fair to say he's as cool as they get. Whenever you watch them, they're always playing with tennis balls as well, and the reaction times are actually absolutely insane. To think eating in one hand and catching with another, where are his eyes looking at any given time? Well, he's a racing driver at the end of the day. He has to look in every single direction, doesn't he? As now Stephen Grove behind the wheel of now the second place Grove Racing by Get Speed, but they will possibly tumble behind Capital RT by Motor Park, depending on where that 13 is at the moment. This is the 44, still the race leader in GT3 Pro-Am. Car 77, no further investigation for exceeding track limits. That's good for them because they don't want to incur another penalty and have to deal with that when it comes to their next pit stop, as Optimum Motorsport looks to have gone through as well. So Ben Barnico up past Brenton Grove. Yeah. It's actually Stephen, sorry, behind the wheel.
Stephen Grove, yeah. Now the Stephen Grove driven number 4 Mercedes is now in a very similar position to it was when Brenton took over it, and that is they are on the lead lap, but I think they are going to be the last of the cars that are on the lead lap at this stage. What did you spot?
I think that's not the McLaren of Ben Barnicoat. That was the Garage 59, as that is Ben Tuck going wide. Did he just miss his braking point there?
He missed his braking point. The car started to wiggle, and rather than try and wrestle the car and rotate it into the corner and have a spin, he straightened up the steering wheel, came off the gas and decided to take the shortcut. So as long as he hasn't gained an advantage, we should be okay. So let's just have a quick look at it again, because it's very unusual to see such a mistake from Ben Tuck. You see the tail end of the car, yeah, it just wasn't compliant with his input, maybe just broke away a little bit under braking there, and then rather than try and rotate the car into the corner and cause a spin, easier to straighten it up, get off the throttle, check your deltas to make sure that you haven't gained an advantage as a result of that shortcut, and then you should be okay.
And of course, spinning or locking up will cause uneven tyre wear, and that will make for a very uncomfortable ride until the next pit stop, because he'll have to go around on those flat spotted tyres as well. Car number 14 received a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. That is the Rasoon More Than Racing. I think if there's an award for the most amount of penalties in the Golf 12 Hours, it might go the way, unfortunately, to Rasoon More Than Racing. Unfortunately, it's just the way it is, and I really think that's putting them on the back foot here, because they've been running so strongly. They've been very, very quick in each and every session that we've had, but unfortunately, just those penalties have dropped down the order.
Into the pit lane comes Ben Tuck. So is there a problem with the Ferrari? Maybe it wasn't a mistake from him. Maybe there was an issue with that one. So now that means that Adam Christodoulou is now picking up the lead of the race. race. So looks as though fuel is going in. Now, what was Ben Tuck's time behind the wheel? He hadn't been behind the wheel that long, had he, particularly? But they are bringing it in to tick off another one of the imposed pit stops by the look of things. He's looking nice and calm and collected behind the wheel of it. No such worries there, I don't think.
So the air jack has gone into the car. I didn't see any tyres being prepared. That is not good news. The front bonnet has come off. Is this a power steering issue like the sister car had earlier on in the first 8 hours? Because that's exactly where they were looking at again. And when I asked the team about it, they said, of course we're worrying about it. We don't know if it will happen to us, but that doesn't look good. But that also looks like a top-up of fluid.
It does. That is a top-up of fluid going in, and impossible to see from that angle as to what that is. But that is... Yep, it is power steering fluid, so he's wanting him to do is to pump it just to remove any bubbles in it. So maybe it is. Maybe it's brake fluid, actually. Maybe they're
I think it's brake fluid. I think the team member was indicating to press the brake. Certainly the steering didn't change when he was doing that.
Yep, so that's pumping the brake to try and remove any air bubbles that are in the system. So apologies to Ben Tuck. I said it was an unusual mistake, and that's because, yeah, you just wouldn't expect that from Ben. But the reason that the car wasn't compliant was, yeah, he hit the brake pedal and it didn't respond.
So possibly air bubbles in the brake line that just caught him. He didn't just have enough time there. So yes, off into the runoff area. But this is very unfortunate for them because now they'll go to second. They'll now lose second to the Optimum Motorsport team that's making its way through the final corners. And that's where the fluid is being topped up. And of course it is hot, that's why it's bubbling like that as well, but also because he's applying pressure to the brake, that will force the liquid up through the tubes as well, but not what the Almana by Dragon team wanted to see here at all.
No, not at all. You can see he'll be pumping the brakes, and that's why the fluid is there. Top it up again, see where it sits back in the reservoir, but whilst the car's sitting in the pit lane, all of this hard work they've done over the previous, 10.5 hours nearly, is all unravelling before their very eyes, and it looks as though it's going to be another year where maybe we don't see a win for a Ferrari. The 296 has not won this event in the past, and this is not helping the cause, I'm afraid.
Wheels back on, bodywork is back on. I think they're ready to send it on its way. Have you any idea how difficult it is when you've got a helmet on and you're working on the brake on the front of the car, and you've got a helmet on and you're inside the car, and you are trying to indicate whether you want the brake pressed or released by use of your arm? It's very, very difficult.
Alan, you need to go towards Winwood Racing because the number 81 car of Gabriele Piani has got a right front puncture by the look of it. That car is scraping along the ground, and that is another one of the front-running cars that's on the lead lap that has hit problems, Chris.
And the entire rubber outlier of the tyre is completely gone. It's just on a rim there, leaning on the right-hand side there. How has this happened here to the 81? And Mark, as you said, a lot of our front runners now running into some serious issues. A brake issue there for Almanar by Dragon. The Capital RT car is fine for the time being. The other Mercedes ran into issues as well, had to be wheeled into the garage. And actually, it was this car as well that had issues before, was it not, the 81?
It was with stuff underneath the car, wasn't it? Yeah, briefly had to go into the garage as well. It's almost at pit lane entry, Alan, so it's just coming around through turn number 15, up towards turn number 16. You're going to have a very disappointed-looking Winwood Racing crew. Hopefully it is just the puncture rather than any suspension issue that has then subsequently caused the puncture. They are towards pit lane exit end, and we'll wait and see as to what the problem is with them. We've also got engine up, or bonnet up briefly, on the number 79 Tsunami Porsche as well, which resides in the pit lane.
And was that the similar hand gesture to can you pump the brakes there as well on the left side of the vehicle, as into its pit box comes the 81, and the team will obviously have some time to assess the situation here. Is there further damage there to Gabriele Piani's Winwood Racing number 81? But now that means the front row of the grid from when we restarted this race have had issues.
It does, yep, so goes up on the air jacks.
And you can see Alan Hyde there behind the car having a close look as well. Alan, what have you spotted?
Well, I don't think I've spotted anything. What I'm doing is watching whether the team have spotted anything, because unfortunately, you know, if they immediately indicate a problem, then they know what's happening. But now you can see smoke. That's coming from the right front of the car, and there is increasing smoke at the right front of the car as well. The car was bouncing down the pit lane, and it really didn't look as if it was very comfortable at all. And I've got a feeling the dollies are going underneath it. Yep. So for the second time in the space of an hour, it's about to be pushed into the garage.
And very unfortunate, the second time he's been having to wield in this pit box. And it was also Ben Barnicoat. Remember, at the end of the 8 hours, he had that puncture as well from the contact with car number 13. So a lot of our front runners have had issues in the closing stages of the 8 hour, now in the closing stages of the 4 hour segments of the Gulf 12 hours. Almana Racing as well have had issues.
And how things change around, you know, because you looked at what Ben Barnicoat was tasked with at the start of Part 2. You look at what Jules Gounon was tasked with at the start of Part 2 in cars number 69 and 1 respectively. They were tasked with getting back on the lead lap, having a bit of luck, and they might be in a good position towards the end of the race. Where are they now? Second for the McLaren, third for the Mercedes.
And unfortunately, though, for the Grove Racing by Getsby, they have lost that lap. They've gone a lap down to Capital RT by Motopark, Adam Christodoulou, and of course Ben Barnicoat in the Optimum Motorsport number 69. And remember, Capital RT by Motopark, they were also tapped into a spin in the first part of the race here as well by Ben Barnicoat, and now look where they are at the moment. They're out in front by 4 seconds.
I did say that if Stephen Grove got back behind the wheel of the car because he hadn't made minimum drive time, they would struggle to remain on the lead lap again and they would drop down, and that's exactly what happened. That was something I alluded to the best part of probably 2.5 hours ago now, when we were just about to get this race underway. So the order at the moment: number 13, Adam Christodoulou, leads the way in a Mercedes. Second is the number 69 McLaren. Third is the number 4 Mercedes, albeit back off the lead lap again once more. Fourth is going to be Ben Tuck. So despite the problems with the brakes on that Ferrari, the last lap Ben Tuck did was a 1 minute 52.6, which is only a tenth of a second shy from the best lap the car has done in the race so far. So Ben clearly has no concerns that when he presses that brake pedal, it isn't going to work. And it should mean, depending on how long Win would take in the pit lane, we might have the Pro-Am leader move up inside the top 6, which will be the number 44 Mercedes from Gea Vermont Racing, which is in the hands of Sergio Perez.
And with Ben Tuck running 8 seconds faster. Sorry, Alan, we'll go down to you first.
Whatever they had to do to the 81 car, they've done it, which is pretty amazing. I was watching Marvin Deist in the garage, and he had a very glum look on his face, not surprisingly, but the team have been working really, really hard, and they've turned this car around. They are standing by to put a wheel on the right front of the car, but they're waiting for instruction. I don't know why.
So, of course, the new tyre will go there on the right front. Now then, Ben Tuck has gone quickest of all through Sector 1, and it's 8 seconds quicker than Stephen Grove on the previous lap. He's only 1 minute 30 seconds behind at the moment. At this pace, he may be able to catch him with an hour and a half to go. But the big question mark remains: does Stephen Grove come back in the pit lane, and does Jules Gounon go back behind the wheel, or will Stephen Grove stay behind the wheel? Now, this is another car that has been in the pit lane for quite some time. This is the Tsunami RT. Now, it was the left front that we saw them looking at. Now, all of a sudden, it's the right rear of Daniel Gaunt's car that unfortunately is smoking. Not heavily, but that's not where smoke should be billowing out from at this moment in time on that Porsche. Now, hopefully everything will be well with that car.
And again, that just goes to show how quickly things turn around, because, of course, for Part 2 of the race, that car started in 6th place overall. It started as the leader of GT3 Pro-Am and was leading it by over a full lap coming into part number 2. And all of a sudden, that's all gone the wrong way. New fastest lap of the race last time through. There's clearly no issues with the brakes anymore on the Ferrari. 1 minute 52.311 from the 4th place now, number 77, Almanar by Dragon Racing Ferrari, in the hands of Ben Tuck. What a response to the problem.
And he's gone 8 seconds quicker on that lap compared to the number 4, the Grove Racing by Get Speed. Of course, he's been given the all clear to just go towards the end. You've got an hour and a half to go. Let's see if we can at least get on the podium here, or if anything else were to happen, at least be some somewhere in with a shot of taking the biggest prize of them all here today and be hopefully the 9th team for Ferrari to walk away with an outright victory here in the Golf 12 Hours. Now, the Gaia Valamont racing cars moved up now into 5th overall in the 44. That moves them, obviously, Pro-Am moves ahead of Winward Racing, who are now on their outlap. Enrico Fulgenzi Racing moves up into 2nd in Pro-Am. And for Haas RT, they will move up into 3rd overall in class if the Tsunami RT car stays in the pit lane, and it seems to be it's going to be quite a lengthy pit stop for that car.
Yeah, they all owe us another pit stop, I think, really, at the moment, don't they, at this stage? So, despite the fact that Almanar by Dragon are showing us being in the pits on 4 occasions, one was because of a brake issue and was dealt with. The other one was because, of course, that drive-through penalty, wasn't it? So, I think they owe us another pit stop. Albeit, there is a small question there. You know, if the car came in and was in the pit lane for more than 100 seconds, albeit it was brake fluid related, does that tick it off as an imposed pit stop, or do they have to refuel the car or change tyres for it to become one of those?
See, I wanted to pose the exact same question to you as well, because
I'll pose it to you.
Surely it should count, but then if you're saying that they should have refueled or changed tyres, then maybe it wouldn't count. So they'll obviously be having a look through the rule book and going, does it count? Should we take the risk? Should we bring Bren Tuck in for the time being? I think they're going to have a look at what's happening in front of them to maybe counteract whatever is going up in front of them as well, so they're not doing something out of line. Now, it looks like Grove Racing by Get Speed have been on the phone to Stephen Grove to tell him to pick up the pace a little bit there, because he's gone almost 2 seconds quicker than usual there with a 1:58.820 on that lap. Now third overall, and well, that's not good news for the Tsunami RT car. The car has been put into the garage, and one of our front runners in GT3 Pro-Am unfortunately tumbling down the order as Haas RT now goes 3rd overall in that class. TFT Racing will go 4th. And it also pushes the GT3 AM car of Garage 59 up into 8th place. So the number 8 now running in 8th overall.
So just under an hour and a half to go, which means there's just under 45 minutes now to tick off the final imposed pit stop that needs doing for, I think, pretty much all of the cars that are out there at this stage. The lead of GT3 Pro-Am is now, I think, now going to be 2 laps, isn't it, at this stage? So Gaia Vermont Racing and Sergio Perez are 297 laps completed. The car that's 2nd in Pro-Am is down in 7th, which is Enrico Fulgenzi Racing. Enrico himself behind the wheel. That's done 295 laps at this stage, but where are they on circuit relative to each other? The 44 and the 17. The 44 is just going around through turn 15 at the moment, and the 17 can't quite see where that car is at this stage. And even on the tracker system.
79 car, please. Is that possible?
Go on, sorry.
Could you guys bring me up to date with what happened? What is the reason?
There was smoke coming from the right rear of the car whilst it was in the pit lane, and that was what was causing a bit of cause for concern. They did briefly have the front bonnet up on the car, but then the attention was really drawn towards the right rear. Couldn't quite see what the problem was other than the smoke, though, Alan.
Okay, well, I can tell you there's no one in the car. There's no one working on the car either. And I have a feeling, judging by the smell, that the problems with that car might be engine related, I'm afraid.
Oh dear.
It makes the most amount of sense, because of course the engine is placed towards the rear of the car there, and unfortunately I think that's day done for them. We have a great battle brewing here for now the top step of the podium overall. Adam Christodoulou and Ben Barnicoat battling out 4/10 of a second, and there was also another McLaren in the mix as well. The Garage 59 getting in the way there of Adam Christodoulou and almost made things a little bit messy through turn 5, but luckily moved just out of the way of these two very experienced drivers as they make their way through turn 9. And now we have a real battle now with an hour and 25 minutes left on the clock. Both of them owe us a pit stop as well. So when will that happen? Who will be the one to do it latest of all? Who is going to gamble the most here of these two teams? Well, as we said, an hour and 24 minutes to figure this out. And all over the back of Adam Christodoulou is that Optimum Motorsport McLaren, the number 69 of Ben Barnicoat. Who would have thought this would have been the battle for the top step of the podium come the end of the race here, although we still have plenty of time left. Who would have thought this would have happened?
Yeah, because it's the car that started on the lead lap but in third for part 2, and the car that started 5th, a lap off the lead, that are now squabbling away. Half a second between the pair of them. Over the start-finish line they'll go. Adam Christodoulou leads the way. Ben Barnicoat sitting there 0.3 of a second behind him now in second place. They both hopped into the cars at similar points as well, because they've both got a stint time of just over 45 minutes now. So now midway through their stint. They both owe us another pit stop as well, because we know these cars have to come in to conduct what will be a third and final imposed pit stop. Adam Christodoulou very defensive on the run in towards the braking area and looking to try and squeeze his way around the outside. At turn number 5 is Ben Barnicoat. He's going to get squeezed towards the exit. He keeps his foot on the throttle. Mercedes stays ahead of McLaren, but Ben will now sit in the slipstream of the Merc all the way down the straight. The Mercedes weaves one way, it can't really then weave the other. He'll be looking in his mirror, so, and is Ben Barnicoat going to try and move as they come up towards turn number 6 this time through? The McLaren edges to feign a move to try and overtake, but no. It is still Adam Christodoulou that leads the way. Ben Barnicoat concentrates now on getting a good exit coming out of the corner to see whether he can do something on the run-up towards turn number 9.
Team manager of car 4 has been asked to go to the race director's office. Now, I wonder what this could be all about. The Grove Racing by Get Speed currently sitting in 3rd overall. There is about 1 minute and 7 seconds separating the number 4 and 77. So that was a further 23 seconds taken out of the gap between those two cars. Now it's down to 1.1. So now there's a total of 30 seconds taken out between those two cars. So Ben Tuck will soon be behind Stephen Grove. I dare say in the next 22 minutes he may be all over the back bumper of that number 4 as well, as they run at the moment. A 1:53.280 for Almanar by Dragon and a 1:58.883 for Grove Racing by Get Speed, as the battle for the top step of the podium rages on with 0.4 of a second. And there is a number 14 in the mix as well that would like to be part of this battle, although quite further along the way, but just wants to have a fantastic fight here with the two. Doesn't really need to get involved but too much, but because of course would like to pick up the toe along the way.
Yeah, and if you look at the relative pace of Simon Bjerk, he is more than a match in terms of pace at this stage of the race in his Porsche to sit right on the coattails of the leading pair. So again, concentrate on the exit will be the key task for Adam Christodoulou and Ben Barnicoat. Looks like Ben Barnicoat gets a slightly better exit coming out of the corner. He's sitting in the slipstream of the Mercedes, which makes a big old hole in the air, which the McLaren could try and close up on. We saw Ben Barnicoat not try and overtake last time heading in towards this part of the circuit. Is he going to have a nibble this time? Yes, he does. There's a slight lock break. Adam Christodoulou sees him coming, gives him room. Ben Barnicoat goes through and picks up the lead of the race. So the McLaren leads, the Mercedes second. And remember, when we started part 2 of the race, which was, what, 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, this now race-leading McLaren wasn't even on the lead lap.
This is now the 11th lead change as well. That brings us up to a total of 29 lead changes here so far at the Yas Marina Circuit. And who would have thought Ben Barnicoat would be out in front after starting a lap down almost 3 hours ago. The Car Collection Motorsport, Alexei Denisov, does a 1:55.898 last time round to improve on his best time for the team there. But up front, it is Ben Barnicoat who now leads here at the Yas Marina Circuit. But I think for the first time here, and let's have a look at how it panned out here for Ben Barnicoat. Timed it to absolute perfection, down towards turn 6, heavy in the braking zone, saw an opportunity on the inside, so thank you very much. Shuts the door on Adam Christodoulou pretty much immediately to ensure he had the getaway that he needed through turn 7.
Yeah, Ben Barnicoat is one of the 3 drivers we had on the entry list this weekend that has already been a winner in the Gulf 12 Hours. But amazingly, out of the 15 Gulf 12 Hours that we've had, 14 of which have been at Yas Marina, his win did not come at Yas. It came at the Sol race that was held at Bahrain, and that was in 2021, where he secured a victory when he was partnered up in the 2Cs car. Into the pit lane comes the Audi. Now, What is this for? They've clearly got a time penalty that they need to serve before they can work on the car. This is, by the look of things, going to be a standard pit stop. Stuart White is the driver.
And there you can see the damage that they had on the rear end of the vehicle. So Stuart White out of the car. I would assume Axel Jeffries gets behind the wheel, unless Zolly Larker would like to get back behind the wheel here to do the final stint of the race. But no, that is Axel Jeffries. That's his helmet. He will get behind the wheel now of the Into Africa Racing by Haas RT. And well, we are now in the closing stage of this race, an hour and 20 minutes left on the clock. Now, with Ben Barnicoat winning that round in Bahrain, if he were to win here this weekend at the Yas Marina Circuit, would he be the first driver to win at both tracks that the Golf at 12 Hours has been held at?
Yes, he would be, because he was with Isa Al Khalifa and Martin Kodrich when he won at Bahrain, neither of whom are on the entry list.
Now, that would be a title for him as well. The only driver to win at both locations at the Golf 12 Hours. No one has done it before. He will be officially the first, and if I'm not mistaken, the only driver to be able to claim that title. There is Axel Jeffries now behind the wheel of Into Africa Racing by Haas RT. 15th overall in the number 2 car. Unfortunately, a long way down the order where they'd like to be. Currently 6th overall in GT3 Pro, but there have been a lot of interesting things happening at the sharp end of the field, and it's only going to get more interesting as the laps tick down, because now Ben Tuck is only 52.3 seconds behind the Grove Racing by Get Speed, and soon enough that will be the battle for the third step of the podium here at the Yas Marina Circuit.
So our leading car in Pro-Am now has jumped up into 5th position overall. The number 44 gear Valmont Racing Mercedes, and it is pretty much two full laps ahead in the Pro-Am category. And the car that's second in Pro-Am, which is still the number 17 Porsche, and the car that's third in Pro-Am is the Audi. Despite the woes that it's had on occasions, it's still in a Pro-Am podium, which is fantastic to see. And it's not as though we've had a massive rate of attrition in the Pro-Am category, because I think so far there's only one car officially retired from GT3 Pro-Am, and that will be the Define Dragon Ferrari, which we've not seen anything of for quite some time. And as Alan suggested, the team were already shaking each other's hands, and that was it for them. So that's been I would say, a good performance for the Audi, because it's not been a trouble-free run for it, has it, in general?
No, you're certainly right there as well for the two of them. They've had their fair shares of incidences around the track in various locations. We did see earlier on that it was a bit of bodywork. They did match their back and their front and back bumpers. That was retrieved by the marshals at any given point somewhere during the 8 hours of racing. But a job well done for the two cars. As you said before earlier in the broadcast, these are not cars that are supported anymore by the factory. These are all customer racing teams that have no factory support whatsoever from Audi, and to see that they're still running this strongly throughout the race as well. The Haas RT running 9th overall, and the sister car running down in 15th. Yes, they've had a little bit of drama here and there, but the good news is that they're still racing here in the final closing stages of the race here. 1 hour and 60 minutes left on the clock here. Ben Barnicoat leads now by 2.7 seconds over Adam Christodoulou, who unfortunately is losing sight of that McLaren 720S Evo up the road from him as he makes his way now through turn 5. Down the back straight they will go, and into the pit lane now comes one of the Haas RTs. It's the Into Africa Racing by Haas RT. So unfortunately not all is right here, unless this is just a quick pit stop to get that third mandatory pit stop done and dusted, because we're edging closer now to that time frame where they must be completed. So a fresh set of Pirelli rubber attached to all 4 corners there of Axel Jeffries Into Africa Racing by Haas RT. The car will be released off the air jacks, and it will be released from its pit box as well onto the fast lane, and hopefully towards the end of the race. Looks like it's definitely picked up some debris at some point as well. That is a rather big dent there in the front end of the car, as they are waiting for that car to refire. And it looked like there was another note that popped on our screen. Car number 3 now under investigation for exceeding track limits. A very uncommon sight here this weekend at the 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours. here at the Yas Marina Circuit. Now, this is taking a little longer to what they would like to be sat stationary for in the pit lane. Now, the car did refire, or are there more issues? Have the gremlins returned here for the Inter-Africa racing by Haas RT? Well, the car has been released now, but that seemed to be quite a long hold, as the car is now on the fast lane and has been released now and making its way down to pit exit. On the left-hand side will be the sister car coming through behind the Enrico Fulgenzi car. That's the car that's currently second overall in GT3 Pro-Am. And then it will be, well, now the Guy of Vandermont racing car, the 44 with Stodium Press behind the wheel. That is the race leader in that category. And remember, they had issues when it came to forming up on the grid. We still don't know exactly what happened. We might have to find out later on. But whatever it was, they sorted out rather quickly and are now in the lead of GT3 Pro-Am and have barely looked back at all.
And what's happened for them to get to the lead of GT3 Pro-Am is pretty much exactly the same as what's happened for Ben Barnicoat and the Optimum Motorsport team to get to the lead of GT3 Pro and the lead of the race overall, because both the leader of GT3 Pro and the leader of GT3 Pro-Am were a lap adrift of the leader in their categories at the start of this second section of the race. They are both now not only on the lead lap, they are the leaders of those categories. So there's been a real turnaround in the fortunes in both GT3 Pro and GT3 Pro-Am in the second half of this race. We've got less than half an hour to tick off that final mandatory pit stop now, because in reality all of the imposed pit stops, the 3 that have to be done in part 2 of the race, need to be done before the final 45 minutes of the race overall, and we are now half an hour away from getting to that final 45-minute mark.
And the gap between Almana by Dragon and Grove Racing by GetSpeed, 35.4 seconds to the good so far. 6 seconds separate those two in terms of lap times. A 1:59.355 for Stephen Grove in the Grove Racing by GetSpeed, but for Ben Tuck, a 1:53.806. They're definitely now within the next 12 minutes or so, maybe a little bit longer, that Ben Tuck driven Almanar by Dragon is going to be all over the back of the Mercedes AMG. Now, this is the number 14, the Razzoon More Than Racing car, now applying the pressure to what is the second place car overall, Capital RT by Moto Park. Adam Christodoulou behind the wheel of that car, 30.6 seconds drift from that McLaren just up the road, but we'll be feeling the heat at the moment as that number 14 picks up the tow. The rear spoiler shakes with all the air rushing over it as it applies the downforce to the back end of the vehicle. And now down into turn 6, not close enough to make a move anywhere on the inside or the outside, but the 14 is really staying with Adam Christodoulou, and this is not something he wants to have to deal with at all. He doesn't want to have to defend his position on track. Now remember, this isn't a change of position on track either. This is just a car that just wants to try and unlap itself, as the Razzoon More Than Racing car down in 11th position with Simon Birch behind the wheel, a 1:53.910 last time around, but Adam Christodoulou a 1:54.419. That was also 0.6 of a second slower compared to Optimum Motorsport's Ben Barnicoat. And if we look at Razzoon's time, it's a 1:53.9, as you said. The gap there was 0.5 of a second slower, was Adam Christodoulou, compared to that Porsche that is currently being quite a large pest in his rear view mirror. It's like an angry fly that you can't quite catch at the moment. It's just sitting behind you, buzzing behind your ears. And Adam Christodoulou's like, I do not want this right now. I want to be free to chase down that Optimum Motorsport as the gap goes up now to 3.9 seconds.
So yeah, it's Simon Bjerk who's going so well, the 18-year-old, second youngest driver I think we've got in the field this weekend, and is hounding Adam Christodoulou, who's running in second place overall, to try and take one of the laps back from the car that sits there in second place. He's 4 laps off the lead at the moment, though, isn't he, in the lead of Pro-Am. Doesn't need to race that car, so, you know, if you're leading Pro-Am, if the opportunity presents itself, of course you're going to go through and take the place. But I don't think Simon Bjerk, despite his relative young years, is going to do anything than drive with a very mature head on his shoulders, because why put a class win at risk just to gain a place over a car that you're not even doing battle with? You know, it's not even a position change, is it?
No, it certainly isn't. But of course, that Razzoon More Than Racing just wants to get through and just get an additional position and then be released and hopefully get close to the back bumper of a GT3 Pro-Am further up the road, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. So he's just going to carry on being the biggest pest of all for the capital RT by Motor Park. But the team will no doubt be heading down to that garage and say, look, just cut us a break here. We're in contention for a top step of the podium finishing here, and you're being a bit of a nuisance. Can you just let it off a little bit here? It's the Almanar by Dragon Ben Tuck across the line, 26.467. The gap comes down by 3-ish seconds that time round. And again, Grove Racing, they're picking up the pace of 157.577. That's only 4 seconds slower compared to that number 77, but still quite a deficit as that car is fast approaching that 77 at the moment.
So, no further information yet as to why the team manager was called to race control from the number 4 car, which is running in 3rd place still. Grove Racing by Get Speed, Stephen Grove behind the wheel, and at some point he will come in. The only point Stephen Grove will come in is when he's ticked 3 hours off. They'll have to leave him out there, and that's why he's still circulating at the moment. As soon as he hits 3 hours, guarantee you the number 4 will be in, and I'll swap over, I suspect, to Jules Gounon for the final part of the race.
And we'll have to see when that happens, because that should be now in the next 25 minutes. They'll have to figure that out as well.
23 and a bit now, yeah. So Adam Christodoulou still with a Porsche looming large in his mirrors, still pushing hard though himself, because he's only 4.5 seconds off the race leading McLaren, which is in the hands of Ben Barnicoat, who has just slowly lap after lap edged away. So on pure pace at the moment, Ben Barnicoat seems to have a faster McLaren than Adam Christodoulou has a faster Mercedes. So the gap is edging away. It pulled away by about another half a second last time through. It was a 53.7 exactly. 1 minute 53.7 from Ben Barnicoat. It was a 1 minute 54.268 from Adam Christodoulou, who has finally managed to get himself a little bit of breathing space between himself and the Porsche of Simon Bierk that sits behind. Ben Tuck still sitting there in 4th position at the wheel of the number 77 Ferrari. He's just come over the start-finish line now, and with the problems that befell that Ferrari, he is at the moment off the lead lap. Let's just have a quick look at what's happened down here at turn number 6. That was almost contact there, wasn't there? And Stephen Pellet did everything to try and avoid clonking into the tail end of the Enrico Fulgenzi Porsche there, and they just avoided each other. What he was trying to do there was get back through and ahead of that Porsche, because if he can, it wouldn't be a change for position, but it would put him on the same lap as the Porsche, albeit nearly a full lap behind it.
And that's exactly what it would be, because if you tapped him into a spin, that's more of a chance for him to get to the back bumper, is it, the next time round? But 0.8 of a second back from the Garage 59, and that was the car that was in front of the Enrico Fulgenzi racing car. So, Mark, I'm going to have to say goodbye to you for the time being. I will go down to the pit lane.
Of course.
And that means that Alan High will be preparing himself for the grand spectacle come the end of this race here, which, of course, will be the podium presentation. So, I shall see you all in a few moments' time.
So thanks to Chris Milbourne for his efforts up here in the commentary box. What have you got, Alan?
Do you think preparing yourself for a podium means sitting down with a cup of Lemsip and a hot water bottle?
I promised you that I'll buy you a drink at the end of the day, at the end of the week.
I
didn't expect it to be a Lemsip, but
Sorry.
you're more than welcome. I have them in my bedroom.
Thank you very much.
You do sound croaky, Alan. You do sound croaky. You're nearly there, mate.
I'm afraid so. We are nearly there.
Well done. Well done. Top job as ever. So Chris has left the commentary box, which I'm sadly means that you're stuck with me for the final 1 hour of this one, because Alan will be preparing for the podium. Chris will be going down and just covering off anything in the pit lane and getting some initial reaction as and when we get to the checkered flag before we do our official podium presentations, which I say there will be 3 podiums. It will be for the top 3 overall, which is going to be the Pro class. It will be for the top 3 in Pro-Am, and of course we will be introducing onto the podium as long as it makes it to the checkered flag, which I don't see any reason why not. But you never know, there's still an hour to go. The winner of what will be the GT3 AM category, the sole remaining car that we've got. So we ride on board with the GT3 AM leading car, which is Mark Sampson. And at the wheel of his McLaren, he heads underneath the W Hotel. So through turn 13 and turn 14, just look how close he'll get towards these barriers on the right-hand side, the exit of the corner, shifting up into 4th gear for turn number 15, and then onto the brakes, and it'll be, again, down a gear or so in towards what is there.
Has walked out in front of the garage. He's just bouncing up and down, getting himself ready. So Jules will be taking over the number 4 car fairly soon, I reckon.
Well, that must mean then that Stephen Grove is about to tick over 3 hours of drive time as the bronze driver, which means that they will comply with the regulations if that's the case. That Simon Bjerk in towards the pit lane. Brilliant stint from the young Danish driver. He is out of the car, and there is going to be a change of driver for that particular car. We can see a few other drivers now getting ready, and a bit like they were doing in part 1 of the race, they are not leaving it in part 2 until the very final few moments, just in case something happens and we end up with a full course caution or a safety car period. Do it with the 10 or so minutes to go, and then all of a sudden you're not going to have a problem. Right, into the pit lane comes the car that's in 3rd position overall. Stephen Grove is in the pit lane. Talk us through the stop, Alan, because I'm sure you're down there.
I most certainly am. I'm on the pit wall directly opposite the number 4 Mercedes as it comes to a stop now. In goes the fuel. So refueling at the moment. Stephen will get himself out of the car in due course, unplug himself, the audio, the radio connection, and undo the door, which he does now. Left leg first, right leg to follow. Climbs out the car, just gets the straps behind the headrest, and that means that Jules will find it easy to get into the car. The fuel is in, so Jules runs over to the car, gets himself in. Stephen will help to buckle him in. Tyres already on.
You've got the leader in as well.
And the leader down pit lane as well. So
and second, you got 1st, 2nd and 3rd all in the pit lane.
Well, this is way too much action. Where do you want me to go, for goodness sake? The 13 Mercedes comes to a stop now. I have to say, the beautiful looking 13 Mercedes. So, yeah, the top 3 in the race are directly in front of me. One to the left, the 69 car, the number 4 car directly in front of me, and the 13 car to my right. In fact, it's getting really busy down here in pit lane. Loads more cars thread their way in. Number 17 down pit lane is coming in as well. The number 4 Mercedes, that was the first of the cars to stop now with Jules Gounon at the wheel of the car. Engages 1st gear, he's off in the pearlescent white, number 4. Fantastic looking pearlescent finish on that Mercedes in the lights here at Yas Marina. The number 13 car, my goodness, the amount of brake dust which comes out of the front of these cars after one of these stints is really quite exceptional. It's a proper cloud of dust as they are just putting the Pirellis on the number 13 car. I can't see the 69 car quite as well, but I think, yeah, they're just doing up the straps on the driver change, and the number 13 car is dropped down off the jacks. Fires up now. 13 on its way, and 69 follows it out.
That was a brand new sticker set of Pirellis that went onto the McLaren. I can tell you absolutely that much because we could see it on our timing screens. You've also got Enrico Fulgenzi's car in the pit lane. The number 21 Audi sits in the pit lane. The Pro-Am leader, which was the Garage 59 McLaren, comes into the pit lane. And as for Optimum Motorsports, they have popped Todd Coleman in the wheel, behind the wheel of the number 69 car for the final stint. So that is the bronze graded driver. So maybe Todd hasn't quite ticked over minimum drive time as yet in that car. So that's why they've had no choice but to put him in. And as for the other car, it is Adam Christodoulou. Did Adam Christodoulou remain in the car, Alan? Timing screen suggesting that's the case, but I couldn't quite see from the pit stop. So nothing from Alan, but just a confirmation of that hopefully would be good, as we now get to the point where we've got 60 minutes to go in this race. So there's still a few cars that haven't ticked off all of their pit stops, including the Pro-Am class leader at this stage. Number 44 Mercedes is still due in at some point to serve another pit stop. Into the pit lane comes the number 28 Mercedes, so that is TFT Racing. Nico Bastian was the driver that was behind the wheel. He's about to hop out of the car, and who are we likely to get in that car would be the question. I would have thought, if Nico Bastian is getting out, I'd have thought it would be Benjamin Black that would be jumping in for the final stint. Unless, again, they haven't ticked off 6 hours of driving for the 2 bronzes they've got in that car, which would be Patrick Charlet and Jordan Boisson. So we'll wait for the cars to come over the start-finish line, but it should be the number 69 McLaren, I think, that will have picked up the lead of this race and should be coming through turn number 16 now and over the start-finish line. Let's have a look. No, it's Adam Christodoulou that picks up the lead of the race. That's just been confirmed. He's heading up towards turn number 1. The number 69 McLaren of Todd Coleman is 4.5 seconds adrift in second position. And in third place, I think, will now be picked up by the number 77 Ferrari in the hands of Ben Tuck. So final pit stopper leaving, which will be TFT Racing. It's not showing as being the only car in the pit lane, but the other 2, one of them we know is a retirement, which is the Define Ferrari, and the other one, I think Alan said, was probably done for the day as well with engine gremlins, is the Tsunami Porsche. They both show in the pit lane, but we know we're not going to see a great deal more of those. So we jump back on board now, the GT3 Am class leading Garage 59 number 8 McLaren that's inside the top 10 and has 3 Pro-Am cars ahead of it. Sorry, 4 Pro-Am cars ahead of it now. It's got 3 Pro-Am cars behind it. So it's still mixing it well and truly amongst the Pro-Ams. That was Mark Sanson, who I think remained behind the wheel of that car. So Adam Christodoulou leading the way. Car that started 3rd after the first section of the race and leads by 4.5 seconds. Turns its way out of turn number 9 up towards the fast kinks at turn 10 and turn 11. Adam was saying earlier on he wasn't sure they'd got the pace of the others around them, but they've had good pace. They've certainly had good strategy as well to get themselves into this position, and unlike some of the other runners, they've had good luck as well, because they have had a pretty troubled-free race so far. Into the pit lane we've now got also Car Collection Motorsport, Alexei Denisov coming towards what I think will be the end of his stint, and that is going to be another driver change that's taking place there for the number 3 car. And we'll have to wait and see as to who the incoming driver will be in that one. So Alexei Denisov is done for the moment. Alan Hyde has now, of course, left the pit lane. Chris Milbourne will be down there ready to hopefully pick up on any further pit stops that will be taking place. If they take place in the next 12 minutes, it's probably going to be the final imposed pit stops being ticked off. Anything that is then after the next 12 minutes will then not count as an imposed pit stop, because, say, they all have to be done before we get to the point where there's only 45 minutes to go in this race. And now at the stage there's just 57 remaining on the clock. So Adam Christodoulou leading by 7.7 seconds from Todd Coleman. Todd Coleman's lap times 1 minute 58.063 at the wheel of the number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren.
Almanor Racing team about their pit stop.
Sorry, Chris, could hardly hear you.
Sorry there, I was just letting you know I have an update on the pit stop for Almanor by Dragon. They will have to come in and do one more pit stop, because that pit stop they did to check the brakes for Ben Tuck did not count. So they will be coming in. He didn't tell me exactly when, but they will be coming in obviously before they have to do it. So we'll keep a close eye on there for when that Ferrari comes in.
Thank you very much for that. So that clarifies that one, and therefore we know we'll see the number 77 third place Ferrari back in the pit lane at some stage, and that is probably going to hand third place potentially back to Jules Gounon, Brenton Grove and Stephen Grove's number 4 Mercedes. But again, we'll wait for all of the pit stops to take through. It seems to be taking an age to get the Car Collection Motorsport Porsche sorted. Is there a problem with that one? Yeah, they were doing something inside the car. Now, was that the CCTV system they were working on? It eventually comes down to off its air jacks. It will head back into the race. The car that, prior to its pit stop, was running in 5th position in Pro-Am, without question now will have dropped to 6th position in Pro-Am, but it shouldn't get any worse than that, because they've got plenty of laps in hand between themselves running 6th in Pro-Am, the car that's 7th in Pro-Am. So Adam Christodoulou, the race leader, turning his way round through turn number 5, now 10.6 seconds ahead of Todd Coleman. Todd Coleman, though, is a bronze-graded driver. He's very much an AM-class driver, and therefore you wouldn't expect him to keep to the pace of the likes of Adam Christodoulou, very experienced, gold-graded by the FIA, and at the moment lapping 3 seconds a lap quicker than the car in second position. The problem for Todd Coleman is he's giving time away to the number 77 Ferrari. Now that won't concern them because we know that the Ferrari's got to come in for another pit stop, but they will be keeping an eye on what the rate of close is for any cars that are behind, because of course we've also got Jules Gounon now aboard the number 4 machine, which will be charging to see whether he might possibly be able to get himself back into the top 3. I think will probably happen as and when the Ferrari heads for the pit lane next time through. But can they get themselves back on the lead lap? I'm not sure they can with the amount of time that was lost. So right the way around the outside of the Gabriele Piani Mercedes went the Ferraris. That was brave driving by Ben Tuck. He went around the outside at turn number 1, so huge amounts of confidence in what the car is going to be able to do for him. We've got further cars under investigation for track limits, and that is the number 14 car. So Razzoon more than racing, under investigation for exceeding track limits. That's the car that's probably picked up more penalties than anybody else in this race so far, and has tended to be the case. If a car is under investigation for track limits, it usually has resulted in a penalty. So could that be another penalty heading in their general direction? The final driver change for the number 3 car that we saw in the pit lane sees 16-year-old August Raber now back behind the wheel of that car. Adam Christodoulou still leading the way, still pressing on. Nearly 13 seconds to the good now. And as long as that gap just keeps going the right way for him, he'll know that they are potentially in a very strong position in this race. Himself, Denis Remenyenko and Michaela Lashin. Denis Remenyenko, who has been racing in the 24-hour series in the Middle East. We've seen him out in the Gulf 12 Hours plenty of time in the past. First started, I think the first time I really saw him racing was when he's in the Blancpain Sprint Club, as it was called, some years ago, when that particular Blancpain Sports Club, I should say, when that was a particular series that ran at selected rounds of Blancpain, as it was called at the time. Nowadays, GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, is the equivalent championship for it. So through and over the start-finish line goes Gabriele Piani. Then we get the GT3 Pro-Am class leading car coming through, which is still Sergio Perez. And into the pit lane sees Jeffrey Westphal come. So that is the Palin Racing Ferrari that is, I think now, the last car that runs in GT3 Pro-Am, because we've now had 2 retirements from GT3 Pro-Am, so there's just 7 cars running in the Pro-Am category. And Jeffrey Westphal, which is an all North American shared car, that particular number 27 car, because I think we've got 2 Americans in it, 2 Canadians in that car, and that is going to be potentially a change of drive, and it's going to be one of the Canadians that will hop in, which will be Kyle Marcelli will jump in. Former champion in the Super Trofeo Lamborghini Championship in North America, in fact double former champion, 22 and 23. And is that a slow McLaren of Todd Coleman? It is. The car that's second in the race all of a sudden is slowing as it's coming around the circuit. Todd Coleman is limping his way around, and there's another problem for a front-running car in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. I can't see the McLaren doing anything else. It's a flat left rear tyre by the look of things. A puncture. It's a slow puncture because it's not fully deflated, but Todd Coleman is aware of the problem and is going to bring the car in to have a new Pirelli bolted onto that left rear corner of the car. So if you can hear me, Chris, you need to be heading in the general direction of Optimum Racing. Problems have struck the car in second place. Todd Coleman was losing time to other cars around him, and part of that problem might be the tyre was beginning to go down. So he's into the pit lane. He'll have radioed back to the team. There'll be a new tyre ready for him, but that is going to drop that car out of second place, potentially out of a podium. We've got another car coming to the pit lane as well, which is running in 5th place. Gabriele Piani comes into the pit lane at the wheel of the Winward Racing machine.
Yeah, down here on pit lane with Optimum Motorsport here. They're changing the left rear tyre here. It's a very brief and quick stop, and not something they expected at all. I spoke to Aaron moments ago asking if they're coming in, and literally within a few minutes, the puncture happened there. So they've made a lightning quick pit stop here to hopefully stay in contention here. The 81 is pulled in just in front of them there to get fuel into that Mercedes AMG. It looks like the Dragon Racing team were briefly getting ready here, but maybe just this might be tactic for them here as well. I've also heard that the race leader in GT Am are also going to be coming into the pit lane in a few moments' time as well. So once that happens, I'll make sure to chime in.
I think that might be Marvin Dinks that's getting back in the number 81 car for the final stint. Or is it Renat Salikov? I'd have thought with the amount of driving that Renat Salikov has already done that he's probably ticked off the 3 hours minimum that he needs to be doing. The gaffer tape on the front of the car that leads Pro-Am is now starting to fail a little bit. There's a few more sparks coming out from underneath the number 44 Mercedes than there was a few laps ago. So, yes, there's a lot more sparks coming out from the Mercedes than there was a few laps ago. So is that another problem for a car? All on the front left-hand corner, down the straight, loads and loads of orange sparks coming from the corner of the car. So something is grounding, and you can see it is the front splitter that is dragging on the ground. The metal inserts that sit on the underside of the carbon fibre is what's causing the sparks, and you can hear the noise that it's making. So surely they're going to have to come back in. You can't drive the car around in that condition for another, what is nearly 50 minutes in this race, but it's not sure it's going to be a particularly quick fix either. So this car, it leads Pro-Am, and it leads it by a couple of laps probably at the moment. But is it going to have to be destined for the pit lane? Is it coming in on this lap? Yes, it is. You got the Pro-Am leader in, and it is the front left-hand corner of this car and the failure of the splitter now, Chris, that is cause for concern for Vermont Racing. Sergio Perez is the driver behind the wheel of it, and when they dive for the pit lane, they briefly just moved up because of the stop for Winward Racing up into 5th place, but that's going to drop them right the way down through the order. Let's go down to the pit lane, and Chris.
Yeah, so they just pulled on into their pit box here, and as you said, the tape at the front there has sort of been ingested into the front radiator, and actually he hasn't stopped exactly in his pit box either. That's going to cost them valuable time here. They've had to push that car forward. They've had to disconnect the fuel hose as well. It's gone back in, and there is a driver change happening here. Let's see, can I have a quick look at who it will be? I'm going to try my best not to get in the way here at all as Sergio Perez gets out behind the wheel. It is Zalua, who will be getting behind the wheel of the class-leading Pro-Am number 44 here. And I did happen to meet one of their co-drivers who races with them in Australian GT, in the Australian GT Open, George King, of course, a champion of the Golf Radical Cup. He was not here yesterday. He was down at the Vardodrome doing some driver coaching. Great to see him here in the paddock area. But looks like a fresh set of tyres being bolted to each of the 4 corners here. They're applying the racing tape to the front end. And actually they're securing, as you mentioned before, Mark, the left front is being fastened down with plenty of racing tape here. Now, I'm just going to quickly move out of the way because I don't want to impede this too much. I want to see if I can get a better view of what is going on here. But a lot of work being done here to the Pro-Am leader. Tyres all come off. The driver has been put into place. The door slammed shut. The air jacks have been released. And the car is now on its way. And hopefully that is good enough to go towards the end of the race here. But as you said, further drama for our top contenders here for the biggest prize of tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Problems for cars when they've been leading the race overall. Problems then for that car leading GT3 Pro-Am. I think it will still have the lead of GT3 Pro-Am because it got a couple of laps in hand, which would mean that you could almost do a sort of a 3.5, 4 minute pit stop and still hang on to it. It certainly wasn't in the pits for that long, so should still be good to be leading it. What they can't afford to do now, though, is have that tape fail once more because there's still 46 minutes of this race to go at this stage. 321 laps now have been completed by our race leader. So let me just run you down through the order as we've got 45 minutes to go. It's the number 13 Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou that leads the way. That's the capital RT by Motor Park car. Second is 77, which is Almanar by Dragon Racing. Ben Tuck in the Ferrari at this stage. Are they both on the same lap? We can confirm that next time they come over the start-finish line because I can't see the tracker trace for the number 77 car. Third is number 69 Optimum Motorsport and Todd Coleman. So that car now down from second to third as a result of the puncture that's just been resolved. Fourth is number 4 Grove Racing by Get Speed, which is Jules Gounon.
in the Mercedes. 5th place is now going to be the number 81 Winwood Racing Marvin Dienst driven Mercedes. So those top 5 cars all run still in GT3 Pro at this stage. And down to 6th now, I think, will be the leading car in GT3 Pro-Am, which will be Marcel Zalua, that's behind the wheel of that. 7th will be 2nd in GT3 Pro-Am, which is the number 17 Enrico Fulgenzi Porsche. Enrico's still behind the wheel. And 8th will complete in reality the GT3 Pro-Am podium at this stage, which will be the number 21 Haas RT Audi in the hands of Stephen Pellet. 9th will be the leader of GT3 Am, Garage 59 McLaren, in the hands of Marco Pulcini. Completing the top 10 will be number 28, which is TFT Racing and Benjamin Plaque, with the gold and black liveried Mercedes. So that's the order of the top 10. It picks out the top 3 in each one of those categories as well. Particularly GT3 Pro and GT3 Pro-Am, because as we say, you've only got one car still running in GT3 Am. And now that we've got past 45 minutes of the race remaining, it means that any other visit to the pits will be an unscheduled pit stop, or if it is one of the planned in post pit stops, you're too late. It won't count. You'll get a 3-lap penalty. So we are now very much in towards the final stages of this race. We're not expecting any other visits to the pits unless there's any sort of mechanical woe, and the relative gap between Adam Christodoulou, who leads the race, and Ben Tuck, I think puts the Mercedes in a very, very strong position. He's on lap number 323 currently, just turning his way out of turn 5, the number 13 race-leading Mercedes, and charging his way down what is a very empty straight. And the problems for the Pro-Am leading Mercedes still exist, because that's the next car that's ahead of the race leader. The tape has failed already. There's more sparks coming off the left-hand corner of the car. And surely, I just can't see how with 40+ minutes of the race to go, they could just leave the car out there with it dragging on the ground. The tape is flapping around. They need to find another solution, because what they tried first time round with tape in the centre hasn't worked. What they tried second time round hasn't worked, because the tape just isn't strong enough with the amount of speed that the car is carrying and the force that's being put on that front splitter. The tape hasn't failed fully as yet, but I'd imagine what's happened is it's stretched, and the force of the air going onto it just means that that car is dragging itself, continuing around the circuit with a load of sparks coming still out of the front left-hand corner of the car. So are we going to see Marcel Zalua, who's only just jumped on board the car, 4 minutes ago, back into the pit lane before too much longer? The team will be on the radio. They'll be asking him how it feels. Do you think it's getting any worse? Does it sound any noisier? But also, race control will be doing exactly the same thing and looking at it to see if it is a problem. He stays out on this lap, turns his way through the final corner, which means he's now got another 5.3 kilometres of the Yas Marina Circuit to do before he can consider another possibility of coming into the pits. So for the moment, he carries on. Now, they are, I still think, a full lap in the lead. Let's have a quick look in GT3 Pro-Am. He's just heading round through turn number 3 and turn number 4 with still all of the sparks there. And are they a full lap in the lead of GT3 Pro-Am? Yes, they are. Yep, so they've still got a full lap in hand. They've now done 319 laps completed. 318 is what's been completed by Enrico Fulgenzi at this stage at the wheel of the second place, yellow and black, number 17 Porsche. So they've still got time to deal with a further temporary repair to that number 44 car, but maybe options are running out really for them. Might just have to leave it out there and hope that the officials are satisfied that it's not going to fully fail. Just been lapped by the race leader, so that's another lap that's now been put on the Pro-Am leading car by the overall leading car, Adam Christodoulou, who makes his way round through the kink and in towards the braking area at turn number 9. He's got a full minute in hand between himself and Ben Tuck, who is on the lead lap, but Ben's only just gone round through turn 1, whereas heading in towards the technical section and towards the W Hotel is going the race leader. So the best part of a third, if not half a lap ahead, is the advantage that Adam Christodoulou has at this stage. Todd Coleman in 3rd place is losing fistfuls of time to Jules Gounon, and I'm not surprised, because Todd Coleman, of course, is not a professional driver. He is bronze graded, the American, and it is going to be Jules Gounon that's hunting him down to the tune of 5 seconds a lap. Chris, did I hear you in the pit lane?
Yeah, so I've just had a chat briefly here with the leaders in Pro-Am. While there was a look of anticipation and a little bit maybe distress, but watching the live feed there and just talking to the team here as well, they are preparing if required, but with 45 minutes left on the clock or less, and a 2-lap advantage over their closest rival, they're not bringing that car in anytime soon.
So unless they're told to by race officials, they're leaving it out there unless something happens, and then they have no choice but to bring it in. So that's what the team are thinking at this stage. I can't blame them. I'll be keeping their fingers crossed that it doesn't get any worse. At the moment, of course, it's easy to see those sparks. It would have been less easy to spot them during the daytime, but at night time, yes, whilst it's well floodlit, you can't miss those orange sparks from coming underneath the Mercedes. Ben Tuck pushing hard at the wheel of the number 77 Ferrari, which has had a good chunk of leading this race. We've never had a 2.96 win the Gulf 12 Hours as yet. We've had plenty of Ferrari wins, whether it be for the 458 or the 488 over the years, but at the moment it's a Mercedes that leads the way. Mercedes have had 3 wins so far in the Gulf 12 Hours. The Mercedes AMG SLS was a winner in 2013 for Black Falcon, and then we had to wait best part of another 10 years before a Mercedes win. In 2022 there was a win for the 2Cs Mercedes back here at Yas Marina after the year away when we'd been at Bahrain, and then we had another win in 2023 for the Team Gruppe M Mercedes AMG when it was part of the Intercontinental Challenge, and it was a full pro lineup on that occasion that claimed the victory. So those are the 3 wins for Mercedes over the years: 2013, 2022, 2023, 2025. Question mark still, 38 minutes still to go, but in a good position. But however, we have seen significant problems for race leading cars or front running cars, and Adam Christodoulou will be well aware of that. He's been around sports car racing for long enough to know that whilst there's still time on the clock, anything can happen. He's got a fairly clear bit of tarmac really now though. Now that he's worked his way through and past the number 14 Porsche, he has got no other car at all in sight. He's got one in his mirrors, he can see, but as he comes out of turn number 5 and looks down the big long straight towards turn number 6, there's nothing there. So plenty of clear track to focus on, and just make sure that he hits his braking marks each time, that he doesn't take too much life out of the tyres that were bolted on. Don't know whether it was sticker tyres that went on that car or whether it was a head of scrubs that had gone on or pre-used that had gone on. As for Jules Gounon, that's the other thing we need to keep an eye on, because he's carving huge chunks of time out of Todd Coleman to try and get himself back into a podium spot at this stage. And where is Jules Gounon on circuit? He is just having completed the first sector, so he's heading through turn number 5. Where is the number 69 McLaren of Todd Coleman? He is further round the lap at this stage. I think he's just working his way through turn number 8, is he, at this stage? Again, can't quite see where the tracking location is for that car on the screen that's in front of me. Pro-Am, I would say, is probably sorted, barring any problems for the number 44 Mercedes if it has to come back in. I think Pro-Am is probably sorted because they have a full lap advantage over the car second in Pro-Am, who have a full lap advantage over the car that's third in Pro-Am. However, there are more cars under investigation for track limits. One of those is the number 28 TFT Racing of Benjamin Plack, who lies 4th in Pro-Am, 9th overall. The other car that's under investigation, Todd Coleman, the 3rd placed McLaren, is also now attracting the attentions of the officials, so that is under investigation. Enrico Fulgenzi goes through and past Marcel Zaloa there, and we're nearly 3 wide on the pit straight. Now the Porsche has gone through and ahead of the Mercedes. The Audi has followed it through as well, which is going to be Stephen Pillette. So that's the cars at 2nd in Pro-Am and 3rd in Pro-Am, who've both gone through ahead of the Pro-Am class leader that time through. So that now means that the Gea Velmont Racing Mercedes that still runs in 6th place no longer has a full lap advantage. And the lap times from Marcel Zaloa last time through was a 2:03.5. That is 7 seconds slower than Enrico Fulgenzi, who was just overtaking him at the wheel of the Porsche. So they are very much limping that car through towards the end More track limits warnings coming out. Marco Pulcini, Garage 59, GT3 AM class leader. Adam Christodoulou blends out of the throttle. And is that Mercedes just letting the other car go through because he doesn't want to squabble with it? Yes, I think he is. I think he just got out of the way, saw that Terry Vermeulen, very, very quick driver, pro racing driver Terry Vermeulen, is coming up quickly at the wheel of the number 14 Razoon More Than Racing Porsche. And for Adam Christodoulou, he'll know that doesn't need to worry, let the car go through. That car that's just gone past him is running in 11th. I've got the race lead to think about here, and at this stage of the race, I'm quite happy doing 1 minute 55s, whereas Thierry Vermeulen is in the 153s, so just let him go through. 34 minutes of the race still to go. Car number 77, the second place car of Ben Tuck, now under investigation for exceeding track limits as well. So there's a few potential question marks over track limits. Now, of course, because they've all completed their imposed pit stops, the cars can't really come into the pit lane and serve these penalties. They would have to be done at the end of the race on corrected times in reality. Race leading Pro-Am car of Marcel Zaloa still limping its way around the circuit and effortlessly easing through, and past it goes the number 69 McLaren of Todd Coleman. Equally as much Benjamin Plack goes through and ahead of the car that's continually faltering. And then the next car, I think, will be able to pick it off as well. And I think that is the AM class leading, is it not? McLaren that's going to go through. Yeah, it's another 2 minute 2 last time through from Marcel Zaloa, who is hemorrhaging time here at the wheel of the sparking Mercedes. Now, the sparks were largely coming from just the left-hand side of the car. They're now sort of coming from underneath it in the centre as well. So I do think the problem is slowly getting worse. And Marcel Zaloa is sort of going as fast as he can, but also as slow as he needs to try and prevent any further damage to that car. Marco Pulcini we will ride on board with at the wheel of the GT3 AM class leading McLaren. Onto the brakes. He's got another McLaren that lies ahead of him by the look of the rear lights on the car, and that'll be the number 69 car in the hands of Todd Coleman. Todd Coleman also doing slower lap last time through. He was in the 2 minute bracket at the wheel of the number 69 McLaren, so he is now only 13 seconds ahead of Jules Gounon, who was 7 seconds quicker than him last time through. So in 2 laps, Jules Gounon may well put the number 4 Mercedes back on to the overall podium spots at this stage. So Marco Pulcini pushing hard for Garage 59. The Optimum Motorsport McLaren in the hands of third place Todd Coleman lies ahead, but on pure pace at this stage. It looks as though the AM class leading car is about 3 seconds quicker than the Pro class leading car. And are we going to see a change at turn number 1? Marco Pulcini was looking for the inside line. I'm not sure whether he got it completed. Jules Gounon at the wheel of the Grove Racing by Get Speed number 4 Mercedes. Remember, he was probably within a couple of laps of getting himself back into the podium spots. How far is he behind the car he's trying to hunt down? We'll find out. Let's go down to the pit lane, Chris.
Very interesting turn of events here. I heard they were coming into the pit lane, and now they are. Almanar Racing, the Ferrari 296 GT3 is coming in, presumably just for fuel. I don't see tyres being prepared. They're checking the right front of the car there as well, but this will be a splash and dash hopefully towards the end, and they won't lose too much time. But I did hear that they wanted to bring the car in, and that was quite some time ago, but now they have finally decided to give Ben Tuck enough fuel to get to the end here and hopefully still be on the podium. And now the fuel nozzle has been released, off they go. So now we'll have to see where Almanar Racing by Dragon filter out when it comes towards the end of the race.
We're just getting a quick replay of the 2 McLarens swapping on track positions. There was a side-to-side rub between the pair of them, Todd Coleman and the number 8 AM leading car of Marco Pulcini. Snuck through, did Pulcini, but there was a bit of door-to-door handle between the pair of them. So Todd Coleman, still a slow lap from him, almost in the 2 minute bracket again, whereas Marco Pulcini in the AM class car was 2.5 seconds quicker than him as they went through that time through. Adam Christodoulou still leading the way. It's going to be 330 laps completed next time through. He's not the quickest car out on circuit, because the quickest car out on circuit at the moment, last time through, was going to be Jules Gounon by the look of things. He did a 1 minute 54.9, and I don't think it'll be that much longer before he is able to potentially claim a podium spot, because the number 69 McLaren heads around through turn 2, turn 3 and turn 4. Look in his mirrors, there's going to be a big pearlescent white Mercedes with him as they head up towards turn 5 before too much longer, and this could be a change for a podium spot. We're looking at the race leader at the moment, but it's at the other end of the straight, just going on to turn number 5 out of the hairpin, where we might see a change for third position possibly. So Adam Christodoulou still continuing on his merry way. Less than half an hour to go. He threads his way out of turn number 9, down through the fast little right-hand double kinks at turn 10 and turn 11. Through the heavy braking area, and there is, yeah, so this is now going to be a battle, I think, is it not, between these two cars. Todd Coleman, the bronze-graded driver, under big pressure from factory Mercedes driver Jules Gounon. The inevitable is going to happen. Todd Coleman would try and put it off for as long as possible, but I think Jules Gounon might get the job done when they get down towards turn 9 this time through. The Mercedes goes through and ahead of the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, and for Jules Gounon and the team now, that now means they are back in to the podium spots, and just goes to show how the task that was put in front of them was dealt with to get themselves back on the lead lap. However, for the other car that was tasked with doing exactly the same, that's who he's just overtaken, the number 69 car, which was going so well, had the tyre problem, had to come into the pit lane and get the tyre sorted, so that was what cost them time. And then, of course, they clearly hadn't got 3 hours of driving stint done for Todd Coleman. Otherwise, you would not put him back in the car as the bronze-graded driver. So they are now just making sure that when he comes over the start-finish line to take the checkered flag, he does meet the minimum drive time. So the strategy has worked for Grove Racing by GetSpeed. Jules Gounon goes through and is now 35 seconds shy of Ben Tuck. But we know that Ben Tuck is a quick driver. We also know now, based on what we've just seen, he is fueled to the end of the race, so that was why he had to come in, and that was probably why the team brought him in then. They realised that, yeah, if they did it then, top it up with fuel, we should be good to hang on to second position. So it's Mercedes, Ferrari, Mercedes at the moment. McLaren is 4th, Mercedes 5th and 6th. The leading Porsche is 7th. The first of the Audis is there in 8th position. So at the moment, Mercedes look on course for potentially a 4th win in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. Through turn number 12, up towards turn 13 goes the number 13 car, Adam Christodoulou. It's a late call-up for him to even get to this event, and well, he's certainly relished the opportunity himself, his teammates Michaela Lashin, and the bronze-graded driver that they need to have in the Pro Class car, which is Denis Remenyenko, the 47-year-old. He's done good things behind the wheel of his car and hasn't really put a foot wrong during his stints. And you wouldn't probably, based on what Adam was saying at the start of this race, part 2, have expected this car to be in this position. They knew they probably weren't as quick as a combination, or didn't quite have the package that others had, but say what they have done is stay out of trouble. They have not picked up a great deal, I don't think, of any time penalties in the pit lane with things like track limits and things. The car looks pretty much immaculate still. There's not a little scrape on it. It's not to say they didn't have a little bit of a spin when they were caught by the Ferrari in part 1 of the race, when Brendan Arieb ran into the back of the Mercedes when it was in the hands of Denis Remenyenko, and they both lost time and had spins down at turn number 6 and turn number 7. But that's about the only time I can think the number 13 Mercedes has been in strife in this race so far. Now, the car behind him is Ben Tuck. That car is second, but it is not on the lead lap. So Ben Tuck, having just taken on extra fuel, is now no longer on the lead lap of the race. So I would imagine with 26 minutes to go, Adam Christodoulou is not going to worry yet. Through goes Ben Tuck at the wheel of the Ferrari. Adam Christodoulou is not going to put up a fight, because he knows, OK, you've gone through, you've got yourself back on the lead lap of the race, but the chances of safety car coming out, you would have thought towards the end of this race, are minimal. It's been a fairly safety car free second part of the race. In fact, I don't think we've had a safety car other than one full course yellow for a bit of debris, so it's been a fairly green flag run in part 2 of the race. Part 1 was very much a different matter, with incidents and accidents and debris out on circuit, bringing out full course yellows and subsequent safety cars on 2 or 3 occasions. So we've got 25 minutes of the race still to go. Capital RT still leading the way. Almanar by Dragon in 2nd place. Grove Racing by Get Speed in 3rd. Optimum Motorsport in 4th. Winwood Racing 5th. And the leading Pro-Am car now is in 6th place, which is Gaia Valmont Racing and Marcel Zalua, who's still behind the wheel. Is he still hemorrhaging time? He's still lapping around about 2 minutes, so he's actually sped up a little bit more, because 2-minute 3s he was in, and 2-minute 2s. He's now gone to 2-minute laps, which means he's giving away about 5 seconds a lap to the car that's 2nd in Pro-Am. Enrico Fulgenzi, you remember, is now on the same lap as the Pro-Am class leader, but with 24 minutes to go, that's about 12 laps, and he is 1.5 minutes behind. The pace of the Mercedes should see it sufficient, providing there's no further problems, to hang on to the Pro-Am class win. So I think this is probably perfection by the team, and perfection in terms of dealing with the problem that they're confronted with and setting a delta, setting a time that Marcel Zaloa has to keep achieving. And yes, the gap is going to come down, but by lapping at this pace, the gap will come down, but we are still them. We've got a bit of contingency in there as well, so that we're not going to be nip and tuck for the win in Pro-Am. We're still going to have some time up our hands when the checkered flag comes out in probably about, what, 12, 13, maybe 14 laps time. So we should get to probably just under 350 laps, something like that, maybe 345 laps, one would have thought. Last year, we managed 353 in the 14th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. The record, I think, is 359 is the record, which was what we achieved when 2Cs and Mercedes won it here in Yas Marina in 2012. And that was largely because we only had one single safety car period across the 2 parts of the race, which was a 6-hour and a 6-hour split in 2012. And the total safety car period was less than 26 minutes in total across the whole 12 hours of racing. So that was why we achieved a record distance on that occasion, equating to the best part of nearly 1,200 miles that were done by the race leader. So 333 laps now done and dusted. Mercedes from Ferrari, from then the 3rd place Mercedes of Jules Gounon, who comes over the start-finish line. He was 1/10 of a second quicker than Ben Tuck's Ferrari last time through, but he's 35.6 seconds adrift of it. So Jules Gounon, even if he drives the wheels off the car, is never going to catch. Ben Tuck will do what he needs to do at the wheel of the Ferrari. He's still lapping in the 1-minute 54s at this stage, which is probably about maybe 1.7 seconds down on the fastest time that we've seen the Ferrari do in this race so far. Jules Gounon's probably about a second down on the fastest time that he has done in the number 4 Mercedes so far in this race. So he's the one that's tasked with pushing, but he'll know full well that, you know, the rate of close, he's never going to get there. He's reliant on a further problems up the road for the cars ahead of him. And at this stage, Adam Christodoulou and Ben Tuck will be just making sure they pace themselves to the right degree. Under investigation, excessive track limits, number 2 this time, which is Into Africa Racing by Haas RT. That's the Audi that is the last of the cars we've got running at the moment. Started with 20 at the weekend, we're down to 14 now. Axel Jeffries driving the car. It is a pro-class car, but it's behind all of the Pro-Ams because of the problems that have befallen it, only by a lap. So it is a lap off what will be the penultimate car that's running, which is Pellin Racing and Kyle Marcelli, the Canadian driver behind the wheel of the number 27 car. Black and white warning flag going out for August Raber as well, for Car Collection Motorsports, the Middle Eastern-based Swedish driver, the 16-year-old, having his first race in a Porsche GT3 this weekend. Certainly plenty of experience around the Yas Marina Circuit, less experience driving sports cars, largely because he's still in the middle of his single-seater career at this stage, but maybe a toe in the water for when he's gained a bit more experience in single-seaters to move over to sports cars and probably have better opportunities for professional drives or longer races. And probably if you can make it a career, probably a longer professional career in sports cars than you'd ever get in single-seaters nowadays, which is a tough nut to crack as a pro driver. So Adam Christodoulou still leading the way. He's got another car that is not that far behind him. Adam's time's at the moment 155.5, and again what he does is he just lets the other car go through. August Raber's in the 153s, don't need to fight it. It's a car that is running pretty much down in 12th position. It's running 6th in Pro-Am. Let it go through, fully focused now on just making sure he brings the car home to the checkered flag, and for what for him would be a first win in the Gulf 12 Hours. Partnered up this weekend with Denis Remenyenko and Mikhail Aleshin. Good work done by Capital RT by Motor Park. So they've worked the pit stops well, they've worked the strategy well. The car has been prepped and has been trouble-free pretty much throughout, and the only time they've had grief, it wasn't of their own making, it's when they were tipped into a spin. And other than that, you know, if you can't really remember any other problem with the car, that means you've had a good race. So that's the only time I can think that that car has had any sort of problem. Everything else has pretty much gone to plan for the number 13 Mercedes, which is now onto lap number 336 and is just picking its way out of turn 5. We've got one more car in the pit lane, and that is going to be the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT Audi that is in. And that is just going to be a top-off of fuel by the look of things. There are some new Pirelli tyres that are being placed upon it. I'm not sure where Chris is in the pit lane and whether this was always planned. Looks as though it has been, because the tyres are sticker tyres that are going on for the final 18 minutes. And that will give Axel Jeffries the opportunity to maybe push and see whether they can gain a place over the Pellin Racing Ferrari that they were on the same lap as. They were 50 seconds adrift of it when they came into the pits, but they're going to lose a bit more time, of course, with this pit stop. But they don't need to worry about the minimum time, in theory, because they should have, at this stage, ticked off all of their pit stops. So they seem to hold the car for a long time after the tyres had gone on. So if they don't need to comply with the minimum of 100 seconds, begs the question as to why they hold the car once they got the tyres on, because you should just be able to wave it straight back out. And if that is what they deem to be one of their imposed pit stops, are almost half an hour late in doing it, so that won't count. So the race leader, Adam Christodoulou, just see him coming out of the final corner. Turn number 16, over the start-finish line he will come. He's got Porsche ahead of him, which will be August Raber's car. So he'll be catching up with that Porsche before a great deal longer. And in fact, no, that's the car they let through, wasn't it? I should say, a few laps ago. So what's the next car that's behind Adam Christodoulou that he might have to let through? That will be Stephen Palette at the wheel of the number 21 Audi. And Stephen is lapping, yeah, about a second quicker than the race leader. So Adam Christodoulou only lapping as quickly as he needs to. Probably get caught by the Audi in the next few laps, and again what he'll do is just let the car through. Chris is in the pit lane. Sorry, it's so difficult to hear, Chris.
Yeah, it is quite noisy down here, especially when the cars rumble through. That was a planned pit stop there from the Inter-Africa Racing by Haas RT.
I thought it was on the basis the tyres were on the apron, but they got all the tyres on and then seemed to hold the car before they released it. Now, you would only do that if you've got a minimum pit stop time that you would need to achieve. Once the fueling's done, once the tyres are on, if it's not going to count as an imposed pit stop, why not let it go straight away? So Adam Christodoulou, now is he, I wonder if some of the time that he's losing is lift and coast. Maybe the fueling on that Mercedes is not quite where they need it to be, and a bit of lift and coast is what's required just to ensure that they can get that car to the pit lane. You can hear him not on the throttle for half as long as otherwise he would be. So are they lift and coasting? We've seen a few cars come in for little splashes and dashes. We know that Ben Tuck in what was the twin turbocharged V6 engine Ferrari needed a top up of fuel. What's the answer?
It was a 10-second penalty. That's why they couldn't touch the car.
Right, no, it was afterwards. It's after they'd done it.
Oh, interesting, because I just asked the team, and they said they had a 10-second penalty. That's why they couldn't touch the car.
Well, they wouldn't touch it at the start of the pit stop, wouldn't it?
Exactly, so that's why they weren't attaching the fuel nozzle or attaching any of the tyres.
Yeah, but what they did was they fueled it then, they put the tyres on, and then once they dropped it off the air jacks, they didn't release it straight away.
That's interesting then. I wonder what's going to come about that then. We'll have to wait and see. So I will hang around the garage over here to see if there are any changes.
Okay, yeah, say it. Just if it's not an imposed pit stop and there's no minimum pit stop time because it's too late for one of those, drop it off the air jacks, let it go. Why hold it? They know more than me. What have we got? We've got Jules Gounon still 35 seconds adrift of Ben Tuck's Ferrari, but lapping about 0.4 of a second quicker than him. We've got Adam Christodoulou now lapping in the 1 minute 54s again that time through, albeit just a high 1 minute 54 from him. So he still continues to lead. He's just heading down towards the end of the second sector as things currently stand. And the Ferrari that got through ahead of him is just exiting turn number 9. So he goes into turn number 9. Out of turn number 9 comes Ben Tuck. So Ben Tuck has pulled away, but not a huge amount from Adam Christodoulou. So Adam Christodoulou is still lapping at a pace that with 14 minutes to go is more than going to put them in a strong position to stand on the top step of the podium. We've still got Velmont Racing and Marcel Zaloa doing what he needs to do. He's clearly been told to lap around about 2 minutes, and that's continuing what he's doing at the moment. 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. The car behind, Enrico Fulgenzi, is pushing as hard as he can at this stage. He is doing 1 minute 55s continually, running second in Pro-Am, and if he's closing at about 5 seconds per lap to the car that leads Pro-Am, he's still not going to get there by the end of this race. There is still a reasonable gap between them. Where's the number 44 on track? It's just heading through turn 6 and 7 at this stage. And where is the number 17? It is, again, not shown on the tracking system at this stage. There it is, it's just come over the start-finish line. So, yeah, still plenty in hand. The best part of half a lap, probably. The number 44 Mercedes still leads GT3 Pro-Am by, and there's now only 13 minutes to go, which is going to equate to, what, maybe something like 6-7 laps, something like that, before we see the checkered flag come out for the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours here in Yas Marina. Adam Christodoulou again, just turning his way through turn 6 and turn number 7. He's lapping consistently in 1 minute 55s. And one thing that's happening at the moment is the car that's literally running in last position and had those brand new tyres put on the last stint, which is the Into Africa Racing by Haas Audi of Axel Jeffries, has just set his best individual first sector, absolute best middle sector, and it could well be here that Axel Jeffries is pushing for a fastest lap of the race, the Zimbabwean. Let's see whether he can do it through the third and final sector. We're not getting shots of the car, we're getting shots of the race leader as he turns his way underneath the W Hotel. Where is the number 2 Audi? It's just about to go over the start-finish line, and as it goes through, no, it's not the fastest lap of the race. It's 1 minute 52.8, whereas the fastest lap we've had, I think, is a 1 minute 52.3, but that's still the fastest lap that number 2 Audi has done in the whole of this second part of the race, the 4 hours. So good lap by Axel Jeffries, pushing those Pirelli tyres hard at this stage, and here he is heading in towards the braking area. So he is at the moment the quickest car out on circuit, and he is the quickest car out on circuit based on the last lap time that he did by a full second. He's the second quicker than the 5th place Marvin Dienst driven Mercedes, and he's 2 seconds quicker than the race leader at this stage, but that is the car that's in last place. It's the last of the runners. 340 laps will be concluded very shortly by Adam Christodoulou. There's no cars on circuit that are close to each other for position. There's a few that are circulating close to each other, like, as we say, the Audi in the hands of Axel Jeffries has got not that far up the road from it what will be the number 14 Razoon More Than Racing Thierry Vermeulen driven Porsche, Cherry's one of the quicker drivers out on circuit as well at the moment. He's at the 1:53s at the wheel of his car. Terry, who is a double champion in the GT World Challenge this year, won both the Sprint Cup and the Endurance Cup. And now we've got Enrico Fulgenzi coming under pressure from Benjamin Black, who is trying to feed the number 28 Mercedes through and ahead of the car that's second in Pro-Am, but that's the car that's fourth in Pro-Am, and a lap adrift of it, trying to squeeze its way through. So up towards the braking area at turn number 9 they will go. Gold Mercedes, which I think was one of those I voted for as probably one of the better liveries, all over the curbs as he tried to avoid the contact with the Porsche, which was closing the door on him. But Benjamin Black, who's done a lot of racing in the Porsche Sprint Cup, both in France and in Benelux as well, was not able to wiggle his way through. He's also got behind him now the third place Grove Racing by Get-Speed Shulgunon driven car, and queuing up behind that is going to be Marvin Dienst as well. So that's the car in third and the car in fifth that are behind him. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, Mercedes, Mercedes going over the start-finish line, and say they've all got themselves together, but they are not squabbling away for position. It's the car in 7th, under attack from the car in 9th, which is under attack from the car in 3rd, which is under attack from the car in 5th. And Shulgunon does go through up the inside at turn number 1 of Benjamin Black, and that is another little bit of traffic dealt with now. Now the next little bit of traffic for Shulgunon to pick his way through will be Enrico Fulgenzi's Porsche. The team that he owns, the team that he runs, the team that's based out here in the Middle East. Porsche running second in Pro-Am and has a full lap advantage between itself and the number 21 Audi that runs third in Pro-Am at the moment, and has managed to squeeze its way through and ahead of the race leader, Adam Christodoulou, who's just minding his own business. He's quite happy to run at 1:55s, 1:56s. He's just managing the race to the end and still has a comfortable amount of daylight, because say he allowed Ben Tuck in the Ferrari to go back through and get itself back on the lead lap. Ben Tuck is just coming underneath the W Hotel at the moment, and about 3 or 4 corners back from it is the race leader, so he's still got the best part of 80% of a lap as the lead advantage with just 8 minutes to go. So this is just good control, good management of the race from Capital RT by Motor Park and Adam Christodoulou. They started part 2 on the lead lap. They finished part 1 in 3rd position, and they have largely been there or thereabouts in this one. They might have dropped to probably 5th at the lowest point, but that was only based on the pit stop cycle. Other than that, they have been pretty much in the podium positions for a reasonable chunk of this one. As we say, they've also had the roll of the dice and have stayed out of trouble. And I've got to say also probably the number 4 car of Grove Racing, whether it be Stephen Grove, whether it be Brenton Grove, whether it be Shulgunon, that is another car that has had a pretty good run through the order and stayed out of trouble. Started this second section of the race in 4th position, which was the first of the cars that was 1 lap down, and got themselves back on the lead lap. They fell back off it again through pit cycles, and then fell back off it again when Stephen Grove hopped in to make sure that he had raced for 3 hours of the 12 to satisfy the requirements of minimum driving time for a bronze driver. And once they'd done that, they were always going to stick Shulgunon back in and just see where they can get to, and they found themselves again, whilst not on the lead lap, they find themselves running in 3rd position at this stage and on for a potential podium. Still got cars under investigation for track limits as well at this stage, so August Raber, the number 3 car, has just flashed up, is under investigation for track limits. We know the number 14 car has picked up Razoon More Than Racing Terry Vermeulen a time penalty of 10 seconds for exceeding the track limit. So I think there are a few penalties that are likely to get applied post-race. So any results that we give you, of course, will always remain provisional, and the final results get issued half an hour or so after the race, once all of the technical checks have been done, once any penalties have been applied. That cannot be dealt with in the closing stages of the race. They have to get applied post-race. So we're into the final 6 minutes of this race, so probably 3, maybe 4 laps to go. Our race leader is just heading around through turn number 1. And so he's certainly going to get 3 laps out of this one, so 4 laps to go, I would say. So we should end up on, I would imagine, 346 laps in total for this one, which is going to be 7 laps less than last year. It's going to be 2 laps less than the year before that, but it's going to be 11 laps more than the year before that. So we've always hovered around the last few years, sort of 330, 340, 350 laps. Say the record is 359. It was achieved in a year when we had so few safety cars, only 25 minutes and 25 seconds in the 2022 edition of this race, the first of the 2 races in 2022, because we actually had 2. We had one in the January and then we had one in the December. So that was that one. We've still got cars side by side down the back straight, and Enrico Fulgenzi squabbling away with Benjamin Plack, and it looks as though Fulgenzi is not going to let the Mercedes go through, and there's no real reason to hold it up because they are on different laps. We've also got out there, still circulating and giving up a bit of time, Todd Coleman at the wheel of the number 69 Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Now he has been lapping 2-minute 2s, 2-minute 1s the last few laps. That was a car that did look as though it was on for a podium. Of course, it was leading, wasn't it, in the hands of Ben Barnicoat, and problems and the puncture, and then having to get the bronze driver back in to satisfy driving requirements towards the end of the race has meant that car is at the moment not only off the lead lap, it is off the podium, and I think it's actually now probably 2 laps adrift of the race leader. No, race leader's just gone over and chalked an extra lap in, so it'll be 1 lap off the lead at this stage, but it's not going to be the podium that Optimum Motorsport were hoping for, and Todd Coleman, Aaron Tillett and Ben Barnicoat will maybe feel a little bit disappointed with that one, because they got themselves back on the lead lap, they got themselves into the lead, and here they are again 4 hours later, back off the lead lap again. But they did start, ever looking for the positives out of negatives, they started part 2 in 5th, they're running in 4th at the moment. Let's just have a quick look at this replay, and this is the Audi having a very squirrely Porsche just lying ahead of it, so that was a sideways moment for Thierry Vermeulen. So managing to gather it up, the 23-year-old Dutch driver, say the double champion in GT World Challenge Europe and in GT World Challenge Sprint this year. But we've seen Thierry out in so many things over the years, including the likes of ADAC Masters, DTM of course, Intercontinental GT Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup Germany. He was in GT4 European category for a period of time, so just a little bit of arm twirling, that's all from Thierry, as he pushes in the final 3 minutes of this race now. So Adam Christodoulou on lap number 344 at the moment. I think he'll be starting his penultimate lap of the race next time through. So he works his way underneath the W Hotel. If there was any question mark about having to do a little bit of lift and coast to get the car towards the checkered flag on fuel, that's probably all disappeared now. I think it was more just a case of him managing the gap. I think that's what it was. He will no doubt let us know as to whether they were marginal on fuel, but I more think it was just a case of making sure that he drove as slowly as he needs to win the race. He's about to place another lap on the car that still continues to lead GT3 Pro-Am, and I've got to say, again, good management at the tail end of the race for Gare Velmont Racing and Marcel Zalua, who last time through lapped in a 2-minute 3. It did look as though, with their call into the pits to try and for the second time rectify the damage to the splitter on that car, which is still dragging on the ground, it did look as though they potentially might be in trouble to hang on to the win, but with a couple of laps to go, they are 26 seconds still in the lead of Enrico Fulgenzi's Porsche, and Enrico had a slower lap last time through. He was lapping 155s, he's now dropped into the 157s, so his rate of close is about 6 seconds per lap on the Mercedes, and there's only 2 laps to go. So again, the Mercedes driving as slowly as it needs to ensure that it will pick up, despite the damage to the front end of that red number 44 car, the win in the Pro-Am category. And they also run 6th overall in this particular race. So Adam Christodoulou has just passed the Pro-Am class leader, and that is now going to mean that he is 5 laps ahead of it, I think. So a 5-lap gap between the leading car in the race overall, which is a Pro-Class car, and the car that leads Pro-Am. That's across what will be not just part 2 of the race, that is across the whole 12 hours that we've had so far. And Adam Christodoulou, is he going to get over the start-finish line before the clock ticks to 0? He's got time to really ease off if he wants, because there's 30 seconds to go, but I think he is still going to have to do another lap at this stage, unless he really crawls round through the final corner. So 20 seconds to go, up towards turn number 15 and turn number 16. 15 seconds to go as he comes through the final corner, and as he turns out of turn number 16 there are 10 seconds to go, and as he heads over the start-finish line there are 5 seconds to go. So he didn't quite ease up enough to prevent needing to do another lap. That won't concern him whatsoever, because the race for the final stages of it has been beautifully managed by both driver and by team. Their strategy has worked, and it does look as though at the moment, with just 1 lap to go, Mercedes are on for their 4th win in the running of the Gulf 12 Hours, and it would also make it their 3rd win in 4 years in the Gulf 12 Hours, backing up the wins that were taken in 2022 by 2Cs, the win in 2023, 2023 by Team Grouper M, and it looks as though it is going to be a win for a Mercedes this year. But of course, we always knew at the beginning of the weekend it was going to be a brand new team that would win, so it looks as though Capital RT by Motor Park are going to add their name to the list of winners in the Gulf 12 Hours. Adam Christodoulou makes his way through the kink at turn number 8, up towards the end of sector 2 and turn number 9. He is still the best part of probably 75% around the lap compared to the car that's in second place, so good 3/4 of a lap advantage. It's been a wonderfully managed race by the team that finished 3rd in part 1 of the race. The important thing, as Adam Christodoulou alluded to in this race, is you get through part 1 on the lead lap. They did that. They've run trouble-free. It's been good management and good pace towards the end of it, and it looks as though in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina, it's going to be the 4th win for Mercedes, but it's going to be the 1st win for Capital RT by Motor Park. The number 13 Mercedes of Denis Remenyenko, Mikhail Alashin and Adam Christodoulou come through to win the 15th Gulf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina, and what, other than that 1 point they were tipped into a spin, which wasn't their fault, by the Inception Racing Ferrari in the hands of Brendan Aribe at the time, that race, I'm sure, perfectly went to plan from them. It looked fine from the outside. There might have been a few troubles in the pit garage. We just don't know. Waiting for the second place car of Ben Tuck to come over the start-finish line, but already taking the checkered flag in 3rd has come through Grove Racing by Get Speed. Jules Gounon bringing that car in towards the flag. Through also is the Pro-Am class leader. So Gaia Valmont again, good management from them to come through and finish in 6th place and claim the win in Pro-Am. I think Chris is down there in the pit lane. Can I hear you, Chris? Or is that just the camera? No, it's just the noise coming from the camera. And we've also had come through Garage 59 and the AM class leader. Still a few more cars to take the checkered flag. The next one to come through should be Pellin Racing and Carl Marcelli. But you can see Denis Remenyenko congratulating the rest of the team. Big smile on Denis's face. He will be very, very pleased indeed with that. And rightly so, all the team as well, from Capital RT by Motor Park. Motorsport, and particularly sports car racing, is a proper endurance effort. Everybody has a role to play, and they've all played it absolutely beautifully. Next car over the start-finish line should be Ben Tuck. So just Adam Christodoulou, just making sure he's offline, as much pickup as you can get on the tyres. A, to make sure you meet minimum ride height. B, to make sure you pick up an extra bit of weight from all of the little pickup bits. Just to confirm, Almanar by Dragon, Ben Tuck has now come through to take the checkered flag, and I think the final car to take the checkered flag will just be coming through turn 16 now, and that's the car that could have been on for a win, it could have been on for a podium. As it is, it's just going to miss out because it's going to come through in 4th position, and that will be Optimum Motorsports, that now are the last of the cars to come over the start-finish line. So it's another Mercedes win, their 4th so far. They were already 2nd in the manufacturers' standings when it comes to wins in the Gulf 12 Hours. They're still not quite up to the 8 that Ferrari have got, but that's now 4. for Mercedes so far, and as we say, it's a brand new team to add to the list. So AF Corsa, Kessel Racing, 2Cs, Black Falcon, Attempto, Team Gruppa M, Santalok, and now we can add to the list of teams that have won. Capital RT by Motor Park become another winner of the Gulf 12 Hours for what has been another fantastic event. As we say, it's a favourite from the drivers, it's a favourite from their families that come and support them. It's a favourite from a commentary perspective for us. I know the fans have thoroughly enjoyed it as well. Our marshals have had a big old long day, but they enjoy it as well. We've got to say thank you to all of our marshals around the circuit. They had to be here at the track for about 6:30 this morning. Their briefing was at 7 o'clock. They've been on post from about 8 o'clock, and here we are, just gone 11 o'clock at night, and they are finally going off duty as well. And that's also the recovery crews, those that are driving the plant and machinery around the vehicle, the circuit staff, everybody in race control. It's been a long old shift, this one, but it's been a thoroughly enjoyable one as well. We will get some reaction from the drivers when they are down there in the pit lane. The last few cars just working their way in now. Denis Remenyenko is a huge smile on his face, lifting up the fingers as well. Yeah, the number ones, I'm the winner. So great stuff by Denis Remenyenko. He really did. You know, he is the bronze driver in that car. Every car, even in the pro category, has to have a bronze. And Denis Remenyenko did a stunning job as a bronze. He wasn't that much off the pace of some of the silver drivers, and he'll be hugely pleased with that. So all the cars head in towards what will be the Parc Fermé area, and hopefully down there somewhere now is Chris Milbourne, who will have to wait for a moment, because of course when the driver gets out the car, the first thing they want to go to do is congratulate teammates and congratulate the team, but hopefully he can get some reaction from down there. Where are you, Chris? Are you down there at the moment?
I certainly am, and as you said, it's a flurry down here of teams and drivers here as well. Adam Christodoulou is here and embracing the team, and it is a huge hug there from the team there. So a little bit of controlling doing down here, because there's a lot of excitement here. We've got to bring the third place car into position as well. I did see Jules Goudon is already out, but Adam Christodoulou will just wait for the helmet to come off. Also have a word with Ben Tuck and Alfaisal Al-Zubair, of course, as well, when they get out of the car. I haven't seen Alfaisal Al-Zubair actually for quite some time here, but we'll wait for Ben Tuck. Let's go and quickly sneak on through, if we could get a quick word in here with Adam Christodoulou, because of course you can see the microphone, sorry, the camera there just in front of him. Well, let's give him some space here real quick before he, well, it looks like a team photo first, and then we will intrude, as we like to do here at the end here. Look at the big smile on all three of their faces there as we could get in. Adam Christodoulou looking at each and every angle that he can there. And Adam, it didn't look like it was going your way. You got stuck behind slower traffic and there was some pests in your rearview mirror, but here you are. The team are absolutely delighted. You started third, but here you are number one.
What a weekend. I tell you what, with how it started, it wasn't looking so promising. We had to work really hard on the car and the setup, and yeah, in the end, it's just like always, never give up, and you just never know what's going to happen. So a huge thank you to Dennis and the guys for putting all of this together, and yeah, thanks to these two. Brilliant work out there, and just chuffed over the moon. And
I'm aware that it was a last-minute call-up for you as well. Did you expect to get this phone call, and how elated were you to get the phone call and obviously now be here where you are at the end of today?
Well, it was on last Saturday. Last Saturday, I got the thumbs up, and I was like, all right, I best book some flights then. So, yeah, super last minute. These two were nuts. They were planning on doing the whole 12 hours as just two of them. I don't know whose brilliant idea was that, but I was really grateful to get the call.
So let's bring in Remenyenko and Mikhail as well. Gentlemen, you were going to do it as a driver combination there. It would have been tough, but you're happy now with the result here at the end of it. And, of course, new race winners in the Gulf 12 Hour.
That's really cool, especially taking into consideration that we were hit twice, and there were two drive-thrus for other teams. So, but everything goes as always. When you never give up, you win.
And that's the true fighting spirit there. And Mikhail, what have you had to say as well? Because you weren't the one that was in that accident. I think it was Adam Christodoulou that got caught up in turn 16. I think the heart kind of set in a little bit there. But here you are at the end. You must be happy about this, right?
Yes, I would like to congratulate all the team. The team did a really great job all the drivers as well. It was really hard race for us, hard event, but it paid off in the end. So really great job. And also I would like to thank our spectators from Russia. Ребята, спасибо большое, что за нас болеете. Because really we have a lot of people who are cheering for us, so that's very important.
I was going to say, I've got a friend back home as well who's watching you guys and who's asking me a lot of questions about you, and I think he's going to be happy to see you guys here on the podium. But of course, welcome to the winner's circle of the Golf 12 Hours. Now let's go see if we can have a quick word with Ben Tuck. We've got to go on over here. He's all by his lonesome. I see there are some drivers coming over to congratulate him here. The team embracing him as well. And Ben, it didn't quite go the way for you there. You had brake issues, but you got that sorted out, but still a well-deserved second place there for the first time out in the Ferrari.
Yeah, no, we really enjoyed the race, and I'm just happy for the team that we actually got on the podium in the end as well, because it was touch and go there with the brakes on that lap. But no, they fixed the issue really fast, and we still got second place.
Yeah, that's what matters here at the end of it. You're happy, you're smiling, you've got a big B face. The team are very happy about it. I was trying to find out Faisal Zubair because it's been a while since we've had a driver from the GCC here. But obviously, do you think you could have done maybe a bit more towards the end? If there was a bit more time left on the clock, could it have been the top step? Or do you think not enough time?
No, I think not enough time. Given another full hour, like another full stint, then maybe. But yeah, well, after we had the brake issue, it was just damage limitation from there.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Ben. And I see Faisal come here with the only driver from the GCC, so we will at least have the Emirati flag. Congratulations. Not the Emirati, sorry, Omani. Sorry, mate. But of course, you will be on the podium here, and it's a great effort for you here, the first time behind the wheel of the 296.
Yeah, bittersweet, happy to be on the podium, but knowing what we believed we should have got makes it difficult. But yeah, happy with P2, a good start with a Ferrari, and hopefully better in the next one.
And if you think you didn't have those issues with the brakes, would have helped your campaign a little bit better here come the end of the 12 hours?
Yeah, I think so. But it happens, and we focus on the next one now.
Well, it's good to chat to you, and it's great to see a driver from the GCC. Congratulations once again. Let's go see if we can find Jules Gounon. He's over there with the Groves, so we're going to head on over there. Let's go real quick to find Jules Gounon and the Groves. So we're going to interrupt ourselves here, as always. And sorry, gentlemen, let me sneak on through here. Jules, I see you here with Stephen and Brenton. So why don't we get a word with all three of you while we're at it here. Jules, you did the last stint there. We didn't expect anything else from you there, to be honest. That was a fantastic last stint from you.
Thank you, yeah. Well, we all pushed, to be honest. Steve, before me, was pushing like crazy, gained a lot of time in his team. Brenton did really good. Both of them didn't drive since Le Mans, so it was good to get back in it. And we have Dubai coming up, so it was a great warm-up for us and the first podium together. So thanks to Gen Speed and to the Grove family.
And for Stephen there, I saw there was some quick lap times coming there before you handed over the reins to Jules Gounon. Were you getting some communication over the radio? Just pick up the pace a little bit there, because
they're actually saying if I pick up the pace, we might be on for a podium. So that was enough incentive to push and push and push. So no, it was really good. The guys just did an unbelievably great job.
I know it wasn't easy there. You guys were a lap down when we started the race for us. And Brenton, come on over here. Let's have a quick chat with you as well. Did you think this was going to be the end result come the end of the 12 hours?
It's such an unpredictable race. It's really hard to know. I think if we executed well, it was always going to be an opportunity, and we did. The car was flawless. The strategy was great. No issues all day. So we got a result that is, that's really, really fun.
Well, a well-deserved third place. Well done, gentlemen. I see the winners from Pro-Am here as well, and there are smiles on the faces, which is absolutely fantastic. It was a bit boring because I did speak to both Sergio and Brendan before. When that came up on the screen, that there was a possibility that you'd come in. I saw the team were preparing, but I saw Sergio in your ears. What was he telling you there at the end?
Just to hang on, really. I don't think it was Jaden in my ear. He was just giving me bit of good information just to manage the lead and manage the car. It was a bit tricky out there with the condition of the car, but the information that I was receiving was awesome. So we managed to keep it together.
Well, that's good stuff that you got it to the end. Brendan, I was speaking to you as well before. You guys seem very cool and collected about that. So I'm just going to head on underneath here, just not to ruin the shot too much. Did you ever have any intentions to bring the car in at any point there towards the end?
No, I think the guys are pretty confident that they've done the best that they could with the situation that we were in, and Marcel was doing a really, really good job at the end, like incredible laps considering the condition of the end of the race for us. So it was just really important that he brought it home, and Jaden was just talking to him every lap on the radio, trying to keep him calm and guide him through it all, and they both did a perfect job, and all the guys have done an amazing job this weekend, and Sagani have given us an amazing car, and we're just really unlucky with that little failure at the end there, but other than that, the car's been absolutely a machine all weekend long.
Well, one of the machines in your team is the gentleman right here, Jaden. That was a fantastic stint you did at the beginning there, but there was a lot of questions. What exactly happened to you guys on the grid?
A little bit of rubber got caught on the exhaust, actually, which is a common thing that happened with these AMGs. Sometimes it just falls in behind the mesh, and yeah, it set itself on fire, which made it for a bit of smoke. But all in all, good race. Awesome from the boys to just do a solid 12-hour race. Awesome job by the team. All the adversity that we faced throughout the race, overcame it, and put together a really good race. I just want to give a special mention to all the people in Bondi and Sydney and Australia. Our thoughts are with everyone there and what's happened there today. So, yeah, really unfortunate, but awesome to get the result to pay tribute to them guys.
Well, thank you so much, guys, for talking to us. Sergio, I would come speak to you, but we've got to go find our AM winners as well. Well done. We'll see you guys up on the podium. Do we have our AM winners anywhere, though, is the question. You don't really see many of the Garage 59 car team anywhere. I don't even see the car either. So what I might have to do then is I might have to head upstairs to the podium presentation area, and that's exactly what I'm going to do now. So I'll leave you upstairs with Mark, and then I'll head up to the podium presentation area.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, good to chat to some of the drivers and see the smiley faces and the fact that the family are down there supporting them. Let's confirm the results with you then for the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hour. Capital RT by Motor Park. The Mercedes wins it after what was, as I said, 346 laps in the end, and Almanar by Dragon, their Ferrari, finishing second place. Grove Racing by Get Speed were there in third place, and fourth was the first of the McLaren's home, which was the Optimum Motorsport McLaren. Winwood Racing finished in fifth position, and all of those cars at some stage were leading the race. In sixth place, it was the winner of the Pro-Am category, which was Gare Velmont Racing, with their Mercedes ahead of second in Pro-Am, which was Enrico Fulgenzi Racing and the Porsche. And completing the Pro-Am podium, it was Haas RT and the Audi. TFT Racing finished ninth, just missing out on a Pro-Am podium, and the car that won the AM category, Garage 59, finished in 10th place. Razoon More Than Racing probably picked up more penalties than anybody else in the race, but they still managed to finish 11th, with Car Collection and their Porsche finishing in 12th place. Pellin Racing, the Ferrari 296 GT3, finished in 13th place. And 14th, I think, was the last of the runners, as it was in the end, with the rate of attrition that we saw through both Part 1 and Part 2. That was Into Africa Racing by Haas RT and their Audi. 15th onwards, Tsunami RT, Defined by Dragon, Inception Racing, MP Racing, Winwood Racing and Herbeth Motorsport would all have been non-finishers in that race. And you could see for the likes of Herbeth Motorsport, they only managed 25 laps before things went wrong for them, and the car ended up in the barriers with significant damage, as did the MP Racing Gosner family car as well. The problems for Winwood were accident damage, and poor old Herbeth Motorsport, it was engine woes that put them out. So that's the way that they finished in the 15th running of the Gulf 12 Hours. The wonderful backdrop of the W Hotel has played host to this event on 14 separate occasions. It really is a very, very special place to come and go motor racing, and as we've said all weekend, it really does feel as though it's got an end of season feel. But for some of the drivers, and possibly even those like their Adam Christodoulou, there's not much of an off season when you're a professional driver, because this is the last big international sports car race of the 2025 championship season. The first big international sports car race of the 2026 championship season will be the Daytona 24 Hours in just a few weeks' time. Chris was looking for where the winners of the AM category are. Well, our cameraman's found them, because there is Mark Sanson on the left of your screens. There is Alexander West, and there is James Vowles. Marco Pulcini also just taking a drink of water. So they're already on the sofa in advance of the podium presentations. And if you were watching the final round of the FIA Formula 1 Grand Prix here just 7 days ago, that would have been the sofa that you'd have seen Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, and of course the champion Lando Norris sitting on post-race. So we just wait for Alan Hyde to be ready with the podiums. We've got 3 separate podiums to get through. It will be the top 3 in the race overall, which will all be cars in the GT3 Pro category that will be on the podium. Then we'll have a podium for the GT3 Pro-Am category. And then we will see a single podium for what will be the Am category. So it will be Garage 59 and their McLaren that was the Am class winner. They claimed 340 laps in the end and finished well amongst the Pro-Am cars, to be fair. There were 4 Pro-Am cars ahead of them. There were 3 Pro-Am cars behind them. Shake of the hand there between Adam Christodoulou and Mark Sanson. They will know each other well. And you can see more and more drivers appearing there in the podium area. Just to confirm what the Pro-Am category looked like, well, on the same lap for the lead of Pro-Am were both first and second in the category. 15 seconds adrift in the end, because we know that Mercedes had problems with the front splitter failing, so it had to pace itself towards the end, and it still managed to win that by 15 seconds in the end. And also, even third place in Pro-Am was on the same lap in the end. That is Haas RT. So then, that just confirms the subcategories. Let's go over to the podium then, and Alan Hyde.
We are ready with our first podium presentation for GT3 Am category, and we'll get the top 2 teams onto the podium in reverse order, starting with second place, MP Racing, the Gosners, Thomas Gosner, Manuela Gosner, Corinna Gosner and David Gosner. They are the heartbeat of the Golf 12-hour race, and they will make their way up onto the podium, and then we'll get our winners onto the podium. The number 8 team, Garage 59, Alexander West, Mark Sanson, Marco Pulcini and James Vowles onto the podium. Now, the trophies are to be presented for all of our podiums by 3 people that are involved in the Yas Marina Circuit, that have been involved with the 12-hour race since the very first running of this event. 15 events in, and 14 of them have been here at the Yas Marina Circuit. And to get them to present, James Sullivan, the venue logistics manager, is making these presentations. First of all, to the Gosners in second place. They stayed around for the entirety of the race to collect their awards. There were 2 entries in the GT3 Am category. And now, with the aid of Nikki from the Golf 12 Hours organising team, they'll make the presentation to the winners. To Garage 59, car number 8, Alexander West, Mark Sanson, Marco Puccini and James Vowles receive their award on the top step of the podium. And once the presentation is complete from James Sullivan, the venue logistics manager, can we have a massive round of applause, please, at GT3 Am podium. They'll pose for photographs, and as the cameras will click away, they will make their way now off the podium. The Gosners, first of all, being led by Dad Thomas, leading daughters Manuela and Corinna, and David in between his 2 sisters as well. So they get trophies, and these are beautiful trophies for the Golf 12 Hours. Our next podium. And our next presentation will be for the GT3 Pro-Am category, as the winners make their way off the podium, being led by Alexander West, and then Mark Sanson, Marco Puccini and James Vowles make their way off the podium. And we'll just see if we are ready. Are we ready with the next one? We are. Our next podium is for GT3 Pro-Am, and once again we'll get them onto the podium in reverse order, starting with third place, the number 21 Haas RT team. Well done to them, to Simon Balsian, to Peter Jelinks and to Stephen Palette onto the podium in third place. And the second place team, the number 17 Enrico Fulgenci Racing Team with Enrico Fernando Fulgenci, Alessandro Giannone and Andrea Ginodi. Well done to all of them. Onto the podium they go. And on the top step of the podium, the 44 car, the Gaia Valmont Racing Team with Jaden Ojeda, Brendan Leach, Sergio Pires and Marcel Zalua. And they make their way onto the podium, the winning team. And they had quite a dramatic race, that's for sure. Now also representing Yas Marina Circuit, the Event Solutions Senior Manager, who has been once again involved in the Golf 12 Hours since the very first event. And Martin Young will make the presentation, the Event Solutions Senior Manager at Yas Marina Circuit, makes the presentation to the third place team, first of all, to Haas RT, the 21 car, Simon Balsian, Peter Gelinks and Stephen Palette. And then at this end of the podium to the Enrico Fulgenci Racing Team, the number 17 car with Enrico, Alessandro and Andrea on the second step of the podium that hold the trophies up. And then to our winners, the 44 car, to the Gaia Valmont Racing 44 car, to Jaden Ojeda, to Brendan Leach, to Sergio Perez and to Marcel Zulawa, receiving their trophies on the top step of the podium. And once the trophies are complete and handed out, our thanks go to Martin Young, Yas Marina Circuit Event Solutions Senior Manager, and makes the final trophy presentations to our winners. Thanks to Martin. Hold your trophies up, everybody. That's our GT3 Pro-Am podium. They hold the trophies high. A photograph of all of our teams on the GT3 Pro-Am podium. And that concludes our podium, our second podium for GT3 Pro-Am. And then we'll move on to our overall podium. Our third podium, the GT3 overall podium. That is coming up in a moment once the GT3 Pro-Am drivers make their way off the podium and our winners go to the front of the podium to pose and take the applause of the crowd. Plenty down there in pit lane. They will make their way off the podium, across the walkway, across the pit lane, and then we will get ready for the overall podium, GT3 overall, our final podium. And once again, having been involved with the Golf 12 Hours from day one, Stuart Latham, Yas Marina Circuit Safety and Operations Director will make the presentation here. And we get the drivers onto the podium in reverse order. In third place, Grove Racing by Get Speed. Number 4 car, Stephen Grove, Brenton Grove and Jules Gounon onto the podium. Well done to the Grove Racing by Get Speed team. In second place, the number 77 car, the Almanar by Dragon team with Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, Ben Tuck and Christopher Froggatt. Well done to the 77 Al-Manar by Dragon team. And to our winners of the 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours, the Capital RT by Motorpark team, the number 13 car, Denis Remenyenko, Mikhail Ashelin and Adam Christodoulou. They go on the walkway over towards the podium to the applause of the crowd underneath, and Dennis, Mikhail and Adam will take their place on the top step of the podium after congratulating the other drivers already in place on our overall GT3 podium. And then Stuart Latham will step forward to offer congratulations to all of the drivers and to make the presentations down there. And our sincere thanks to the representatives of Yas Marina Circuit that have made the presentations today, James Sullivan, Martin Young and Stuart Latham, that have been involved in this event 15 years since the original running of the Golf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit, and they have very much been friends to the event, very helpful working alongside the events team here at the Golf 12 Hours. And it's Stuart Latham, the Circuit Safety and Operations Director, that's handing over the trophies. And drivers holding these, they're beautiful trophies as well for the Golf 12 Hours. And the final trophies are about to go in the hands of our winners here at Yas Marina. The overall winners to the number 13 car, the Capital RT by Motorpark team. German team running the Russian entry with Denis, Mikhail and Adam receiving their awards. Denis Romanenko, Mikhail Ashelin and Adam Christodoulou receive their trophies. And now they're presented. Hold your trophies high, everybody. We have winners of the 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit. They'll hold up the trophies. One more cheer from the crowd, if you please. And a photographic opportunity on the podium as well. We have rose water being sprayed on the podium, which is always good to see. A celebration, and well-deserved as well after 12 hours of racing for the Golf 12 Hours here at Yas Marina Circuit. The local time is just coming up to 11:30 in the evening, and it's a wonderful sight just 1 week after crowning a new Formula One world champion in Lando Norris. We now have winners for the 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours. Throwing Pirelli podium caps down to the crowd in the pit lane on the grid, enjoying this podium presentation, and a selfie as well on the podium, and why not? Well done to our winners. That is the final action that we have here at Yas Marina Circuit. So I wonder, is it time for a final few thoughts to hand back to the commentary box and Mark Werrell?
Thank you very much, Alan. Great to see the podium celebrations, as is always the case. But that's it. We have concluded our 15th running of the Golf 12 Hours. Congratulations to all of the drivers on the podium and their respective teams. Congratulations to all of the drivers that saw it to the checkered flag. Commiserations to those that maybe didn't quite get the look today. But it is another win for Mercedes. It's a new team that is the winner at Capital RT Racing by Motorpark. But we will do it all again, not quite in 12 months' time at Yas Marina, because the date is set for early January in 2027 for the next running of the Golf 12 Hours, which will be over the weekend of the 9th and 10th of January. This date next year will be a new event here, a 6-hour race taking place at Yas Marina. And that's about it for motorsport for 2025. It's certainly it from the team that you've had guiding you through the action over the weekend. So from Chris Milbourne, from Alan Hyde, with all of his work that he's done in the pit lane, and myself, Mark Werrell, we will say goodbye from the Golf 12 Hours for 2025. We'll catch you for the date in early 2027. But in the meantime, we'll let you look back at some of the highlights from the action we've just seen.